Yani Panimayu, Stoti Gatovish, Stoti Gaborish.
What does that mean?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Really? That's what it means?
Yeah, Yani Panimayu, Stoti Gaborish.
Okay.
Yani Panimayu, как дела? Привет, здравствуйте. Как дела?
What's up, Neozoic? How's it going? Happy New Year. Since didn't say it before. Saying it
Are we
now.
live, baby? We
Uh
live, baby?
so happy New Year to everyone who's watching.
We're live,
And
baby?
yeah, it's been a while, but we're back. We're back. Yeah, we've been live for about a few
Oh,
minutes.
okay. Okay.
So
Sweet.
yeah.
Sweet. They
Yeah.
heard that. They know I'm a Russian spy now. Anyway, yeah,
Oh
it's good.
yeah. Yeah. You gave it away.
Yeah, I gave it away. Thanks for everyone who's tuning in. It's gonna be a good show. Um, Zoic,
Yep.
as
Got a
always,
lot
it's
to
good
talk
to
about.
have you. We have a lot to talk about. It's gonna be really fun. Um,
Hmm.
yeah, so it's gonna be a good time. I'm excited. I hope everyone watching is. So
Yes. And if you're not excited, pretend to be. No, just joking. What's up, Leonardo and Royce? What's up? How you guys doing?
don't pretend. We need acting. Acting. Rolls Royce, the man with a plan, the deep state's number one enemy. Let's go.
Yep. Yeah. Hashtag deep state fears Royce.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
The deep state. The deep state. I like it, man. I like the energy. The deep state is crazy, bro.
Yeah.
You standing up for
Yeah.
justice right now. Anyway, so yeah,
Exactly.
yeah. I'm glad to see
What's up,
everybody
Prime?
come. Okay,
How's it
crime.
going?
Yeah,
Prime, not crime.
the crime. Oh, my bad. My bad.
Get his name right.
Nah,
About
it's a
you
crime.
about to do some
Yeah,
crime on you. You get the name
yeah.
wrong.
You're right. It's a crime to get his name wrong. I thought it was somebody new.
Yes.
To be honest.
No.
Yane
No.
pani mayu. Yane pani mayu shtoti gavarish.
Anyway, what's up,
Yane pani
OC?
mayu.
You gonna keep doing that the whole time?
What?
This
What?
your thing now?
Yane pani mayu shtoti gavarish. Yeah, that's
No
what I'm
one
gonna say
knows what
from
you're
now on.
talking about. I
Everyone
don't
knows
think
what
I
I'm
have
saying.
any. I don't think I have any like fluent Russian speakers. Maybe I do. I don't know. Who knows?
Wait till Apollo gets in here.
Maybe yeah.
Apollo's gonna
Yeah.
cook your ass, bro. Disrespecting Russia. He's about to cook. He's gonna cook you, bro.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway.
Hold on. Neil Zelk had a question about. Oh yeah. What we think about Marvel Rivals? Uh,
um, I those games are
it
not
looks
necessarily for
okay,
me.
but yeah,
Yeah.
I was just gonna say that. Like, I can't like get into those type of games. I tried to, but I think the last one I was able to get into was a couple years ago. What was it? Skyforge. It was
Yeah.
pretty cool, but a lot of those games just boil down to like, you kind of like it feels very repetitive after a while, and then it's very grindy, all the
Yeah.
monetization and whatnot to unlock everything, and you can say like, yeah, it's free to play, but you can spend whatever amount of money you want on the game, but I don't want to have to do that.
Yeah, I'm not into like the whole like grindy like looter shooter kind of deals. Even though I know that has like a Marvel like twist on it. It doesn't look
Yeah,
terrible, but the other main reason too, because I would probably give it more of a chance if it wasn't made by China. Because even though China does
yeah,
make
I don't want them spying on me.
they have beautiful female characters and whatever, and like they've been good with that. But I don't want to support the Chinese government with these things, to be frank. And I have like several reasons why. I'm not going to get too into it. Does the game look bad? It actually doesn't. It looks okay. But even if it wasn't made by China, I probably wouldn't like it. Wouldn't probably not be my thing. I'm not really into like the team shooter, like hero shooter kind of deal, whatever you want to call it.
Hmm.
So
Yeah.
just keeping it real. Just keeping it real with you guys.
What's up?
But it
What's
doesn't
up,
look
Burb?
gameplay wise, it doesn't look terrible. I'll give him that. It looks like it could be fun.
Said Burb said, hold on. I think my Russian troops scream that when the Germans set them on fire. I don't know. It all sounds the same to me. Hold on.
Bev,
Neozo had a
Bev,
question.
Bev is
Revenant.
correct. He has a balanced and true opinion. and we should all appreciate our good friend Bev.
Indeed. Um, Neil Zoic, Revenant and Jinpachi question. I'm sorry, Remnant and Jinpachi. Question. What are your
Indeed.
thoughts on Neil? What's his name again? Gaiman? Gaiman?
Neil Damon. Neil
What is
Gaiman.
this?
He's a comic
Gaiman?
book writer. Yeah.
I'm not really
Neil
familiar
Gaiman's a
with the
comic book
situation.
writer.
I've heard of people talking about it, but I don't know what it's in reference to. I don't know if you
Neil
know.
Gaiman. I think it might be pronounced Neil Gaiman. I don't remember. I know he's I'm not entirely sure.
I'm not familiar with
I
the guy at
actually
all, to be honest.
it's actually the irony is that not even the irony. The sad thing is I actually do remember. I actually did see what the beef was about and remember thinking he was an idiot. But I actually don't remember what it was about. I just remember like seeing something that was dumb. So I actually don't like. I don't fully remember what it was. But I know he did say some dumbass shit recently, or he was doing something crazy. I don't remember.
You can hear me good? 'Cause I think I pressed the mute button on my mic for a second.
I could hear. I could hear you. And
Okay, good.
Neozoic,
All
do you mind giving us a refresher in the comments if you don't mind, if it's not too much work, because I remember vaguely hearing about it and I remember having an opinion, but it was so long. It was like I totally forgot exactly what it was. So if you want, you
right.
can give us a refresher in the comments and like the gist of it. If you
Leonardo wrote prediction for the future. For me, a lot of people who are pro free speech are gonna be the opposite and are gonna want censorship. The pendulum is gonna swing so hard. Yeah, I actually agree. That's kind of what
I
you're
agree.
saying now with
Well,
that
they
whole
told on themselves.
Melanie Mac. Yeah, Melanie Mac, and raise the fist,
Raise her fist,
quartering.
Big Mac
Yeah,
and Quarter Pounder.
yeah.
Raise her fist. Yeah, they all
What's his
told on
name?
themselves.
John John the
John
Rice.
John of Rice, John de la Rose, John of
Yeah.
Rice. The white did, you know what? I'm not even gonna say that because I don't want to get for legal ramifications. So I'll say allegedly. Allegedly, he had something where he like beat on his wife or something, some domestic violence thing. I don't know how true it
Ooh.
is. It could be false. I don't want to like. I'm gonna keep it that way because just for legal reasons. I can't confirm it's true. But allegedly, he had like
Well,
some kind of like thing with domestic violence. I don't know if it's true or not though. I heard that.
alleged. Well, we can't even say allegedly anymore, because it's actually true. Well, actually, you know what? For the hell of it, it is allegedly because actually is not necessarily true. Um, uh, um,
Well, listen, these
raised her.
grifters, they'll sue you. These
Yeah, you're
grifters will
right.
sue you.
So,
So,
um, uh, you remember the Jackal from WWF?
yes.
Or also known as Don Callis. Yeah, so the
Yeah,
guy
he looks
who
like Callis.
thinks he's Bret Hart but is actually Don Callis, he apparently has a masturbation problem. So a lot of these
Allegedly, yeah.
people allegedly, once again,
Yeah.
so a lot of these people, want to get on their high horse and preach and lecture everyone when they have a checkered past, and a lot of these people, I'm sure they probably still do the same things that they were
Yeah.
doing before they found God. So
They found Jesus. Praise the Lord. Nothing, by the way, to all the Christians, nothing wrong with being Christians. It's beautiful to have a relationship with God. Just don't be a hypocrite. Just don't preach to people. That's all.
Yeah, that's all.
Like,
So you can be
don't,
whatever
don't,
religion you want for all like.
well, if you're gonna preach to people, make sure you're living that life. You're really about that life. If you're gonna even go that far, that's more so the point. So,
Yeah.
so yeah, like it's kind of crazy. Yeah, I agree with that. Like they're all kind of telling on themselves. The fact that Melanie Mac, I saw recently that they made a video together talking about Kingdom Come Deliverance two's controversy
Mm. How
and,
convenient. It's almost like they're
and
trying to save their
save
asses.
face. Yeah, they're trying to save face and say like, here, hey, we're not woke. We're not all bad. Look, we agree with you guys on this,
Mm.
but really it's too little, too late.
They're going
Like
back to talking about homosexuals bad and shit. So they're hoping people will be like, yeah, I guess they're
yeah,
still on our side because they're talking against LGBT stuff and shit.
yeah.
It's like, all right, I guess if
Which
you
is
want to
which is
simplify it to that.
Yeah, which is like I guess that's a great way to word it, and they're just trying to save face, maybe like like cross over their audiences and whatnot, but they can't be trusted, and I think that at this point, if you're giving them the benefit of the doubt, I find you to be very sus. because they have proven they do not
Yeah.
deserve it.
Yeah. Then don't be so naive.
Yeah.
Okay, so Neil Zog said he was involved. Neil Gaiman, I think that I'm just gonna pronounce his name like that.
Yeah.
Was
I think it's
involved
Neil
with
Gaiman. I think that is how it's pronounced.
okay. He was involved with sexual assault. So
Oh shit! Yeah, that's crazy.
damn. Well,
Yeah, that's crazy. That's probably I do vaguely remember hearing something about that. So
well,
yeah,
if true, then he should definitely do the time for it.
yeah. If you do the crime, do the time.
Exactly.
You know, I saw people in the comments saying that they were like that's kind of what I remember seeing, that they were saying that Neil Gaiman's finally getting called out. So there must have been allegations for a while or something.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
I remember people saying like, oh, it's the guy, like, he's finally getting called out. Like maybe this was something that people knew about, but they just didn't talk, didn't speak about because of his influence on like the industry or whatever. But
Mm,
yeah, it's pretty bad. That's a pretty terrible thing to do. Um,
yeah. Burr, remember what I said on stream once? When people of questionable character find Jesus, it's usually because everyone else has stopped listening to him. Yep.
yeah, or yeah, it's because of that, and it's also
Royce, video
sometimes.
games industry is insane, and they want us to pay $100 video games. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's not happening, bro. I'll quit. I will stop. I will
Nope.
find another hobby before I commit to paying $100 per game. And in
Yeah.
response to what Burf said about religion, it's like, yeah, these people, they have checkered past, and then it's like they overcompensate. It's like they're so bad they go out of their way to kind of cry and virtual signal of how good they are as people. So you're right in that, but I think it's
Hmm.
also just that's correct what you said, but I think it's also just that, like, for example, a person like Melanie Mack, like she needs people to see her as virtuous because of her own shame and guilt, like, of herself, like
Hmm.
her own like shame and just like her checkered past. Like she knows it'll come back to her, so she kind of just wants to like she wants to play like the Puritan now. Same thing with Razorfist. The
Yep.
allegations of what he was doing is crazy. All these people, when you go that hard in the paint, it's like it's because you have something to hide. And also remember
Usually, yeah.
that and then, like, if you think about someone like Melanie Mack, for example, since we're talking about her directly, look at all the switcheroos she's had in the course of her over the course of her career.
Yeah, she's pretty
She's
inconsistent, so she
she's
has
been
it,
so yeah,
known for that. Especially now, it's like no hiding it.
yeah, like she basically was inconsistent. She was a leftist. She was a industry shill, like an industry plant, basically. Like she's been so flippant with her opinions that, like, how can you even take her seriously? You there? You guys want mute? Revenant, if you're talking, I can't hear you at all.
Give me 1 second.
Yeah. So she's been very flippant and inconsistent. So I don't know. Like I think it's just obvious what they're doing, and like the stuff about Razorfist is crazy. I always found him to be pretentious, to be honest. So it's no sweat off my back. I know Revenue was more of a fan than I was. Like he would say the occasional thing that I would agree with, but like really, I just did not like his videos much at all. So
Yeah, no, that's true.
if I'm if I'm
Sorry,
keeping
I'm
it
back.
real, I did not like his. I never was a fan of his videos like that. Like he would say
Yo,
the
what's up,
occasional thing.
Game Awardy?
I think he made a
Actually,
video. He made a video
yeah.
about Batman in the Shadow. I remember, like, that was like particularly like cringy to me. Like he's always been like a pretentious hipster. I never was a fan of like him being that scrawny and then trying to act tough. Like I'm like it's just not like just overall I don't like Razor Fist like that. Like he has a good take here and there, I'll admit that, but usually it's some like terrible gaming take or some pretentious shit.
Yeah, yeah.
To be frank.
Yeah. What's up, Game Wardy? How's it going? Actually, no. You didn't miss it. We're live, and we actually haven't been on that long. We started around 3, so yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
So,
And we come on, we can't. Gamer Woody's here. You gotta say it right.
oh yeah,
Gamer
yeah, you're right.
Woody,
Yeah. Whoa. Yeah.
the prime,
Uh,
the prime. Thoughts on the
Prime.
Xbox One? I'm excited for. Well, we're gonna talk about Ninja Gaiden 4 and Doom and a little bit later in the podcast. Um, We're gonna talk about Game of the Year. Uh,
Oh, we are.
like like remember the fake the Game of the Year crap.
Oh yeah, yeah. The
What is
game,
fake the real
I'm sorry, not
the
fake game award.
the
The
quote
real game
unquote
award.
yeah quote unquote real Game Awards. So we'll talk about that. Doom. It looks like it'll be pretty good. I just don't trust it because it's modern Microsoft. So
Yeah.
modern Microsoft can kiss my ass because I know that they're not the developers, but Microsoft, they're not known exactly for their they haven't been known for like not dictating their mandating things on these companies. So
Leonardo, I didn't even know she had so many gimmick changes before that, but I instantly knew something was wrong. Hold on, wrong with her. Yeah, she
yeah,
she kind of.
she got
What did you
crazy
say? She
eyes,
got like
bro.
the. There you go. Yeah. And then she like, if you ever hear her laugh, she got like kind of has like that crazy ex girlfriend laugh going
Yeah,
on.
she has a lot going on. Like she really does.
And like
Praise
I like when you
Jesus.
told me about the. Is this perverted? Yes.
I'm not a coomer, and I've never been a coomer, so I don't support. I've been consistent. Shows a tweet from less than a year ago.
Right. Yeah. Fucking show it a few months
But yeah,
ago. God damn.
she's in because she's very inconsistent, and like she's just very inconsistent. It just is what it is. Like
It was funny. You told me about the video of her and Raise the Fist. So I went to look it up and watch it. And I didn't watch the whole thing. I kind of like skimmed through it for the most part because I think it's like
yeah.
20 minutes, over 20
I'm
minutes
not
long.
watching. I can't
Something
watch
like
those
that.
people for 20 minutes.
Yeah.
That's not
And
happening,
she's
bro.
like, she sounds so like disinterested in
Yeah,
the
yeah. She
fucking
sounded like she didn't
topic. And it's
care.
like,
Yeah.
she's like, uh-huh. Oh, right. Mm-hmm. I'm like, okay. And notice she's like, if you see the video, her arms are covered up too, conveniently. So I'm like, all right. I know what you're trying to do here.
Yeah. Burv is correct. It's like they had good takes. Look, I never have a problem with anyone being Christian because it's like they're trying to twist the narrative as if they're being attacked for their religion, which it's not. It's just that it's the inconsistency of the issue because we
Yep.
never we never asked for censorship. All we ever wanted in gaming was for it to be apolitical, meaning that the woke doesn't preach to us, and the I guess the religious right doesn't preach to us either, like religious conservatives. Because in the end of the day, who were the original woke people? Who were the original soccer moms complaining about violence in video games,
Mm-hmm.
complaining about all these things? Who was it? Who were they? They were
Conservatives.
the
The
conservatives. So
religious zealot conservatives, yeah.
yeah, that's who they were. So like we didn't want that, and that's what they're being attacked for. But of course, like professional victims, the same thing that they try to claim other people are, they they're trying to shift the narrative as if they're being attacked for their religion. And again, we just wanted non-communist bullshit in our games, women not to look like men. We never said anything about God and wanting Christian values in there either. And we got to
Mm-hmm.
remember that. And to be honest, look, I mentioned this in the video me and Revenant made. I grew up in religion. I went through the satanic panic. That shit was real. Razorfist tried to act like it wasn't. Melanie Mac probably tried to. I don't know if she tried to deny. I know Razorfist did. It definitely happened. I grew up in religion, and I'm gonna tell you that if you're playing video games at all, if you're engaging in entertainment from Hollywood, animation, if you're doing any of that stuff, you're going against Christian values. Because
I think
in
John Bel
reality, you're
Rose
not.
was saying there was no satanic panic either.
Yeah, they both said that, and the thing is that you know all those things, right? Like we we're supposed to we're like, how do I put it, we're so if you're a Christian, you're supposed to be using your time to help people, dedicate your time to God, to go to church, to help people, things like that. Like if you're playing video games, you're inherently not necessarily you know you're kind of like not really following Christianity properly. I'm not saying that Christians can't play video games. I'm not saying any of that, but don't preach to other people if you're engaging in those things, because in the end of the day, it just makes you a massive hypocrite. Because where is the line drawn? What games?
Exactly.
Every game has some implication of sin in it. If you're playing a game like GTA, you're engaging in stealing, murder. Like Razorfist loves a game called Thief. Like, what are you doing, Thief? It's literally called Thief. Like, you know, the quartering, for example, the fat fuck likes to act like this hyper Christian, but he forgets that sloth and greed is a sin. What do you think being fat is? It's being a sloth and being greedy. If
Yeah.
he was, if he was really a Giga Chad Christian, like he wants to pretend to be, he would be in the gym getting jacked, right? Like these, like, and again, I'm not saying this to preach to people. I'm just saying that if you're gonna follow one thing, if sex is bad, all the other sins are bad. And if you're picking and
Yep.
choosing, then I can't take you seriously. And to be honest, if you're that hardcore into Christianity, why are you playing video games to begin with? There's so many things that
Exactly.
like don't line up with that stuff. So anyway, that's my take on it. And I get that that's a personal take, but I stand by that.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree. Exactly. That's pretty much in line with what we was talking about in the video. So, but
Yeah.
should we I guess
Before we get
like
to the subjects, let's lay down some new rules because it's a new year. Remember, and
yeah, I was
we
actually
did
gonna
we
get,
did
I was gonna get to that.
okay, yeah, because
Yeah.
we did speak about it. So new rules going forward, just for the sake of like streamlining the podcast. Anybody who comes on here to speak, if you're going to talk about the subjects, if you come in late, um, we're not like, unless you actually want to talk about the subject, you're not obligated to give your opinion on it. You don't have to like talk about subjects you're not interested in. If you come in late, you can just keep it to the current things we're talking about. If you choose to want to speak about like earlier topics and you came in late or didn't get to speak about them, you can if you want to, but um, you're not obligated to, and we're not gonna like. That's it. Like usually, me and
Yeah,
Revan will ask like
I'm not gonna like.
we
Yeah, we're not
we
gonna
usually
pressure you about it or anything like that.
exactly. We're not going to pressure you. We usually ask you like what your thoughts are on it or whatever, but like we're going to leave it up to you if you want to talk about past subjects, just to make it easier, because I know not everyone's interested in every subject that we speak about. And also,
Mm-hmm.
to people that come on here and like we have people on and they debate or whatever, the new rule going forward is if you come on here and you're like antagonist, if you come on here with antagonistic energy, and you're not trying to have a debate and you're just trying to talk shit or whatever, you start talking over people, things like that, you're just going to get put in timeout. You're going to be put backstage. If you come on
Yeah, I'll put
again
you
and
backstage.
if you continue when you come back on, you're getting booted out of you're not going to be able to come on. You're going to be like a little
Yeah,
kid. You're not going to come on. You're on punishment.
yeah. You're not gonna get 3 chances. You're only getting 2 chances. So
You come on here. Look, you don't have to agree, and hell, you don't have to agree. You can defend. You can die on whatever hill you want to die on. But if you come on here to talk shit and just to like yell and talk over people, that's not going to be tolerated. You're going to be booted instantly. Because the connection
go.
between past guests that were on here is that it usually becomes volatile when the guests would try to like talk over people or just come on here to talk shit or whatever. If you're not gonna honestly debate your points, then you're not gonna have the opportunity to talk on here. We're not interested in like a petty back and forth. We want to have honest debate, and
Yep.
honest debate is fine, but it has to be just that. It has to be honest. You know.
Exactly.
If you come
Pretty
on here, you're like
much
Coomer,
like how everyone
Coomer,
else
Coomer
who
this,
usually
bigger,
comes on.
big at that. Yeah, like Coomer this, big at that. If you're gonna do that, then you're not gonna be on here long. If you want to debate why it's okay, if you want to debate why you personally like it and stuff, then it's fine. But once it degenerates to that, you're getting booted. No tolerance for it.
Yeah.
So, um, and lastly, even though we all kind of discuss things and we get into the topics, let's try to keep it somewhat concise. I know, like me and Revenue sometimes go on for a while too. I mean, it's kind of cheap, but we're the hosts. We could do that, baby. But but seriously though, like let's try to keep it like somewhat concise with like what we're talking about, because we all have a tendency to drag on a bit. Um, so
Yeah,
we're gonna try
let's
to
try to keep that to a minimum. And
yeah, let's try to keep it on.
if it
Yeah,
does get to
exactly.
that, you'll see something on the screen. It'll say wrap it up.
we'll probably yeah, that's what she said, wrap it up, baby. Nah, but like We're gonna definitely like kind of like monitor that a bit more, and yeah.
Yeah.
So
I don't think we all need like 20 minutes. I'm of course I'm exaggerating a bit. We all don't need 20 minutes to talk about it. Like one particular
yeah,
thing.
yeah,
When of course got other people on the panel, and keep in mind it's also people who are usually like waiting backstage for a very long time.
yes, exactly,
So
exactly. And it might seem a little
I
inconsistent because I
just in
know
fairness.
Me and Revenant can sometimes like go on a bit, but at the same time, we're hosting, we're trying to set the tone, set the placement for the topics sometimes as well. So it's a little, it's a it's just
Yeah.
that's kind of like what we have to do as hosts. So it might feel a little unfair, but
Mhm.
it's the reality of it. Like, but anyway, everyone can come on here. Everyone give their opinion. We just want to make it a little bit easier, because I feel like some people come on and they
Yeah.
feel obligated to talk about the previous subjects, and if you're not interested, you don't have to. That's all. So anyway,
Yeah.
let's move
Exactly.
on.
Okay. So and Royce, yeah, it's all good. You good? It's always great having you on. And what's up, Apollo Patriot? How's it going? Jim Pachi, you got your fellow Russian comrade, so he can help you out.
Здравствуйте, как дела? Ты хорошо?
So should I send the links out?
Yeah, you can send the links out, man. We could get to it.
Okay, cool. Okay,
Let's
and then
get
I'll
to
put
it.
the link in the chat, and then whoever wants to come on can.
Hello
In
there.
the meantime, you can talk to the fine people.
Hello there. My name is Bev, and I'm here to talk about the ins and outs of pedanticness. No, oh man, but yeah, like, but everyone in the comments, I think it's actually, I think that Neil Zoic had a question that might have got overlooked. Give me a sec. Hey, Colmy, what's up, man?
All right, you're gonna have to find it.
Yeah, I will. I saw something about do your thing, pimps. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Oh yeah, Hakami. Yeah, what's up, Hakami? The Hakami.
Yo,
Yeah.
what's up,
So
Ikami?
the
Ikami.
Prime says, I think people like Melanie Max saw how popular anti-woke content was on YouTube and decided to hop on a bandwagon. I doubt she actually believes most of the stuff she says. I kind of agree. She gives me the vibe of somebody who desperately wants to be liked and loved, and it kind of shows when she got even a smidget of criticism from her own people. She just completely like was crumbling and like desperately like she couldn't even admit that she was wrong. I think that she really, it seems kind of like cliche, but I think she really, really wants people to like
That's why
love
she
her
wants to play the
and
victim about Christians being
yeah,
attacked.
yeah, exactly, and just have like and just have people like love and idolize her, which is kind of ironic considering that's pretty much one of the worst things you can do. A game started cost of Shaw. The Prime said that. I'm trying to find that comment. I don't want to skip Neozoic's question. I might have. Oh man, where the hell is it? Octo Commander is here. Hello, Commander. All right, so the new gaming. Okay, maybe we did answer it. I could have sworn there was another one. Oh, how would you rank the weakest to best of DC Trinity romantic relationships? Superman, Lois Lane, Wonder Woman, and Steve Trevor, and Batman and Catwoman. Um, I think that Superman and Lois Lane is like number one because it's just so iconic, followed by Batman and Catwoman because of just the sheer character history. Wonder Woman and Steve Trevor. I don't hate it; it's pretty good. But I guess that would be the order: Superman, then Batman and Catwoman, then Wonder Woman, and Steve Trevor last. I'd rather play Space Marine 2 40k PvP is better than Call of Duty SBMM simulator. Yeah, it's hard. It's kind of hard for me to get into a lot of these shooters now. I won't say they're straight on bad. I don't think they're bad. I just can't. I just can't get into them. Like a game I was actually playing that I liked. It was surprisingly, it was a free to play game. It was the game Splitgate. I don't know if you guys have played that, but I was having a lot of fun with that game, and I stopped playing it. Like for me, I guess I need more of like a good story, or the gameplay has to be so outrageously fun that I can't put it down. Like for example, like Gears of War up until like 4 or 5. Like I think 3 I used to play was the last one I would play a lot online. Um, Up until that point, like I had so much fun with those games and Gears of War, the older Call of Duties I had fun with, but I just can't. Like these current multiplayer games, like a lot of them just kind of like they really just bore me, and they're just too grindy. Like Rainbow Six Siege, for example, is so much worse than Rainbow Six Vegas 2 to me, outside of anything but graphics. Like just competitively, it was more competitive. Like I missed that era of multiplayer gaming when there was more an incentive on making something fun and addictive rather than trying to make it fun and addictive to sell you microtransactions and shit like that. So, and I feel like that's the major difference I noticed with like the current Call of Duty games, um, all the free to play games, like even Marvel Rivals. I'm sure that they're gonna add a bunch of characters and stuff that's DLC. I don't.
Oh, of course.
As pretentious as it sounds, I'm not trying to be that guy because I love gaming. I just don't feel like I have the time to invest in doing that, and I definitely don't want to invest the money in that. You know, so
Insurgency Sandstorm is a game you play when you want to fall asleep. Is it really that bad? I only heard of it.
It's really good.
Oh my
the
god!
New recent update.
Okay, I
new
couldn't, I
recent
couldn't
up-
resist.
hello
new
there.
recent update is pretty good on it.
You know how you know he's a Giga Chad? Because he came in here already talking. He was like, "Screw that."
That's all I can
Yeah.
say.
Said
is,
fuck the introductions.
Yeah.
Hey, bro,
Yeah,
nothing wrong with
you
that.
gotta
Yeah.
find out. Yeah.
Is it really?
Yeah, it's all good.
Is it really good? I never checked that out.
Well, if you're playing on PC, you can have like your movement like is pretty good. Like you can shoot straight like a laser. But I always use controller. Controller is kind of different. I mess with the settings with the controller and it works smoothly. I'm guessing if you like
the
playing
sensitivity?
on PC, yeah, the sensitivity. So yeah, PC. I would say for you, PC for Insurgency Sandstorm. It's so
Gotcha.
fun. That's all I can say.
Yeah, because I for me, like I care about fun. I don't really like the grindy. I like honestly. All right, I'll put it this way. I don't care about it being grindy. I just want to have fun killing people in the game.
Yeah.
As
You can
sociopathic
have
as
fun.
that sounds, that's what I.
There's
Yeah.
there's a PvE game mode. You can join up with a huge squad and you can fight against insurgents, like like in the Middle East, like
Yeah.
So it's really fun.
So terrorist cells. Yeah.
Yeah,
that
so
sounds
like
fun,
you
man.
play as like a military operators and you go fight against terrorist groups. It's good game. That's yeah.
And it's an FPS.
Yes, not third person,
Okay.
but first person. It's
Okay,
pretty
cool.
decent.
Okay.
There's so many videos you can learn from. So
I'll watch some videos of it because it does sound kind of interesting.
Yep.
Because like
What's
man,
up,
like
Latina in the chat.
I think we all miss those days where like games were like, because this is what happened. Because this is to me, this is how I look at what happened. They saw that multiplayer games were doing well, and they started trying to enforce it on everyone. Like they try to they saw games like Gears of War being popular, Halo 3, and they saw like how much fun people were having, and they try to monetize them so much, like progressively over the years. It's just gotten so greedy that it took the core out of what the games were, and that's why you have so many like gotcha games and free to play games now, because they only exist as vehicles to sell you shit. While before, if you bought Halo 3, you were getting a full campaign and really fun multiplayer, and it wasn't like trying to sell. Yeah, it had DLC for sure, but it wasn't trying to sell you DLC every 2 seconds, and that's what made them addictive and fun. And I think the people in charge of the companies, they miss sight of that. Your game has to be fun in order for the people to want to buy stuff for your game. If you make your game for the sole purpose of selling microtransactions, your game is likely going to fail or not last long. All the best multiplayer games that we all remember were more focused on having addictive gameplay, and then they sprinkled in microtransactions later on, or they started to add them in with the sequels. But you can't just come out with a game like, let's say, Concord, put a bunch of like DLC shit in there, put a bunch of microtransactions. I think, it's a multiplayer shooter, so it's gonna do good no matter what. It's like it's so short-sighted that it's almost hard to believe these people in charge actually run these multi-million-dollar companies actually with that kind of line of thinking.
Yeah, totally agree.
So
Yeah.
Totally
They
agree.
green light these projects and think it's gonna do well.
look one perfect
But
example is GTA
before
5.
we get into
GTA 5 when
before we get
when it
into
first,
the like the main, I guess, like the main topics. Yeah, what were you gonna say?
No, go ahead.
Before
Go ahead. Go ahead. I was just gonna say that GTA 5 when it first came out, the multiplayer was meant to be addictive, but then they started going crazy with the microtransactions when it started doing well. which isn't a great practice. But at the same time, they at least had the foresight to like wait a little bit before they went like full ape shit on the multiplayer. Like vanilla GTA 5 multiplayer is nothing like what it is now. So just want to point that out as like an example. But yeah, continue.
Okay. You know what? Since Prime had mentioned it, and there's really not much I have to say about it, like in like detail right now. We can just talk about the Switch 2 real quick. That was announced. I think wasn't it this week? I think
Latina
so. I don't remember.
Parfait.
Whatever.
What's up?
It's been a long week.
I think it was last Monday.
So
You can't
Switch 2
criticize.
was announced. No, you can't.
You can't criticize the Latina Parfait. Racist bigot. Anyway.
Yeah. Not a Latinx.
Yeah.
But so Switch 2 was announced. They showed off, what was it? What Mario Kart are we up to?
9.
I have
8, 9?
9, right?
Oh, okay, so all right, there you go. I don't remember what else they showed off. I kind of like zoned out from it, to be honest. Some people said it was kind of underwhelming. Some people were like, losing their minds over it. I thought it was kind of underwhelming, but whatever. I think it's coming out in April or sometime. Is it April? Sometime this year. There's like rumored games. There's gonna be like apparently there's gonna be a Zelda remake / remaster. If it's a remaster, maybe it'll be like, I don't know, Twilight Princess.
Yeah.
Because I don't think they ever did anything with that aside from was it on the Wii U? Did he?
Yeah, there was a remake. There was a remaster on the Wii
I
U.
didn't know that.
Okay, all right. So yeah, they may do something like that. I think another Mario Galaxy game or a 3D one or something like that. And I think they'll get like third party support, I'm sure. I think people like, Elden Ring will be on there and whatnot. But I'm pretty sure it's gonna be the same thing like with the Switch. You gotta have multi-platform games that are gonna be pretty underpowered in comparison to say like PC, PS5, Xbox Series, whatever. And you're really just gonna be getting it for like the exclusives that are gonna be on there if you're into them, and of course being able to play it handheld and whatnot. But that's really all I see of it. I mean, I'm sure it'll sell well. I don't think.
Of course, it'll sell like hotcakes.
I think it'll probably like have the same success as a Switch.
The price point's gonna be way
so I don't
cheaper
think it's
than
gonna be
other
like
consoles.
the Wii to the Wii U type of situation.
No, the price and also the price point.
Yeah,
Nintendo
sure,
always done really
I don't
well
remember
because
if they announced the price.
well, they've always been like historically they've always just been cheaper, and that's helped them with their sales usually. I mean, like the Wii was, despite the Wii being, honestly, I know this might rub people the wrong way. The Wii to me was mediocre. The original Wii, it was basically to me like at the level of a GameCube with motion controls. Anyway, whatever. The point is that console was so much cheaper that you're the highest selling of the three, but you're also the cheapest. You know what I mean? Like, so of course you're gonna do good if you're the cheapest competitor. And I honestly don't care. I don't hate Nintendo. I actually like Nintendo a lot. I like a lot of Nintendo products, but I don't really care until I see how powerful the hardware is on there, because like I'm kind of tired of Nintendo like doing this thing where like you always have last gen first party games on like they're always a generation behind technically, and then every IP that they have, since they're exclusive, they always seem like they're like pushing the tech, or like they're like look how much better Mario looks, look how much better Samus looks. But because it's always on underpowered hardware, so it always looks good compared to what was before. If those games were on Sony and Microsoft consoles, the limit to what those games could do would be pushed more. I'm not vouching for that. I'm just saying that like that's kind of why I don't care, more so because while I like some of their first party stuff, it's not enough for me to buy the console. Like, it's not enough to sell me on it. You know what I'm saying? So I gotta see. Same. I definitely gotta see.
Thanks, Newzog, for clarifying. It's coming out April. Damn, what the hell was it?
April 2nd.
April 2nd. Yeah. So
April 2nd.
There you go.
Bird. I need you to.
So I don't know if you guys have anything about Switch.
Dial it up to 10, bro.
Switch 2. I think it's like a console that's basically like it's like, okay, so we basically here's the console that you asked for, that you've been asking for, a more powerful Switch, right? It's probably gonna have DLSS, right? So that's the frame generation stuff, which is going to help its performance quite a bit.
Hopefully.
And because obviously Nintendo fans aren't really too bothered about their visuals, like they're really not. Like they're not looking, clearly not. They're never looking for like super like cutting edge visuals. That will go a long way to giving them some pretty decent performance.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at it and it's like, oh, the screen's bigger and the one Joy-Con is now orange. That's good. Yay! And that's kind of what I did. I kind of gave them a really underwhelming little applause when I saw it.
Yeah.
I think everything's in the right place, and I think it's the safest of the consoles, in my opinion.
Definitely, I agree with that. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, it has to be. It has to be.
But as Nintendo, as a company, I won't be buying it. I shan't be supporting it.
Yeah, same.
Nintendo have become a disgusting company, and the thing they pulled with Power World, the closing down of the emulators, the absolute just complete disregard for video game, keeping
the
video
consumer,
games.
the consumer, pretty much. I mean, you have games that are like super old, no online play. They'll instead of if they just did it themselves, then modders and PC and people on PC wouldn't have to pick up the slack, and they would make the money that they would make the money that they would be losing from people playing on those emulators. So it's like Super Smash Bros. Melee, like they shut that down, but then they had no direct online service for years for it. So it's kind of like, all right, like why? Like they shut down tournaments because of it, because of them using multiplayer emulators. So
they really hate keeping games in a playable state for people when they get past a certain age, and I think that as time goes on, this is going to probably become the biggest problem that the industry is going to face. We're not there yet, but I don't think Nintendo is going to be. Well, let's just say, like maybe in 4 or 5 years, I don't think Nintendo is going to be too many people's friend.
I don't think so. I mean, I mean, look, one thing for me, like I have the first Switch, right? Like the original, and I love Super Mario 64, right? But that game's so old, they're either remake now that I'm like a remaster. I don't know if you want to call it a remake, but it's so old now that I'm not gonna pay full price for that game in 2024 or 2025. Sorry, I'm not gonna do it. Like I'm not gonna pay $40 to play Super Metroid. I'm not saying they're charging that much. I'm exaggerating a bit, but I'm not gonna do that. And in Nintendo, they're so stubborn as a company. Like I honestly find them backwards in a lot of ways. Like even now, their interfaces with like multiplayer, like their online services are years behind compared to everyone else. Like I can't in good conscience support them day one or anything like that. Like, when I bought the Switch, it was already like way older. You know?
Yeah,
so,
they just seem to really hate the idea of people wanting to play older games, and I can't in good conscience support that.
They want to you know what it is? They want to control the industry to meet the standards that they dictate rather than letting the market decide, which is kind of like anti-consumer.
Yeah, they're very controlling. But that stuff they pulled with the whole Pal World thing, just you know what? Like your games, your Pokemon games are shit, right? They're shit. They're shit now. They're shit.
Oh
now.
yeah,
they're shit.
The last two, terrible.
Yeah. They're shit.
I couldn't even get through Moon. I couldn't get through Moon, Sun and Moon. That's how bad they've gone.
And then when a slither of competition appears, they just they run to the lawyers. Nah, get out of here.
Yeah.
That's all I've got to say about Nintendo. I hope the Switch 2 does. I hope people really enjoy the Switch 2, and it does well, because it is exactly what people asked for.
Yeah, I hope so too, because look, I like Metroid. Metroid is actually probably my favorite game series of all time, like period. I would argue like top 3, which is funny because I'm not a Nintendo guy. And you know, they have so many things that I like on there, but it's just that it's kind of like how I feel with like Sony and Microsoft. There's so many things that I like from those companies, but a lot of it is so bad that I can't support the company at the sacrifice of those games, right? Like with certain things, and unfortunately that's the choice we always make as consumers. It's like, all right, do you want to play Ninja Gaiden Black 2 with some toned down shit in the game? Is it a hill that you want to die on? And it's sad that gaming has come to that. Like the purity of it is pretty much gone.
Yeah.
So
I mean, they keep insisting on using the Unreal Engine 5, so I always just switch off as soon as I see that little thing pop up.
I think it's bogus. Because we're gonna talk about Unreal Engine. We're gonna talk about Ninja Gaiden later in the podcast, so I'll save it for then. But that whole it's Unreal Engine 5 shit is total bogus. That's absolute bogus. So anyway, I think everyone else can give their opinions. I think.
Apollo.
Apollo. Yeah.
Real quick, Benjamin. We didn't do the podcast in about like a month, so yeah, we're back.
Yeah.
So I don't.
A month break.
I'm pretty sure you were here for the last one anyway. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. So anyway, Apollo.
So I'll keep it short and quick and fast with the Nintendo 2. That's pretty cool what they're doing. I think they need to step it up more further. Put all the old school third-person shooters on there, like SOCOM and Ghost Recon 2. I can say that would be pretty cool because they're always pro old school games. Why not put that on there? That's what I can say, and that would make a lot of people happy.
SOCOM being on Nintendo would be like the twist of the century.
Yes.
I love those games too, man. I love the SOCOM games. Like I really wish that it would have like a solid comeback. So hey, who knows if they could have the rights to publish on there? Why not? Why not bring them back? They got Tony Hawk on there, so why not some old games like SOCOM?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Well, if Sony cleans house, maybe one day we can get some old Sony intellectual properties returning. Eh? That'd be nice.
Hopefully, yeah. These waste of live service games and
Killzone
remasters. And shit.
Imagine a remaster of Killzone 1 with full multiplayer functionality. I don't know if you guys ever played it. I don't know if you guys played those games online, but they were like mega competitive.
Never played them, but I respect their stories.
I really like 2.
So it's great.
I like its visuals. I really did like its visuals.
Yeah. 2 is great, man. You you really can't go wrong. The only one that I felt like wasn't that good was the last one. I was not a fan of the last one.
They were kind of phoning that one in, weren't they, a little bit?
Yeah. And they kind of lost the plot because it felt more like a Call of Duty than a Killzone game. Like, like that hefty grit that Killzone has. That shit is gone. I forgot what it's called. Killzone Shadows.
Yes.
Maybe? Shadowfall,
that was it. Yeah.
Yeah, Killzone Shadowfall. They lost all their grit. They lost all their grit, all of it. Like they just went full. We're gonna try to be Call of Duty 2.0. So, but who knows, man? Maybe the Switch. I'm not saying the Switch 2 is gonna be bad. It could be good, but we just have to for me personally, it's wait and see. That's all.
Totally.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
before we continue with the other topics, I forgot who wanted us to talk about it in the community post. Someone had commented. I forgot. Actually, you know what? Let me look. But while I let you guys talk, but let me set things up. I don't know if anyone's seen the Real Game Awards from Side Scrollers that happened. Was it Friday or Thursday or something? I don't remember exactly which day.
I'm not sure if there's going to be like a topic or something, but I got quite a bit to say about that. Yeah.
Oh man, it was so cringe. I'm just gonna say the elephant in the room is that it was very cringe. It was very bad. But anyway,
I believe it came from a good place.
Did they show South of Midnight?
They should. The thing about those guys is that they're not either side. I guess they're just trying to play both sides, if you want to call that. Or I just think they just exist in the middle. Like there's nothing wrong with that.
Well, I find it to be
Mhm.
frank, I find it kind of cowardly in a way, because I'm not saying that you have to have a political slant, but these people have ranted about these games so much that to sit there and be disingenuous about their opinions about the games is kind of like, it was really cringy to me. Like,
It's interesting, yeah.
because there was a topic Revenant, because I actually saw it with Revenant. We were like both like we were basically like laughing at them because of how bad it was. But there was a part where like even if their intentions were in the right place, it's like there was so much inconsistency. Like what was the game that they bashed and then they bashed it, it won an award, then it was immediately put into a category of
no, it was
cash grab.
Helldivers too. That won an award. It was a positive award. I think it was for best multiplayer or something like that.
Yeah.
Or I forgot exactly the category, because honestly, a lot of the categories were pretty stupid, and the actual like choices that were there, a lot of them made no sense.
Yeah.
But then it was on I think wasn't on no, it was what's that one called again? Bait and Switch of the year? Yeah,
Bait and
it was,
Switch of the year.
Helldivers 2 was then on. Yeah.
And none of those games on that list were actually bait and switches either. It was really weird. And I feel like you can sometimes, there's a saying that I believe in. It's like you try to be so open-minded that your brain falls out of your skull. I don't know if you ever heard that before, but that's kind of how I felt with that. Like they were trying to show that they were neutral so badly that it became like almost like a virtue signal. Like, hey, we're not like them because look, we're being fair to both sides. But it felt very disingenuous to me, like from what I saw.
Yeah. There's like a lot of effort that goes into sort of trying to play both sides, and then you see the burnout, and you're just like, oh, that's really kind of sad.
It felt very unnatural. It felt like the kind of guy that's like, you hate something, but then you're like, oh, but you have your right to do it or whatever. But then like it doesn't feel like they really share that belief of freedom. It just feels like they're just trying to like say we're not as bad as the other guy, rather than it. And again, I could be reading a lot into it, but they didn't really do a good job of showing me that wasn't the case, to be frank.
I mean, you don't really have to try very hard to look better than these dickheads on the X or Twitter or Zidda. You don't have to try hard at all, Craig.
Yeah, you don't have to try hard at all. Like exactly, because it's like for me, if I say like when I say I don't have a problem with, if I say like I don't have a problem with people, like if I say I don't have a problem with people being Christian, I mean it. I don't have to struggle to like bring those words out. I don't have to like ultra virtual signal and say, oh, well, all this stuff. It's like I can disagree with like authoritarian or puritanical BS and still think it's okay for someone to be a Christian. But it's like it's like the way they delivered that message within that fake game awards, whatever you want to call it, the real game awards. It just felt like we just want to look like we're the good guys rather than they're actually like trying to like, it's like rather than they're actually trying to make that point. It just felt fake to me. I guess that's the short of it, is it felt very fake.
Yeah,
that's the long story short of it.
Blabs is a bit annoying.
Oh yeah, and to clarify, it was Urek that actually asked a question about side scrollers.
Yeah,
they're very normy, and I think it's.
But
I think that can exist in this space.
Yeah, Jimmy actually. Yeah,
you're right.
The year, and it fucking came out 2023.
Yeah, they put RoboCop on there, right? They put RoboCop. Yeah, that's what it was.
We're having to go at the VTuber girl, Kirsch because she basically said she basically gave presented an award, and people thought she had psyoped her way in and rigged the award. because like it or not, both sides have shacked up with some truly unstable people.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm not okay with Coomers.
Yeah, I'm not okay with Coomers.
Say for sure unstable.
And then in the same breath, in the same breath, you've got these crazy 4chan people saying, "Oh, Kirsch, you're a Jew coal burner psyop," and it's like, what the fuck? She presented it. She didn't vote. Like
that happens all the time. That's why, like, we also got that's why it's important to be careful who we choose to interact with in like this, like I guess like in the space of people that are against this stuff, because some people, like, some things are true, but then like out of nowhere they'll say like it's like communism. There sure is a lot of communism, and 100% should be called out, but it's not all communism. Some of it is just like greedy BS, you know. Like
Yeah.
it's good to have like a more of like, I wouldn't say be nuanced, because in the end a lot of it straight up, a lot of it is communism, but like not everything is a communist psyop. Sometimes it's just greedy people being dickheads, right?
Yeah, right, exactly. It like the world isn't just a communist psyop or a schizo Jewish
Yeah.
conspiracy. Okay, there's like nuance in between it, guys.
yeah. There's room for that, but there's nuance, you know. Like it's like, you know.
But it's what I've sort of been noticing is that they like, especially since Trump took office and has been doing his thing, it's like they really have started to, like you said, kind of out themselves a little bit more.
Yeah.
They know
you're
they're
right.
in deep crap.
Yeah, and like
they're fucked. They know they're fucked. They're scared.
Yeah.
Straight up, they're scared.
And there's a lot of extremes are rising to the top. But just wondering, did anybody hear about the award? The trans creator got an award.
Yes.
Was that one in the message that you got, Rev?
I think he might be doing something, but yeah, that was crazy, right? Like you win the award.
I'm sorry, I'm back.
You win the award based on merit, and the first thing you do is make it about ideology in your
oh yeah, that person,
yeah, you're sweet, yeah.
And it was,
I think they ended up blocking
really...
him too. Craig, that's who it was.
It's crazy because it's like these people.
I think
you might not agree with them, but they give you an award. Show some humility. No, he's getting an opportunity to come out and say, I don't agree with you guys, but thanks for the award. Instead, what does he do? He comes out of the degenerate mire, right? The swamp.
yeah.
Puts his head out for 2 seconds and tries to drag you all back in by saying, I'm gonna go have sex with my transgender dog.
Yeah.
Yep.
These people, you know, they're like they're just unhinged. Like it's hard to explain it, but like I feel like at a certain point you can only give but so much grace. It's like I don't expect these people to have a rational or sane outlook. And I think that expecting them to do so was a mistake on the part of the quote unquote Real Game Awards.
Yeah, I think Craig is a very
it was naive at best.
That's the thing. It's yeah, exactly. It's like, why try to play ball with the side that I mean, he should know for like by now, because he's been around for a long time. Understand?
Yeah.
And based on the podcast, because I'd watch some clips or whatever. I never watched like the full like pod. I just like would see like clips here and there. Especially depending on who he has on, because some of these people sound like they don't know what the fuck they're talking about or whatever.
A lot of
but
yeah.
You know, you're gonna like he should know better that these people are not gonna play ball. Like, why would you even entertain them even being like nominated or anything like that? Like, because you know what they're gonna end up doing. They don't want to be associated with that, and they're gonna clown you any chance to get, which is exactly what that person did. Yeah. And now you know they look stupid. And honestly,
the wolf bit their hand.
On top of the whole thing being exactly, yes. On top
he
of
cried
being
out
cringy as hell, and honestly making the actual game, making Jeff Keighley's Game Awards actually look somewhat more appealing in a way. Like they end up looking stupid because you had this troon weirdo clowning you and then blocking you on top of that, and then you're still insisting.
That's a massive L.
We try to we were talking about the merits about the merits, whatever. No, stop trying to be nice to these people. These people don't want to be nice to you. Why be nice to them? It's like these people like they'll claim like, we're for the game. We'll talk about what's really going on. Like, you should know these people don't like you. They don't like any of us. They watch 5 minutes of this. They're gonna hate us. They're gonna want us removed from existence just based off of our different opinions that don't align with theirs.
Yeah,
that's why.
Giving these
that's
people
why you
fucking airtime. That like, you're nominated. You won this award. Just or whatever. People voted, and it's like, again, it's Real Game Awards. It's supposed to be like, I would assume most people would be like consider themselves base gamers, right? And then you see the categories, and you see the games that end up winning and whatnot, and it's like, this is fucking trash.
A lot of them barely play games. A lot of them barely play games, bro. Be honest with you, like a lot of them, they sit there. They're fake game, bro. They're fake. Like, you think I look at all these people and I listen to what they say. Like, for example, I know I'm trashing Melanie Mac a lot, but listen, like, think about it. You think she's really playing a bunch of games? Like, listen to her takes, bro. She's not playing
No.
games.
Nah.
She's online
She's
too much
not.
to
Like,
play
let's
games.
be real. Yeah, she's not playing it. You think she really finished Stellar? You think she played and finished Stellar Blade? The fact that she had that take about First Descendant says all you need to know. And I'm singling her out here, but that applies to a lot of those people. A lot of those people, they talk about all these games and they rarely or never play them. They just don't play games that much to be having these opinions.
And then on top of that, they make our side look bad because then you gotta have the fucking
it makes them grifters.
you know,
You're letting grifters lead the charge.
You know, the woke leftists and all that are gonna be like, oh, look at our the conservatives, the right wingers or whatever. They don't play games or whatever. And then it's like, you know, you're showing the examples like Melanie Mac or fucking people in side scrollers or whatever, and then he ends up being like, yeah, it's true because they don't. Or fucking what's his name, Andy Pants or whoever. All these other people that you can say like, you know, that debatable if they're really grifters or not. And some of them are like legit, like Melanie Mac or Andy Pants and whatnot. And you can even say Razor Fist to an extent.
This is I believe there's a half truth.
You know, they don't play these games.
There's a half truth, bro. The half truth to me is that they kind of like games, but they don't like them enough to be just talking this strongly about them. They don't play with them enough to like. They don't play them enough to have like these strong of opinions. Like it's kind of like. I don't think that a lot of them are totally fake gamers. I just think they don't care. They don't really care as much as the audience that watches them do. And it's kind of like a thing where like, all right, people, they're more casual, but people are watching them. So they want to ride the grift because they see the profit or the benefit from it. That's kind of how I feel about like with people like Endymion and shit like that, where Endymion, you know, he talks a lot about games, but it comes across as very like flat, dry. No offense, whatever. It's what it is. That's my opinion. Sorry if that pisses people off. But not sorry actually, but
he's pretty basic, isn't Endymion, to be honest.
Yeah. He you know, like when you have like a generic anti-woke taste, like like if every Ubisoft game that comes out, you're like, will this be good? It's like, come on, bro. At this point, like you should know what's up, man. But anyway,
it's like just really quickly, I feel like if I feel like you have all these different channels and they're all saying it's just such a basic statement, but it really is the truth. They're all saying the same thing, and they're all saying it from the same goddamn script, and it's so boring.
And you can tell who cares. You can tell who cares and who doesn't care. Like you can feel it, bro. You can feel the people that give a shit about the thing that they're talking about versus other people. Like, you know, it's just a reality. And again, that half truth exists where like Razor Fist might kind of like games. He might have been more of a gamer in the past, but like when I think about like some of his takes and what he says, I'm like, I don't know, bro. It seems kind of sus to me, you know. Anyone could go online and play like the main AAA game that just came out that year and pretend to be a gamer. But like, where are the streams of you playing GTA 4? Where are the streams of you playing classic Splinter Cell? Where are the streams of you playing Hitman 2, the original version on emulator? Like, where do all these things exist of you doing them? You know, because if you're like a hardcore gamer like that, where you have this massive channel, why are you not engaging with gaming in a way that shows it? Again, I don't watch Razor Fist like that, so for all I know, he could like play those games on stream. It's just that I just get the vibe that he doesn't stream a lot. Like he doesn't like stream all these games. Like for me, if I had like I don't play on PC. But for me, if I'm going to stream games, I'm streaming God of War 2, God of War 3, God of War 1. I'm streaming, you know, Splinter Cell. I'm streaming the original Arkham Asylum and Arkham City. I'm playing Dead or Alive 5 for my ones. I'm going to play Tekken. I'm going to play all these games. And these people just straight up don't do it. They'll stream like the Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 because there's controversy behind it. They'll stream like shit like that. Like, I don't know, man. It's just... Yeah, exactly. Like, so
a lot of them, but you're playing like Fortnite or a bunch of indie fodder, walking simulators or whatever. Like a lot of like easy, like simple shit that everyone's heard of, or even some shit no one's heard of, but it's like an easy game to like, you know, get through and be like, hey, look, I'm playing this game, whatever. I'm like, all right, you're playing a walking simulator, you're playing some fucking early access game or some shit. Like, all right, bravo.
And they expose how bad they are at these games. A lot of times you see them struggling. You see them struggling with like Resident Evil 4 Classic and shit like that. I'm like, how are you struggling with Resident Evil 4 Original? Like, how are you struggling with like these games that if you were really a hardcore gamer, like
some even struggle with the remake of 4.
You don't have to be perfect. I'm not saying you have to be perfect, but like I just feel like there's an extreme disconnect between you being stuck in like a preliminary area for an hour and then you're like supposed to be a hardcore gamer. Like, I find it kind of sus. I mean, it happens to all of us to a degree. Sometimes we do just get stuck, but it's just not. It's just like the full picture. The things together tell a full picture, like a full story.
Yeah. So sometimes I just it's weird, but sometimes I'm enjoying the game, and then just suddenly out of nowhere, just loses me. And I'm just like, I can't finish it. I'm done. It might be a good game.
Sometimes, actually, a lot of times.
It's that's just one of those things. But for the most part, I try to finish all the games that I'm serious about.
Yeah. I mean, like, look, no one's expecting you to play and finish every game. Again, like, there's some games that I play, like, from the past that I might struggle with or whatever. But there's just, like, a level of it. There's a level of, like, where you kind of just look like you're a fish out of water, like, playing older games. And I feel like I could, like, for example, like, if I put Ninja Gaiden 2, the classic, in my Xbox right now and play it, I'm not going to be, like, a complete fodder at the game, Like, I'm gonna be able to, like, play the game effectively, You like, I don't know. It's just weird to me. I find it weird.
But Apollo, you got anything about that Game Awards show? I don't know if you've seen it or not.
No, I haven't seen it, but I don't really watch them because they're always like Hollywood. It's always like somebody always rigs the games up. I feel like, me personally, Helldivers deserves a lot of attention. Like, they deserve a lot.
Interesting fact about that: you actually had to pay $30 to vote.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Well, I would say voting is a ripoff now. So I don't know. That's my
that's.
I just can't. I can't imagine caring that much to, like, want to pay to vote for something that's completely arbitrary and subjective.
Yeah.
That's kind of crazy to me.
We can make our own Game Awards show and easily have people vote on the community posts. Like, do two community post votes and easy.
Exactly.
Yep. I was actually talking. Funnily enough, I was actually talking to Revenant about that. If you guys in the comments are interested, let us know. We'll do votes for different games, and we'll make a Game Awards show. $0, 0 budget, and you don't have to pay $30. And at least you guys will be actual gamers. Will give their opinions.
Yeah, we won't have to make a website.
Maybe I'll animate some graphics for it to just make it a little more fun or something. If you guys
do
really
a fun video on that, that'd be cool.
Yeah,
all you do is just set up a bunch of polls, and that's it. There you go. Click the.
I'll set up a bunch.
That's simple. Yeah.
We'll set up a bunch of polls. I'll do some, like, animation graphics, so you guys have something to look at that's more fun, and then we'll do something like that, and it'll be free.
I'll put a post about it.
It'll be from people who actually care about these fucking games, So
yeah,
I mean, like, IGN does stuff like that at the end of the year. Like, it's nothing, It's a bit of web design, and that's it.
Yeah, it's really arbitrary. Yeah. It really is. Like, who dictates that? Of the pool of players, that basically says, even if you want to count those awards for anything, it just says the players that were willing to pay $30 to vote, this is what they thought was Game of the Year. And that's, like, so, like, such a it kind of gives them less credibility than a Game Awards vote, than the actual Game Awards vote, because at least the actual Game Awards vote, anyone could do it. I know there's bots as well, but
yeah.
No, well, also a lot of the votes come from the journalists who are.
I'm talking about the player votes, not the journalists. I'm just saying the actual player votes would match. They would represent probably a more accurate pool of the gamers than that real quote unquote real Game Awards did, because a lot of people, as I said, those are of the people that are willing to pay $30 to vote. And how many people were really, like, does that really reflect all game? I love gaming, but I'm not going to pay $30 to vote on anything.
Yeah. Hell no.
I look back at, like, awards and E3s and stuff, and I realize, man, the cringe really was the best bit.
Yeah,
the cringe was the best part. You had these idiots that would come on stage and try to dance, and everyone in the audience would just sit on their hands for good reason.
Yeah,
right.
And honestly, why, as people, this is now me getting a little more philosophical about it. Why do we care so much that other people validate our purchase? I'll give you an example. I like the game Splinter Cell Double Agent. Splinter Cell Double Agent wasn't really like that well received. I like Splinter Cell Conviction, even though I do know it's a kind of a betrayal of the series, but I still like that game. I like Blacklist, but again, the general consensus is that they're not great Splinter Cell games, and that's fine. But I do like those games. I liked Duke Nukem, though. Duke Nukem that was on Xbox 360. I actually enjoy that game. That game has horrible reviews. People hate that game. Like, why do we need other people to validate our purchase when in reality all that matters is that you enjoyed the game? So that's why even inherently the idea of a Game Awards is kind of like flawed to me, because it's like, to you, for example, somebody who doesn't like RPG games, a game like Final Fantasy would be boring shit. They would never put it on their Game Awards because to them, they're like, I don't want to stand there and take turns attacking. I think this is ass. I want to swing my sword real time. Does that mean that game is bad? No, but again, that could be voted for as Game of the Year because of general consensus. So I just don't think it's relevant enough that people should take it so seriously from anyone, let alone industry shills who have a bias. And I just want to say one last thing about the trans person, because you touched on it, and I just want to get this out there. Okay. People need to understand, like you said, these people are not your friend. They don't care. They're ideologically driven. And even if the game was good, genuinely good, I still wouldn't have it on that list, because ultimately these people, they like, it's just like that. They don't care. They're so like focused on the message that they're pushing that they can't, like you said, they can't even have the humility to accept the award with good graces and say, hey, your ideological enemies gave you credit. Like, they're never going to do it. Why are you expecting logical reactions from illogical people? Because remember, this person thinks that if you put on a dress that makes you a woman, you think that person has a sane and unbiased, nuanced opinion? Come on. Like, so why give them the platform? And if their game is doing well, it's going to sell well regardless. They don't need you to praise it and give it an award anyway. Because again, like I said before, circling back, it's subjective anyway. So even if that game is not listed on there, if it's successful, the market will speak. You don't have to give these people credit. You get me?
Yeah, don't give someone an award if you know that the response will be immediately combative. That's what I think.
Exactly.
Yeah, I agree.
Because remember, these people, these people, like, no matter what you do, they're never gonna like you. They're always gonna hate you. They're always going to hate you just because you believe. There are people that think if you have a wife and 2 kids, that makes you a Nazi. People genuinely, unironically believe that. Is that somebody that I want to like say, look, I'm fair to you? Like, they're unbalanced. They need to be ostracized. I'm sorry. I don't feel bad about saying that. Like, you don't need unbalanced people. You don't need to give platforms to people that are gonna hate you, clown you, and make a mockery of what you're trying to do. And like, again, it doesn't say that the free market can't decide. If they make a good game and it sells well, that's on them. They're allowed to do that, but you don't have to give them that platform. That's all. Anyway, we can move on now. I don't want to.
Yeah.
Okay. No problem. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna swap Burv and Apollo. I'm gonna swap other people are waiting. And then I'll bring you guys back on.
Yeah.
So so I'm gonna do that.
Goodbye, Burv. Hip hip cheerio. Hip hip cheerio, Burv.
Don't worry, I shall be back.
We shall cast out these ne'er-do-wells.
Well, before I do that, let me answer Neozo's question. Well, for one, with the how I handled the game awards, I'm assuming you're referring to the one that Side Scrollers did. I definitely wouldn't have people pay to vote. I wouldn't even bother setting up a website for it. And I wouldn't. I think people even had to donate. I don't know if they had to, but I think people willingly donated like $30,000. I don't know how true that is.
Crazy.
But I wouldn't have anyone have to give me any money to do that. I would just have
$30,000. It looks like it was made for free.
Exactly. That's what I was thinking. I would just try to make it as fun as I can, and kind of have my own little personal spin on it. And I would try to not make it fucking corny and fucking cringe as hell. And definitely wouldn't be bringing on VTubers that behind the camera are fat women. But and I would have better categories. I would have just done things better. Like, you're having a award show for 2024, yet you have a bunch of games from like the years prior on there, and you have categories where there's only like two or three selections. that people can vote for. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
I don't
that's
know.
weird.
And then they
It
fucking have some
sucks.
bullshit like, oh, a journalist of the year, and it's fucking the typical YouTubers like Endymion, what was that guy, Trent Report or whatever the fuck, who ended up
Never heard of
siding
him.
with Melanie Mack and them, of course.
Yeah, I
Some
never
other
heard of him until the
people,
Millie Mac thing.
whatever. The last thing you want to do is like have a fucking award categories for people, and it just seems like one big circle jerk, because that's exactly what the Game Awards, Jeff Keighley's Game Awards is, one big circle jerk with him and industry plants and fucking activists and whatnot. So, but yeah, I definitely want to be giving awards to fucking troon activists that hate you. So
Yeah. Even if the game is good, that's
anyway,
not going to prevent
we're gonna move
if the game is good, it's not going to prevent them from making money.
Gooner Gate.
And any game that's good is going to make you money. So you don't need an award to validate that.
Exactly.
So I would still, we don't need to give these people that hate you any credit. That's all. But yeah, so Gooner Gate, right?
What's up, guys? How you been?
How's it going?
Good, just had an awesome new year. I went to Megabyte Nation
Pretty good,
video
pretty
game event.
Nice.
I was buying older games. It's way better than the crappy ones like Dragon Age or Gender garbage. I hate it. It flopped. Did you see the EA stock went down?
Oh yeah.
That was pretty bad.
Lost, like,
I saw that.
6 million.
Yeah.
It was 6 million for that and their soccer game, because they lost the license for FIFA, so it's some other soccer game they make now.
Yup.
Yeah.
It's kind of
That's
crazy.
good, man. It's good. You found you had some fun and you got to buy some. So you said you bought some older games.
Yeah, I bought let's see, Mario Kart, Mario Party 6, and other games.
Mario Party 6. That's
Nice.
a good one.
Yeah, classic.
Yeah, that's a classic
Good.
for sure. I love
Even
Mario
older
Kart.
Pokemon like XD and Coliseum, they're like $200 something. Both of them, like that's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you got XD. Coliseum is underrated, actually. I love Coliseum.
Yeah,
and
I know.
XD was good too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same here.
And then
that's
somebody
great.
I
bought
still remember that one. Yeah.
somebody bought Disney Sport Basketball for $1,200. That's insane. I'm not lying. It is.
That couldn't be me. I can't pay $1,200 for anything. And
that's too much.
I won't say anything, but definitely not anything that's like not any video games.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, like
Mm-hmm.
I'll sell games for $1,200. I won't buy them for $1,200.
Yeah, that's insane. I don't know why Disney Sport Basketball is so expensive. Like, there's on eBay for $5,000. Like, what the hell? I can't afford $5,000. Somebody has it already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The price is there is insane.
That only makes sense if you're a collector. I think those guys gotta be like hardcore collectors or something. Because if you enjoy a game and I would never spend that much money on a game that I would actually play, because I would want to preserve the quality of it. Like I have rare games. Like I have a game called Robot Alchemic Drive. That game's pretty rare. But I play the game. I'm gonna play the game. So I think I got it for like $40 or $60. But the game's it's really worth more. And I paid that much because I was gonna play it. If I'm not gonna play it and I have it in pristine condition, then you could justify spending that much money because the value will increase over time. But like, I don't know, they have to be like hardcore collectors. I doubt anyone's buying those games at that price to like even touch them. They're basically gonna be
true.
They're gonna do the Toy Story treatment where they're gonna be trapped in like a wooden box. Like they could do the Woody thing, the glass box.
Toy Story. Yeah. That's an old game.
Oh yeah,
I never seen before. That is so rare this day.
Yeah, like you know what I'm talking about, Revenant, right? Toy Story where he fixed up Woody, put him in that glass box. That'd be me with $1,500 games. I'll put some landmines around that bitch too. Ain't nobody touching that game, bro. Like $1,500, laser grid, like everything. Bro.
Yeah, just crazy. I also bought a cable that's connected to your HDMI for GameCube and original Xbox. Like I bought like $40. The other one's like $50 for original Xbox.
That's good, man. That's good, man. I had one for my
Yup.
Dreamcast. I had one of those for my Dreamcast, but it got like really badly frayed, and I ended up
Uh-huh.
never getting another one. But like those things are really handy. Like
Damn.
Yup.
I love the Dreamcast, but like it just be like I think I might have it like either in where my mom lives at in her house, or I might have it in a closet or something. But I didn't have enough games on there like toward like after I had like bought it for my friend. I basically bought his used because I wanted to have I wanted to have it again. But then I realized that getting the games was a nightmare. So I only had like one game on there, and I was like, all right, like I can't have. I'm not gonna be able to literally. I literally won't. I'm not willing to pay the money for my old collection that I would like want for Dreamcast. So it basically became useless
Yeah, like I said, it's crazy, and that's
because
not what it is.
I'm not paying $120 to play Marvel vs. Capcom 2. I'm not paying $120 to play Spawn. I'm just not gonna do it. So it just became a brick,
Nah,
unfortunately.
yeah, like I said, those
Definitely
cables
not.
that connect your HDMI TV, it might work on the new TVs, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
check
do,
it
they
out.
do, they do.
Mhm.
But you
So
know what I
anyway,
do have? I have
about
WWF
Goonergate
Royal
going
Rumble on
on.
Sega Dreamcast.
Oh, that's nostalgia.
Now,
Don't
now
make
that's a
those.
cla- now that's a classic. You hit that leg drop at Hulk Hogan, it's over. Like,
Yeah,
we can move on. 'Cause-
yeah. Let's move on.
yeah, let's move on. So
Right, right.
The Gooner Gate, yeah, Gooner Gate.
So, how you doing,
Yeah, yeah.
everybody?
What's up, man?
Good.
How's it going?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So right now I
What's up,
got my
OC?
classic mask on, the original OG OC mask, and aside from that, let's see what else we have here. So
Do something
right
a little different.
now, I recently got. Okay, so I can't show you it because it's on the table, but if anybody knows what this pen is, anybody knows what this pen is, this here, um, anybody?
I'm actually not able to look at my screen right now, so I'll have to I'll take your word for it.
Oh, okay, all right. So it's a
I
Cintiq
actually can't tell. I'm not
16,
sure.
and yeah, so I recently got it, and it's really great how you can just actually draw as if you're drawing on paper instead of just a regular tablet where your hand is moving and your eyes are on the screen and it's kind of weird.
Oh yeah, you got like a tablet like where you draw on the tablet. It's real time, real time.
Yeah.
Basically, it's like yeah. I have one of those. That's pretty awesome, man. I'm glad you got that. It makes it
Right.
way easier. I used to have the old ones. I know what you're talking about, where it's just a flat pad, and then you have to look at the actual computer screen to like see what you're drawing. You have like the one that's like more like a direct it's like more direct where you draw a line, you're actually seeing it on the screen as you draw it. You're basically drawing on a monitor, more or less.
Right. Yeah,
Yeah, those are
yeah.
awesome.
Like it just feels like paper and it's good. And aside from that, let's see what else we have here. So people are gonna start off with the Melanie Mac thing. Um oh my gosh. Okay, so only thing she just had to do, she could have just squashed this a long time ago. She could have just not apologized because it's just not a good idea to do so. Just say, all right, I'm gonna stick to my guns and believe what I believe in, right? And when you are able to hear me out and we can talk about it, then we can talk about it. But for her to think that people are just willingly just going to go and take that as something they're supposed to think, something they're supposed to take, right? Like it's like she insulted people. She assumed people are having such a fascination with these games to the point where whatever, right? That's where the goon word is coming from. And it's like, wait a minute, woman. You come around here expected people to change their minds when you disrespected them. Just say, listen, like I said, I hear you. I'm gonna stick to my guns. But I should not expect people to follow me like a Pied Piper because the other thing is with the thing of the whole thing of the anti-woke stuff, right? All right. So we're coming to a point where a lot of these people, I think also there's a little conspiracy thing going in my head, right? The little tinfoil hat is boiling, and I'm just going, and I'm just thinking to myself, wait a minute. They're probably trying to find something to break away from this anti-woke stuff, because we got the Donald Trump effect. He is just wreaking havoc on DEI, and they are picking up the information. They're looking at the data, because I think the quartering was like involved in something with that in terms of like online marketing or something like that. And they're just discussing and talking. They got their probably little Discord and all this kind of stuff, and they're just saying, hey, you know what? Statistically, we probably should break away from the whole anti-woke stuff and try and go into the middle ground. And for her, it is the other crazy thing about this. It's so crazy how so many people are just paying attention to her opinion. Yes, there's one thing for her to say something that is idiotic and stupid, but it's just amazing how one person says something and so many people are paying attention to her, and she made it about her. It's really interesting. And it's like right now, I feel like a lot of these people are going to try
Typical woman behavior.
and break away and bring up this stuff over and over again. And but the thing is, we have to keep our conviction and stay the course, because if we reverse course, then it's going to pop up again, because the woke people, it's like the scene of Morpheus was telling Neo that the people that run the system are so dependent on it, they're willing to die for it. These woke people are so dependent on a particular form of system that they are willing to fight to death for this. And we have to stay vigilant, because these people want to steal our freedom, because people might look at video games as, oh, it's just this thing, you sit down, you stare at a screen, you play with a bunch of buttons. Like I keep saying multiple streams, this is a microcosm of a bigger thing. So but aside from that, anybody got a reverse course? No.
Anthony gave it.
All right, man.
$70 round trip.
Anybody else?
Whoever's background noise is, can you just mute yourself so it doesn't bleed through?
Right.
Yeah, like I mean, yeah. Go ahead, Royce. Say what you got.
Sorry, I'm not gonna cut you off.
No, bro. Go ahead.
So my perspective of Melly Mac and the quartering, these people, they never play video games in their life. All they want to do is, talk about Gooner Gate, this and that. Like, for what? You guys never play video game. Video games and religion should not mix at all, because it doesn't work well. And I'm sitting here saying, this woman, why you have a tattoo on if you're a Christian? Huh? Why are you wearing a tattoo if you're a Christian, woman? You're being ridiculous and you're a hypocrite because you don't know how to listen.
In her last video, she had a sweater on that covered both her arms, by the way. I don't know if that's coincidence, but I thought it was a funny like little thing that I don't know. If it's because of the tattoo criticism, I think it's pretty funny. But no, bro, like look.
Wait, where does she live? Like what side, east or west?
I'm not sure, bro. I'm not sure.
Me neither.
And she was indoors. She was indoors, so there's no reason why. I mean, like,
yeah. I think it probably, if she was at the East Coast, it probably might be that polar vortex, because you got Atlanta and Florida with snow.
I don't think she's on the East Coast. Like, if I had to guess, she said she sounds almost like a little Texan. I don't know. Maybe she's from Hawaii. I don't know where she's from. Like I think it said that she was born.
Currently, like
She
right
was
now.
born in Hawaii. Bro, I don't know. I'm just saying that like she's at home. It's kind of implausible that it's that cold that she's just randomly wearing a sweater, and she rarely does that until recently. Like I don't know. It could be a coincidence. It's still hilarious, but
That I wouldn't be surprised though.
But to be fair, with her. When you said that she shouldn't apologize, I disagree. I think she absolutely should apologize. That was like the only way she really could save face, because apology could just be simple as I thought one way before, I don't think that way now. I apologize if I made anyone feel like ostracized or whatever, but this is not like I don't feel this way anymore. And then she's giving respect to the people that watch her to say, hey, I don't want to watch you anymore if this is going to be your stance, instead of trying to gaslight people and act like she's a victim. That's how I would look at it. So in my opinion, she has to apologize. Like that is what she has to do. And also,
I agree.
And also, you know, with the whole
the way she went about it was wrong.
And I agree with you that there is some weird conspiracy going on, because it's weird everyone came out of the woodwork to defend her. But let's not forget that, listen, everything is culture controls everything. The reason why she got so much flack is because she has such a massive following of simps, right? It would be the same as Eric July if Eric July says something like that crazy. It's like you have this massive following. So we all know throughout history, if you look at Hitler, if you look at Mussolini, if you look at look at communism, if you have a big enough pool of people listening to you, an idea can be extremely dangerous. And being the fact that we spend so much time trying to like talk with our wallets, push these Puritans out and push the woke people out of gaming, just for this person to come in and say, hey, well, I'm glad we got rid of that. Now let's get rid of everything else and let's make everything Christian. You know, we didn't spend all that time talking about this stuff just to undo that. So I think that the reaction of her, the reaction she's getting is appropriate, because even people like Razor Fist, all these massive channels, I only have 10. I just reached 10K subscribers. Like these guys have hundreds of thousands, 500,000, 300,000 subscribers. That's a lot of people listening to your stupid shit, and that's a lot of people that are going to parrot your opinion. You know, unfortunately, a lot of men are weak. Melanie Mac is kind of pretty, so they lead with their dicks, and they think, hey, if I virtue signal, if I kiss her ass enough, I'm going to get some buns from her. That's how these people think. And those people are extremely dangerous. Same thing with the people who they can't. You see so many comments defending these people, and there's no logic behind them. They're just blindly defending them as if they were a god, which is ironically anti-Christian because it's idolatry, as I said earlier in the podcast. And you know, you see this, so I think it has to be called out. I think she has to apologize. I think if she does say something fucking stupid, it should be criticized this much. And the reason why she got this much traction is really because she doubled down. And like Revenant said, like a typical, like a unstable woman, she makes it about herself. She made herself into a victim, and really people didn't let it fly. And Razor Fist made himself look bad. The quartering made themselves look bad. Like in the end of the day, you know, being conservative,
they all came in unison saying the same thing.
But it's because they're a little club, bro. It's like that old saying, they're a little club and you're not in it. Razor Fizz, Side Scrolls, Geeks and Gamers, all those people, they're in their little club, and their loyalty to their friends supersedes logic. That's why even though the quartering deep down knows that they're wrong, he has to know that they're wrong deep down in defending this, but he'll do it anyway, because he even said it himself. Melanie's his friend. He has loyalty to his friend, right? So loyalty to your friends, those are the people that you should be the most honest with, because they're your friends. Those are the people that you should be the most like, hey, this is kind of crazy. We have to like criticize you. Like we should be criticizing the people within what we're saying if they say something that's inconsistent. You don't have to be rude about it, but it deserves criticism. So I guess long story short, it's like they're a little group. Razor Fist, Melanie Mac, Eric July, Nerdrotic, all those people. They didn't get involved, but other people did. And as long as they're a little group, they're gonna defend each other, because you know that's how loyalty is with some people. And at the end of the day, like these people individually each have massive followings. They're all hypocrites. And again, you can say one thing that's correct, but if you say something that's wrong, I'm going to call you out for it. There's people that I say things in this podcast and people disagree with, and they call it out. They might like me, they might like my takes, and that's okay. If they disagree or if they feel like it's wrong, they have the right to do that. So, you know, we can't ignore the influence and power that these people have, because as corny as it is to say, they do have power. If you have 600,000 people listening to you, that's kind of a lot of influence. And if you're saying that, then people are going to parrot that in other videos. They'll parrot it on X. They'll say, oh, all this sexy stuff is Gooner stuff. Look at how a bunch of their fans all of a sudden are now anti-Gooner when all these same people were praising Stellar Blade when Melanie Mac was praising it. That's the kind of danger of that kind of influence. So
What? Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. Go on.
And also as far as like culture, that's why we have to protect gaming. That's why we have to protect entertainment, because entertainment is like, it's like a vehicle to the soul in a way, because it's a reflection of times people are influenced by it. So many characters even in mythology, before there were video games and there were movies, there was Greek mythology. They were like epic stories told by philosophers, and they inspired people to do good or do bad. And gaming is like the modern version of that. Writing is the modern animation. All these things are the modern version of that kind of storytelling. The Bible itself, no matter what you want to think about how true it is or not, it influences people. The stories of Job and his willpower and his faith in God, the stories of Noah, the stories of all these characters in the Bible, all these people, they influence people to be stronger. That's the same. It's the same psychology of like, I want to be like Batman. I want to have the willpower of Batman. I want to be like infallible in what I believe in. It inspires people the same way. So we have to protect gaming. We have to protect all this stuff. So I think it's very important. And the fact that people try to downplay it, I think is silly, because if it wasn't important, these activists wouldn't fight so hard to infiltrate it. Yeah. So anyway, that's my piece. I'll leave it there. I know I kind of went on a little bit of a rant, but
let me quickly answer Neil Zoic. He asked Reverend and the crew question. Although didn't games have religious elements / religious allegories such as Halo series, The Legend of Zelda series, etc.? That's true, but the thing is, they don't shove it in your face, and a lot of it is also a lot of games they will alter certain like phrases or how certain things are done based on the lore of the game. Like I'll use a very simple example with what's that one? Skyrim with the guy telling you praise Talos and whatnot and all that. The religious aspects in that game or other games, or even like what was it, Fallout New Vegas with Caesar and the other factions, or even like other like political like commentary within those games. It's not trying to convince you to join a particular side. It's more so religion, to make you like think of like, all right, is this good or is that bad? And it's solely based off
it's basically to have you question things. Morality.
That's why they give you the choice
meaning
to
of things.
do so.
Yeah, it's to get you to think, because religion is a strong part of human history, and it's okay to look at, it's okay to use allegory, but when you're telling people, like, it's a difference between doing that and making like a Christian propaganda that's trying to turn you into a Christian. That's not like the same thing. So I wouldn't like group them the same way, because at the end of the day, like religion has influenced, like even religion has an influence on culture, even to like people that aren't religious. Right? Like, just look at the expression "thank God." People say "thank God" that are not religious, because the expression is rooted in our history, even if you're not like a believer of those things. So it's okay to have to be allegorical, because in the end of the day, like it's just trying to like use those things to have you explore the morality of decision making or of a story. It's not. It becomes bad when it's like a Christian game or a Mormon game where you're playing as a Mormon and you literally have to convert people. That's like literal propaganda. Like, they're not the same. So you could talk about an alien race, for example, being oppressed by another alien race without it being a direct representation of American racism or like whatever, apartheid or whatever. Like, you can have the struggle is universal and it's relatable. No matter what part of life you're in, if you're a millionaire, there could be a billionaire trying to oppress you and steal your company. So it's what's universal is personal, and what's personal is universal. So,
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just gonna make it quick.
What's up, Y2?
Yeah.
What's up, Y2? Welcome.
Right. So when it comes to Melanie trying to have games turn to religious. I don't think she's trying to do that because she knows that the certain games that she plays is, doesn't fall in line with religion. And plus, there is a certain verse that criticizes fables, right? So, she's aware that this is not something that's going to happen where you're going to start seeing Jehovah Witness 2000, the last whatever, right? You're not going to see anything like that. But the thing is that it's just more like I said, it seemed like it's a stunt for her. It seemed like it's some excuse to break away. It seems strategic, and also like when it comes to religion or whatever, like your feelings, this is how I pretty much would do it, right? This is how I do it, right? So I have a character in the Octavio Camacho, the webtoons thing I'm working on. I have a character that pretty much makes statements about atheism and how certain commentary, and people will pick up on it, like how for example, their obsession with science and how science is known to be inhumane. And and it's just like the weak are meat and the strong shall eat, even though that's Buddhist. It's just the idea of like how evolution has to continue on, and like only the strong survives and stuff like that. And one of the reasons why religion, especially Christianity, was able to spread so much, people like to say, oh, they were better fighters and they had technology and stuff. The thing is, a lot of people that had certain beliefs or no beliefs, a lot of it was just like the only the strong survive. There was barely any religions that talked about mercy and stuff like that. And because it was just like,
but the Crusaders went
sacrifice.
pretty hard though. You can't deny the role of Crusaders. The Crusaders
Well,
really they really did spread a lot of Christianity through straight up bloodshed. That
Well, there
actually
was the Crusaders, but at the same time, it's like, okay, so you go to a village that, how's your daughter doing? Oh, okay, all right, this way. We're gonna have her sacrificed to the great giant piece of wood, okay? Because that's one.
But you know what happened to the Vikings though, right? You know about the Vikings. The Vikings were they had
the eagle, the wing, the blood wings.
They had no, not that. They had Christianity forced on them. They were after they were defeated by the English, I believe, or maybe it was the Welsh. I don't remember. Maybe the English.
No, the Angles.
The Angles, yes, the Anglo-Saxons. Yeah, that's the one. Correct. When they beat them, they basically outlawed Norse mythology. They basically forced it. It was by force that they were not allowed to worship their religions. I get what you're saying because it's not wrong. It's just that there's much more nuance to how it spread.
You must sacrifice and go out and conquer lands for Odin, the old wise.
But that's not that's not that different than you must spread Christianity to the heathens by force. It's not really that much of a different ideology, really, if you think about it.
Did Jesus ask for sacrifices? That's the thing, especially the blood wing. Have you heard of the blood wing?
I know what it is. The Old Testament did. The Old Testament did. And if you have the mentality that if a person if a person does not follow your religion and they're a heathen and needs to die, then you might as well be doing sacrifices. It's like just as bad. Like if you're like Islam, for example, if you're at the extreme end of Islam, it's like if you're not a non-believer, you're subhuman. Even the Old Testament had numerous sacrifices. So I'm not disagreeing with you because what you're saying is logical.
The Old Testament, and the other thing is, he who hasn't sinned cast the first stone.
Okay.
And my thing is
exactly. He who hasn't sinned cast the first stone, which is why people like Melanie Mack. They need to shut the fuck up. That's the point. But the key thing is they need to shut the fuck up. Like, look, I there's nothing wrong. You're fine to be Christian, but I'm not going to pretend like Christianity is innocent because it's not hard to make people Christian when they don't want to get impaled by a great sword. I'm just saying, like, it's not hard to push people in that direction, bro. And if you or Islam, if you're saying, hey, we're a group of 100 people in this village, if you don't cover your hair, we're gonna stone you to death. It's pretty easy to say, you know what? Maybe I do believe this because you don't want to fucking die, bro. So it's not that much different than sacrifice. It's not like all these religions were spread through straight up peace. Christianity has a lot of good messages. I'm not shitting on Christianity, but it's just that's the reality of history, bro. But ultimately, like when it comes to humans, we have, and I know this is about Gooner Gate, I'm gonna circle back to that. As human beings, we're not fucking animals, and we have a higher consciousness, right? So of course, if you go too strongly in the direction of the physical, literal world, that's when you end up in like what's that term called? That's where you end up in like territories of like euthanasia, like all kinds of all kinds of like really dark psychology and science. You get that way if you go too far to the side of logic. But if you go too side to the part of belief, you end up with like suicidal empathy. You end up with nonsense. You end up with being illogical. So humans have to strike a balance to have we have to we have to historically find a balance between what's logical and emotional so that we don't self-destruct. If you go too far like pure logic, then you could justify genociding people because they're not quote unquote helpful to humanity. And if you go too far the other side, if you go the other way, you end up in suicidal empathy where it's like, oh, everyone, like let everyone into the country. I don't care if my taxes go up 4,000%. Like that's suicidal empathy. So you need to have like a balance between the two. And with Melanie Mack and all these people, again, I said it before, if you're playing video games, you're not at church. You're not reading the Bible. You're not praying. If you follow the Bible as it should be followed, again, I'm not religious anymore, but I was fucking heavily grew up with it. If you're following the Bible, you should not be playing games. You should not be watching movies. You should not be engaging in violence. Where is the line drawn? Is the line drawn at violence? Is the line drawn at sex appeal? What about stealing? What about this? So in the end of the day, there's no ground to stand on to say, I want these games to be more Christian, but then you're still engaging in games that are going to have some form of sin. And the games that don't have that, the games that are not overtly sinning, most people don't want to play. They just don't want to play them. Most of the most popular games have sex appeal, violence, whatever. Most of the popular ones. Even a game like Minecraft, you still have to kill animals for meat. You still have like the greed aspect where you're trying to hoard, materials. Like everything can be interpreted as sin. So it's better to just try to be a good person, follow your faith, and not try to inflict it on other people because that's going to make people want to join your cause even more. Now, I agree with what you said about Melanie Mack, where she's where she kind of like is trying to stay relevant. But I also think that a part of her is just a confused person. I think she's just a very confused person, and it just happens to be that she's gaining attention mostly because of her looks as well. Like, let's not pretend it's not her looks that get her most of her clout. But it's like the double-edged sword of she feels like a martyr because of all the attention these things are getting, but she also feels like she's in the right, but she's a very confused individual. And that goes for all of these like right-wing people that are trying to play religious conservative. So
there's two things. The two things before Royce go in. I got this. All right. Okay. Now I just remembered something. Two things that I was thinking about as well. Okay. First of all, Melanie, if you're hearing this, which you're not, there's hentai games, right?
Yes. Yeah, you're right. Go after them bitches.
Yeah. And you're like, oh my gosh, this is the worst thing ever. We gotta stop this now. Girl, there's been worse stuff out there for decades. And here's the other thing. Remember.
You're right.
I want you all to remember this. My congregation, listen to me. Now, I got something else to say. Remember, Miss Mack used to work for Jeff Keighley.
She did.
I would not be surprised if
That's
she
a
was
sugar
an
daddy.
agent. I would not be surprised if she was an agent for Miss Keighley.
Maybe.
To go and infiltrate and have people notice, because it's kind of weird how she's able to say certain words a lot, and she's saying it a lot, and it's almost like if anybody is cool with her saying certain words, then they're on a list because they have to bring out the people they have a problem with. It's like one of my favorite lines in even though it's not a good game, Call of Duty Modern Warfare. I watched the cutscenes, right? Just watched.
I love that game. The original, right, or the new one?
No. The new one, right?
Okay.
Okay.
One of my favorite lines was from Shepard, right? I posted on X, right? So it says, war is not about friends, it's about enemies, right? She wants to find her enemies. She's finding enemies. She's probably finding enemies for Mr. Keeley because most of these people are anonymous. But what are their sentiments? What are they thinking, right? So she goes around and be the extremist because she really goes out and say some wild stuff. But a lot of people like the Sims show up and they're like, "Oh my gosh, McQueen!" But they have to be on a list. They have to be on a list because, like I said, she used to work for Keeley on G4. Remember that?
It's possible. That's possible. It's possible. It is possible. It's not. I don't know if I could say it's. We don't know if it's 100% true, but it's definitely possible. I wouldn't be surprised if she's like just kind of like it's like a psyop for Melanie Mac, like she's a double agent or something like that. But really,
control opposition agent.
Yeah, basically controlled opposition.
I have to think like crazy shit like this for my.
Well, controlled opposition in the end of the day is by a psyop by another word, right? But yeah, bro.
Real quick, to answer to answer Y2's question, yes, because original Tomb Raider, she was still for herself, and she also represented lust from the players as well.
She was on Playboy.
What was it? Yeah, there you go. It was up until the 2013 reboot series where she started stealing the artifacts for good, where they try to make her seem like she's like this like good person.
Yeah.
Where originally
that she was trying to preserve history.
The time of that series. Yeah. Where before then she was just taking the artifacts for herself and dressing skimpy, and everyone had no problem with it, including Melanie Mac. So
she liked being sexy.
Add on to the pile of hypocrisy from her and other people as well. Because Razor Fist was also playing the remaster collection not too long ago.
Yeah.
What a hypocrite! I have a message for Melanie Mac if she hear this, bitch. Quit being a hypocrite and stop being two-faced. For real. If you don't shut up, I'll make you shut up, woman.
Oh, damn. What the hell?
Yeah. Exactly. That's my word for her. The bitch.
But like in the kitchen.
Lara Croft, she always was very like very outward with her sexuality. Like this is like she's trying to do revisionist history with the character. Like that kind of tells me that she doesn't even like. It's like either a lack of self-awareness. She didn't play all the games. I really think it's just like doing a revision of history because it doesn't suit her narrative. But again, it's been proven that she just can't admit she's wrong. The worst kind of thing that you can deal with is a person with a massive following that can't admit that they can't have accountability for themselves. So if she had if she lived in objective reality, she would realize that Lara Croft was the original. First off, she was very outward with her sexuality. Her costumes throughout the games show that. It doesn't even make, if you think about even her default outfit, it doesn't even make sense to be Tomb Raiding like that. It actually makes more sense the cargo pants they had in the reboot, because the cargo pants would protect her skin from the rocks that she's climbing, which are going to be abrasive against her body. Like, so if you want to like play that game of like, oh, but her shorts are just shorts or whatever, yeah, but wouldn't it be more practical to have something that covers your full leg, especially when you're in a jungle with a bunch of bugs? Not to mention that you're leaning up against rocks, grinding against your skin. But again, I don't expect these people to have logic. I think that she says all this shit about Gooners or whatever, but it's just that she's a Christian now and she's trying to filter her entire life through the lens of being a Christian, which is, it's admirable to want to believe in something higher than yourself, but at the same time, we have to like be logical. We can't live in this fake reality where we make things up because it suits our narrative, because it's intellectually dishonest. And honestly, I feel like that's almost disrespectful to the people that follow her. She's basically saying, hey, stupid, believe the current thing that I think, as if they're obligated to share the same beliefs as her just because they like that she's anti-woke, you know? So, It's funny to me, and I'll never. And one thing I learned is like you never underestimate somebody's ability, a man especially, to think with their dick. They'll follow. You know, it actually says in the Bible that women will lead you to chaos if you let them. You know, if you follow them, if you make them leaders. It actually says women will.
You're right.
You'll follow women will lead you to hell. Women will lead you to chaos. There's multiple verses like that because you know, it's the reality of it. You have chaotic
You
energy.
said men will lead with their dicks.
Men will lead with their dicks. Yes.
Right.
And
Yeah.
and
Oh,
and,
yeah.
and
yeah.
Right.
I don't forget. Hey, Adam. Hey, Adam. Check it out. You remember that apple over there? Yeah. What about it? You want to buy it? Okay. Next thing.
Yeah.
The world we live in today.
Yeah. Chaos. Look. If you follow chaos, you become chaos. You know, if you're like again, I know it sounds like bullshit, like red pill stuff. I'm not even trying to sound like that. It's just the reality of it. If you follow an emotional person, they change with the wind. That means that the direction that you follow them in will change it with the wind, and she's a perfect example of that. Like, I'm not saying that a woman can never be a leader. I'm just saying that it's actually a thing in the Bible that tells you not to like. It literally tells you that women will lead you to chaos. Women will lead you to hell if you follow them, and it's true. I find it to be true. It might be offensive to people, but it's the irony is that's part of the religion.
You hear about she's getting divorced? She's getting divorced from her husband, and Obama is dating Jennifer Antonson. Yeah, did you hear about that?
I heard that. I heard a rumor of that. But in the end of the day, you know, that what I was saying before is an example of a person who picks and chooses the parts of the Bible that she wants to follow. Because I bet you she doesn't like that line. I think somebody said it in I remember somebody said it in a comment on one of the posts that me and Revenant made. It was on the video we made. They said that she would never follow the one about submission because her ego won't allow her to submit. But that's part of the Bible for women to submit to men.
Well, of course.
Whether you agree with it, and remember, I'm not the one pushing the Bible shit. She is. So for me, I wouldn't necessarily say like, oh, you have to do this, even though I think it's better. But she's the one following this doctrine, and she's not following the parts that she doesn't like. So in the end of the day, all that Goonergate, I guess to go circle back to Goonergate and to end it there, really, like, because I know I've been going on for a while, is that these people with Goonergate, it's all a fucking show. It's basically like a right wing virtue signal. And it failed, and she got called out, and she has no accountability. And just because you don't want women to just because you like looking at a sexy woman in the game doesn't make you a pervert, and it doesn't make you a porn addict because you don't want women to look like men in video games. You're paying for idealized fantasy. I wouldn't want to play Batman as a middle-aged 40, 50-year-old bald man with a beer gut. And I wouldn't want to play a game where I'm playing as a female character that's bald and is built like a fucking linebacker. I think that both of them it's reasonable to have escapism in both things. It's not about reality. It never was about reality. Because even
go on. I'm finished.
Well, even with reality, you look at female gymnasts in real life, they're built like Catwoman. Thick legs, thick ass, boobs, maybe not, depends on the woman. But really, like if you look at actual athletic women that are doing the shit that these characters do, they're actually built like those female characters.
Like Black Canary and Catwoman and all these cutesy girls.
Because look, if you're a gymnast, you're Harley Quinn. You're a world-class gymnast. Why wouldn't you be built like a gymnast? Then you look at a gymnast and she has like fucking muscular thighs, powerful glutes, which makes sense because she's jumping. You can't say that she's being sexualized for being built like a character that would do the things she's doing. And a lot of it is cope, and it's just BS, man. It's just total BS. But I'll leave it there because I know it went on for a while. So.
All right. Later, Zoic.
Neozoic, thanks for stopping by and checking out the stream and commenting. Appreciate it. So
thanks
take it easy.
Thanks for coming by. You're always appreciated. You always ask good questions, and we love having you on, man. We love having you on the chat.
And you know what's the other thing is that makes it so stupid, right? So people say, okay, so a fit woman with the certain proportions, right, is Gooner, right? But you know what the ironic thing is? Goonery or attraction to whatever is subjective. There's a lot of people that like big, really big, too big, stick, right? People just like, certain things. Certain people have a certain physique. If there was somebody, if there was a woman with too much butt, I would not like that, right? but it has to be specific proportions for me.
I agree.
It has
I
to be
agree
a
with that
specific-
because I have that same
I'm more
limit.
of a boob guy though. I'm more of a boob guy.
Mhm.
But
I
my
have that
thing
limit
is-
too, though. I have that limit too. It's like a butt could be big, but there's a level of it where it's so big that I'm like, nah, bro. This is like it's kind of like just too big. Like at a certain level,
right.
and it looks fucking weird.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Right. But that's the thing though. Somebody that might
I agree with Venom Snipes' comment. She should just stick to Christian content and ditch gaming.
I agree with that. Continue,
Yeah,
continue,
and
Octo.
What? What's up?
No, I said you could continue now because we both interrupted you. I'm sorry about that.
Okay. It's all right. So the other thing is like,
Yeah,
those,
sorry about that.
Marissa from Street Fighter 6, right? You know, all of us here would say that is a crime against humanity, but somebody is going to say, I need to find somebody that looks like that.
Oh yeah,
right?
the female bodybuilders is a real fetish, bro. Where, like they literally look like men with tits, and they're guys that are into that. That's a real thing people are into.
Yeah, they call them.
It's true.
Yeah, they call
everyone
them muscle mommies, if I remember.
muscle mommies. Yeah, muscle. Yeah, exactly. Everyone has taste, and what you're saying is absolutely correct. It's just that, like, if you're gonna create, like, you really can't, like, again, like, even these like bozo-looking weirdo women in games, there's somebody that's gonna sexualize them no matter what. There's some guy who's jerking into Abby. You know what I mean? So,
or even have Abby at home, right? We have Abby at home.
Don't put that image in my head.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Like
Look,
I said, man.
I like girls that work out. I like girls that are like fit. You know, that they like. You know, they look like they squat. I'm not saying female bodybuilder, but I like that. Like, you know, when they have a little muscle on them, it's all right. But like, but again, I know that even though I think that, there's actually other people that don't. There was actually a woman that I know about. Her name is Carrie June or something like that. And I think she's very attractive, but she does have quite a bit of muscle. But to me, she looks very feminine. You know, so I draw the line at that. She looks feminine. She's very pretty. You know, she's curvy. Yeah, she has like she has some muscle tone, but other guys, that's a deal breaker for them, and that's okay. But I'm not gonna say one should be outlawed and one is bad, and the other one is okay, because, like, as you said, Octo, both could be perved on. So it's like, are we like, if we want to avoid this altogether, the best thing to do is just remove women altogether from games. Like, just totally remove them if you don't want this to be an issue.
Like you said about the religion stuff, like, remember Golden Abyss Uncharted? It's like 7 bishops you have to find, and it's like a temple thing. It's just like Christianity, like the same, right? Uncharted, Golden Abyss.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I just, you know what the problem? I actually said this. I almost say this in every podcast.
What's up, Christian Frades?
Christian Frades, the guy.
Encyclopedia, what's up? The original YouTuber. His channel. Just a quick thing. I love his channel because it's like original YouTube channel where people just post clips.
It's old school.
Yeah, he's like an old school classic.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, we need more of that.
Yeah, because Christian likes my ideas about Sly Cooper sequel and all their video games should have more sequels, but no. These video game companies don't want to do that. Christian has a right point.
Yeah.
You know?
Right.
Yeah. No, I mean, look, in the end of the day, man.
No, Prime is too funny. Melody Mac is gonna start streaming Noah RX 3D.
Oh my
3D.
God.
You know what's funny?
God.
I bet you if they made games that were actually about that were mainstream, she wouldn't play them. She wouldn't care about them.
But you know what the other thing is?
Noah's Ark, isn't that from
from
Indiana Jones game? The Great Circle? The giant fucking ship where all the animals go in?
Yeah, that's what Noah's Ark is. It's literally an ark.
Oh my God.
If they make actually if they did make Old Testament like lore accurate games, it would freak people out. Actually, that's the funny thing about it. The Old Testament of the Bible is insane. Like, it would actually like freak people out from religion.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's because Lego Indiana Jones, in that video game, The Great Circle showed it.
Yeah. Bro, in the Bible, there was incest. Men had concubines. Like,
oh
it's
my
crazy.
God, that's crazy.
Let's get Frostbaron as his opinion.
Yeah, he's been here for a while, and like we all said a lot. Yeah, Frostbaron.
I know.
Go ahead. Go off.
Well, I mean, I think you guys covered a good amount of what I would probably say, but one thing I could bring to the conversation is I have seen at least some videos with Razorfist, and I'm aware of his channel. For what I've seen, he's pretty much gone over stuff involving metal, along with streaming some older games as well, and sometimes newer games. But
Okay.
but the thing is with
That's
me,
true.
it's actually kind of surprising how hard he's going on this and just a complete disconnect because for what I remember, some of his videos were actually going over, some of the, Christian reaction when it came to metal at times during the Satanic Panic. So him going with this is
Oh, yeah.
actually surprising.
Like
No.
pretending it didn't exist. Yeah, the irony.
Yeah, that's the thing with me. It's just like you did videos that covered the whole Satanic Panic going towards the things you've liked before. How are you getting this disconnect now of all times? And I mean, the other people, I'm not really surprised by really, because I've always been pretty neutral when it came to them. So, but for all of them to just drop the mask that quickly at the same time is surprising, really.
Yeah, it's true. It seems very organized. Very organized.
Yeah.
But I also
Yeah.
look at it. I really look at it as like faction defending faction. It's like I'm defending my tribe even when they're wrong, which is just dangerous. It's just a dangerous way to think, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I'd rather call it Two-Face. More like it.
That works too.
Yep.
That works too.
Me too.
That applies. It definitely does seem orchestrated because it's like it all seems like the exact same thing. They're all coming together now all of a sudden. And when Jinpachi mentioned about the video that Melanie Mac did collaborating with Raise the Fist, like just like it's all like this like convenient timing and like it's like once we started winning with DEI and all that shit, now it's like they want to swoop in and just pretty much like ruin everything. And then on top of that, they make real Christians look bad because they're acting like so extreme about it, but also being hypocrites about it. And we just take one look at Razor Fist. Does he look like a Christian, a hardcore Christian, Bible thumping Christian? Nope. Melanie Mac, does he look like it? Absolutely not. All these other people engaging in, and yeah, no, that's about it.
Don't forget the quartering.
All these other people, trying to preach and shit. Yeah, him too. Fucking fat fuck. So busy simping for Melanie Mac. Worry about your wife. He fucking talking to Smash JT. I'm at the bowling alley, about to have a perfect game, and I'm like, so you're taking time out of bowling probably with his wife because you want to simp for a woman who's
has no body, a mid woman with no body,
whose eggs are dry, and has no body, no like nothing. All she eats is sticks of butter on camera, and you're going back and forth
provocatively.
It's fucking it's retarded. Like Pachi said before, like if your friend says something like that's incorrect or just wrong, then you're going to be more inclined to correct them about it. Like it'll be the same thing. If I said something that was wrong and Jinpachi said like, nah, man, I have to disagree with you on that, and he explains why, then I'll understand. Like it's fine if you correct friends.
Look at this conversation we just had.
And with me and Jinpachi, me and him know each other in real life. We know each other for like almost 20 years. So like with these people, all they know is each other on the internet for like maybe like 5 years or less. And most of them just came together because of the whole Naughty Dog situation when they were flagging channels down and whatnot. And that's the only time. And maybe they meet up with each other at meet and greets, maybe like once or twice a year. But none of these people are really friends like that because once they're done using them for whatever clout they can get out of them, then they'll toss them aside.
Exactly.
That's how it usually is. They'll usually stay in a little circle, like Pati had mentioned, and they're all defend each other. Or in other cases, like Eric July or other people, which I don't think he even commented on the whole thing. They'll stay quiet just to protect their friends because What? But if it
Yeah.
was
It's,
anyone
it's
else,
better to
then
say
they would have a
nothing.
lot
Yeah.
to say about it.
Yeah.
They'll be on that
Yeah.
topic real quick. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't want to. They
Pretty
don't
much.
want to discredit their friends, even though they know they're wrong. Like, look at this podcast we're having now. When I was mentioning the thing about the Vikings, Octo Commander corrected me and said that Anglo Saxons, right? So I could have been an idiot and be like, no, it wasn't them or whatever, being stubborn. But even though it's a minor example. But you see, like in that case, if I say something that's not true or is factually incorrect, if he provides information that's actually true, and in that case, it is true. I actually remembered after he said it. Then I'll be like, all right, you got it. You're right. You're right. Continuing on. It's like if you can't do that, you can never grow as a person either. You have to, in order to be better, in order to learn anything, you have to be able to have humility and at least accept when you're wrong, or at least to be willing to be wrong. And if you do feel like you're right, going out of your way to defend your point with logic, not because I don't like it and so it's not true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree, Japanchi. That was spot on. And Smash JT, is he in a lawsuit right now with Alyssa McConty moron?
Yeah, I think he is.
McConty.
Gentlemen,
Yeah, McConty.
Yeah, remember what this is for. We're in a constitutional republic.
Exactly. We're a constitutional republic, not democracy.
Yeah,
Right.
I've never liked that distinction when they try to do
as
it. That.
American citizens have the right for free speech, and these people want to take away that stuff. And I don't care if you're left or right. If you have a problem with this, and you have a problem with people like Jimpachi having his opinion about religion and my opinion about religion, well, we're gonna have a problem.
Exactly. And
let me. Well, I want to actually, guys, go ahead. I'll address it afterward because it's kind of off subject. Actually, so
did you guys hear about Trump was signing an executive order on John F.K., RFK, and Martin Luther King assassination? They're all being declassified. You hear about that?
Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah.
About 12 to 13 days, this stuff should be released. And yeah. But the funny thing is, a lot of people are like, oh my gosh, this is like a political stunt and all this kind of stuff.
No, it's not. No.
But listen, it's not. Because here's the thing: classified documents have a term limit, right? They're going to be declassified at a certain point. So it might as well push the fast forward button. What's going to happen? It's just information from the past. You can't do anything about it. And if somebody was responsible, they probably kicked the bucket. A lot of people that were adults back then are probably 6 feet under or in a retirement home, right?
Pretty much, yeah. So it's like you can't really hold them accountable anyway. By the time this shit gets declassified, they do that on purpose so that you can't go after those people. It's like a government way of basically saving face and revealing information, but also not like protect themselves from being held accountable for like shit that happened with the CIA in the 70s and shit like that, or even before then. It's like a safety net. But I wanted to respond to a comment because it was actually I want to say something about it. Benjamin Beltran says, if China makes good games, I'll buy them. I don't give a single fuck about this retarded Cold War era shit. But you know what? The funny thing is that when they scrape all that data and they weaponize it, and if something happens to the U.S., your freedom to do that is going to be greatly restricted. You don't want to. You don't want to support your like. It's one thing to not support it's one thing to say you don't care about Cold War era bullshit, but you should care about how that data is handled because it'll be used against the country that you live in that allows you to make that choice. So it does matter, bro. If you want to do it, it's fine. I'm not telling you what to do, but it absolutely matters, and it's something that should be cared about. I think people should, in general, care more about giving their information and data to China because China is not your friend, bro. China wants to be the world power. If China's the world power, a lot of the shit that you like to do in the U.S. will be unavailable to you.
So, I agree. And I just want to say Octa Commander had a point. And Gabanchi had a point about with all this documents and those people are not alive in that timeline anymore. They're all 6 feet under the ground or whatnot, right? And if it gets disclassified, I don't know when or when its possibility is. We might find out in the near future. What do you think, Octa Commander?
I really don't know. It's just one of those things where we just have to wait and see. What do you think, Japachi? Revenant as well. Everybody, like, what's your take?
I talked a lot of. I'll let Revenant talk because I kind of spoke a lot. I feel like so. Revenant.
Wait, what was the question? I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
The question was about the recent declassification executive order from President Trump, and what do you think is going to happen based on that decision?
I mean, I don't think it'll be a good thing for them because, you know, you're gonna have a lot of information coming out that, you know, they didn't want to be public, so it's not gonna be good for them.
No, it's
So,
going to
I
be
mean,
all.
it's kind of like what you guys said before, where a lot of where a lot of, you know, a lot of this stuff is gonna become declassified at some point anyway. So it's good that it's happening now, at least. So we'll just have to wait and see what the exact details will entail.
So I have some thoughts now. I thought about a little bit. Like, if all this stuff being just declassified, what it really does is show good faith between the Trump administration and the people. It's like a good step in showing some transparency.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Because I think that's really what it's more about. Because it's not like anything can really be changed, like with like anything that happened back then versus now. It just adds clarity, and it kind of shows that Trump is trying to be transparent. I think what the bigger deals are things like him banning flags in public government buildings. I think him trying to outlaw DEI, trying to enforce immigration policies. I think that that's really like much more important in a way, because I think that we all know, like, all that stuff that's going to come out. I feel like a lot of it is going to be things that we already know or figured. And again, it's just to show good faith between you know, the Trump administration and the people. So it'll be. I think it's ultimately going to be a good thing. As much as I am for Trump, but I want to see what he does more, because we also don't want to be blind. You know, we have to hold our own people accountable. So right now he's doing good. I hope that continues. But I also accept that, like, I have my guard up that at any moment something crazy could happen. I think that's like just like the I guess the most like prepared way to be, you know, where you trust the official that you wanted, but you also watch him to make sure that he does what he's supposed to do, because you never know, bro. You know, you never know. You never know how things can turn out. But so far, all this stuff is really good, and he's making good
I think
steps.
I got the question a little mixed up. My answer, but it's all right.
He's actually doing what he said he was gonna do, and I'm interested to see the things that are declassified that people don't know about, like not just the Martin Luther King assassination, not the JFK assassination. I want to know like more about what will be revealed that we don't have any clue about at all, that would just be come out. I want to know about the 70s and the 60s.
Yeah, yeah,
like
that's what I was referring to as, like, you know, like certain things are gonna come out and that's not gonna look good, and then, you know, but I'm sure a lot of stuff will just be like maybe stuff we already know about, or what we already figured.
Yeah. And, like, I'm curious, like, about the psyops, like MK Ultra. Would that stuff be like revealed, like more of like the details? I'm really interested in that stuff, because we all know, like, come on, JFK's assassin, all this stuff. It's like there's a lot of information. I think a lot of it's not going to be that surprising. I just want to know what we don't know, what we don't have any clue about, if that stuff will be revealed.
Yeah, and not only that, don't forget Epstein's list and Diddy's list. That'll be declassified.
Epstein's list. I feel like Epstein's list and Diddy's list are never gonna get they're never gonna be put out there.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Well, the thing about Diddy's list is that it's still
again.
Oh.
Well, I mean, or you can say last thing about that real quick before we switch.
Okay, Diddy list. I don't think it's going to be anything mentioned about it right now, because it's still under investigation. And of course, there was that incident where the feds broke into his cell and violated his privacy by doing that, and they they really messed up on that. But when it comes to stuff about like Diddy's list or anything like that, most likely what's going to probably happen is it's probably going to be somebody inside the DA office is going to leak it, or it's going to be hacked, because had people hack the social security numbers. So why not the Diddy files, right? So
Yeah.
But when it comes down to things that were prior to the age of the internet, like the classified files about the assassination of those various figures, that's going to be a little harder because those things are, typed down, and they're less likely going to be on, available to the internet. But when it comes down to the Diddy's list, my thing is, it's like this. It's like this. Okay, we can release the Diddy list and all that kind of stuff, but at the same time, it's kind of like, there's a lot of people out there that really do not want that thing to be released, and it's going to be very hard to get it legitimately released. But when it comes to somebody like a hacker, probably most likely that might be the most likely case. But aside from that, what was the other stuff we were supposed to talk about? Because I don't know how
we were talking about Gooner Gate, and it kind of trickled down to that. I just want to. Before we move on, let me just respond. Let me just respond to a couple of comments real quick. Benjamin Beltran says, "Dude, America is more communist than China." All right, then. All right, you can say that. You can say that, but that's not fucking true, bro. The American government doesn't have a direct access to private information in every country, every company in this country. I don't know if you're American, because it sounds like you're not, because based on your older comment, but I care about the country that I live in. And if these people are if they're not on our side and they want to be a global power, regardless, I do not want my data handled by corrupt Chinese government, regardless of how you may feel about it. Am I saying America is great? Both things are true. America has done bad shit across the world for many years. I'm not denying that. But I'm also not going to pretend like China's our best friend and that I should just willingly hand over my data to a country that wants to usurp the USA's position in the global power. I live in America. I don't live in China. So I don't care about that.
Yeah. He's just warning you. He's just warning you, just letting you know that.
Yeah, if you want to look,
you can play it, but it's all it's all good. You can play if you want, but he's just letting you know if something happens, something happens.
Yeah, do it, bro. Do it, bro. Do what you want. Do what you want. I'm not the police. You can play whatever play whatever fucking games you want. But if they're collecting your data and they're doing that, they're gonna do with it what they will. It has nothing to do with me. It's all on you, bro. But I'm me personally, me Genpachi, I'm not giving them my data. Fuck
based. Exactly based.
So let me switch the panel. Also, Benjamin, if you want to come on, I put the link in the StreamYard if you want to come on. You're more than welcome to do so and continue the topic if you want. The discussion about that. Yeah, so I'm going to switch the panel so everyone else can give their thoughts on the whole Gooner Gate situation, and then we'll move on to Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 topic.
Yeah,
and then I'll bring you guys back on after that.
Yeah. All right. So let's switch it up. Let everyone speak.
All right.
Oh, well, I'll put the wrong person back in. I think someone left.
Not gonna lie, I look forward to this next part.
Oh yes.
Cheerio. Enthusiasm for the contest.
Buff.
Indeed.
Buff. Indeed. Yes. How do you feel about my accents?
It's getting there. I used to love how British people talked a long time ago. It was great. Now we all talk like innate, and it sounds like fucking AIDS. What a shame. Just to have such pronounced voices.
Just Benjamin.
Hey, hello.
Hey,
can you hear me all right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you sound good.
My English sucks, so I'm sorry for that.
No, it's fine. No problem. We can hear you clearly.
Okay.
No, we can hear you clearly. Yeah.
In text, in text, in chat, I probably sound more radical than I am. My point is that I think you hear me all right. Hello.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're good. Yeah, you're good.
Okay. 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 My point is that I think there's some kind of like nationalistic like tendencies like mixing up there with the culture war, like I think that this Melanie Mac and Razor Fist are also like hating on China because it's China. I mean, I know what China is. I fucking hate China. In fact, my shitty government, I'm from Argentina, and the shitty government I had to deal with for 20 years was like totally in bed with China. So I know what kind of shit China is. But my point is that I won't defend America if America is not worth defending. You know what I mean?
And bro, that's fine. That's good. It's good that you do that. I will call them out for the shit that they do too.
Because
It's not
all
it's
the
not
woke
nationalism.
shit, all the woke cancer shit came from America. And I can't forget that. I can say, oh, yes, America is great. No, it's not great. All the fucking woke shit came from America. And
It came
I
from
mean,
Europe.
but
Yeah,
finally
from the
from
U. It
Europe,
came from the
America,
UK. Yeah.
America like
Yeah,
spread it like
Europe
like
is very like communist and socialist.
Yes. Indeed.
yes, I know
so.
where it came from. Actually, it's from those stupid Frankfurt motherfuckers. Like the what's the name? Like the
Frankfurt
yeah, I
motherfuckers.
know. Like
The Germans.
what's the name of the guy? Like all these Sherman motherfuckers, like the Frankfurt School, like Marcuse. Those people.
Yeah.
Oh, right,
So
right.
I know that it comes from Europe because Europe is also trash, but
Well, it comes from like French philosophers and the
yeah,
And Marxists as well. And Marxists.
Yes. But the point is that America is the current Rome, it's the current empire, and they are the one that can spread the disease. That's my problem with America right now.
Okay.
It's usually the FBI and CIA is put in a very bad
too as
look.
well. Yes,
Those guys make
actually
America
I
really bad.
fucking love Americans constitution. I think it's one of the most amazing documents ever written. But the problem is that current America does not represent that. So that is my whole point,
So I get what you're saying, but I want to point a few things out. Like America does a ton of shit that like I agree with you. I want to first state that I agree with a lot of what you're saying, which is not wrong. I 100% agree. But at the same time, it's like the same way I can't play, like you can't pretend America are like this heroic thing because all the shit they're doing throughout the world. I have to treat China as the threat that they are because I live in this country. I live in America. It's not about being nationalist. It's about me wanting to protect my data because I live here and this is my country.
Yeah, I know. I understand what you mean.
So I would rather not support those Chinese companies because the government directly has access to that data. It's not that I have nothing against Chinese people. Chinese people are fine.
What do you think will happen to you if they have your data?
It's not my data. It's not specifically just my data. It's just collecting data in general. It's like they first off they violate patents. They take private data and they use it to
Do you think the motherfuckers in Silicon Valley don't do the same?
They do the same, but again, they do the same, but the government in America, like the U.S. government, doesn't have the same access to the information because even though America does a bunch of bullshit, they don't operate in the.
They don't have it officially.
They don't operate in the same way that the Chinese Communist government does. So in the end of the day, listen. In the end of the day, even with my own data, that's why I don't use Facebook like that. I try to avoid giving my data as much as possible for that reason because Silicon Valley. But I also understand that even though I don't hate Chinese people, even though I don't think America hasn't done anything wrong, I'm still conscious of the fact of what the Chinese government does. It's like both things can be true at the same time. It's not about nationalism, bro.
No, you're right. Right. Both things can be true, but I think that
and America and America does a lot of things. I'm just going to finish saying this. I'll let you speak.
Yes, all right, you're right.
America does a lot of things that are bad, but also good. There are a lot of things that are bad, but there are a lot of things that are also good. And
what good has it done in I don't know, the last 10 or 20 years?
Well, all right.
But
If we're
that's
talking,
America, then that is good because you
all
said
right. So there's people people want to come here from all these countries because of financial opportunities. That's
yes,
one. That's one factor. No matter what you say, that's a factor. People come in here because they want these financial opportunities. America is one of the few countries with an actual constitution. You know, you have
yes.
you have people
But that
run.
that wasn't written in the last 10 or 20
But
years. That
it
was my
doesn't
whole
matter.
point.
But it doesn't
No,
matter.
I know what you mean. I'm
But
not trying to be difficult or
uh,
confrontational. My
no,
point is that
yeah.
the you said is one of the country that actually has a constitution, and actually I said that before you. I told you that
Yeah, and it's true.
America's
It's true.
constitution is probably one of the best, the greatest documents ever written. But that happened like I don't know,
But the
like
thing is,
200
is
years
that
ago.
of all, like, the thing I'm trying to say is of all the things, this is the point I'm trying to make with that, of all the things that have happened in American history the last 20 years, of all the bad shit that's happened, it's still America. This is still the country with that constitution. I can live in Texas and own a rifle to protect my, there's so much freedom that you have here, that even though America has become much more corrupt, I don't doubt that, it's still it's still one of the best places in the world to live because of what it has available to people. So
Yes,
again,
I understand what you mean, but
what you're saying is true, in that the last 20 years America did a lot of bad shit. I 100% agree
I
with that.
guess, yeah,
But
I
but
understand.
but America, but America is America, and because of that, I want to defend the rights that we have, because once that shit is gone, it's gone, bro. You never get
Yes,
a
you're
right.
right.
You never
Well,
get
my point is,
a right back
yes,
that you lose.
my point is that you can't count on people from outside America to feel the same way.
I agree. I get that.
Because
And
actually I'm pro
and
America. You
vice
know, like
versa as well.
in my country, most people hate America,
I
and
know.
I'm pro America.
Yeah.
And
I know some Argentinians. I know.
Even though I'm pro America, I'm kind of fucking sick of the work shit. You know?
Yeah. Yeah. That's why we have to call out corruption and root it out, instead of, like you said, instead of being nationalists, we call out the bad, but we accept the good. That's always been my philosophy with these things. So,
yes,
you know,
I mean,
like,
look,
I'm gonna defend what
who's
America
mainly
does good.
funding ESG. What country's
Look,
mainly
when
funding it? China.
Beltran, you've been watching for a while, because I always see you. You know
yes,
that me
yes.
and Revenant have always attacked Biden, said he was a bitch, said he was a moron. Biden's was the president of the United States. We called him out because what he was doing is wrong. This
Yes,
podcast is
I
about
know,
us calling
I
out
know
woke
how you
stuff.
feel. Yeah, yes, I know.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
guess
Calling out a lot
what
of
I'm trying to
American
tell you,
companies as well.
is that you can't count, like, you know. Well, I already said that. My point is that the patience, our patience from the people outside America is not infinite. You know, like,
Yeah.
there's a lot of people here in my country that are actually cheating for China.
I get that, man. I get there are people like that. But at the same end, people from other countries can't expect us to be bleeding hearts for everyone else either. It's like this. It's like a two-edged sword, right? It's like, all right. For example, I'm a first generation in this country. Well, second generation, because my parents came from a Latin country. So when they came here, I'm first generation here, right? But I'm against illegal
Yeah.
immigration, right? I don't like the idea that people can just walk across the border, right? Like, I don't have patience for that. I'm not gonna. I get that there are countries that are poor and struggling, but I care about my perspective because of where I'm from. I feel sympathy, but I'm not gonna feel like as you said, their patience. I'm not patient for it because it's destructive to us. So it's a double-edged
No, of
sword.
course.
I think the real answer is calling out corruption wherever it may be, even if it's with it kind of goes back to what we were saying before, where, like, just because someone's your friend, you should still call them out. Just because you're American, you can still call it out. I can call out
Yeah, of course,
the American government.
Actually,
but I can still.
my point of view from outside is like, I don't understand what's happening to you. For example, when I see those stupid woke ads for the army with the lesbian ladies, like the kid with two moms, or
Yeah.
that fucking general that was a fucking fat tranny, like, I don't fucking understand.
Yeah.
What is
Because
what is
because
wrong?
people
Or, for
lost their
example,
mind.
or what happened with California, that you saw that fucking fat lesbian saying, like, sorry, I've never been on YouTube. Maybe
Oh,
I'm
fine.
No, it's fine.
okay.
No, you're fine,
But
bro.
like, they asked her, like, what happens if you can't carry a guy because you're a woman? And she said, well, the guy shouldn't have been there. Like, fuck you. It's your fucking job to save whoever. Like, it's so stupid. Like,
Yeah.
California was fucking on fire, like all of it, and I'm kind of happy, to be honest. And
Well,
it's bad.
Benjamin,
I feel
I
bad
get,
about
I
it.
get, I get what you're saying, but he here's the thing with that
But
is that
on the
a
other
lot of
hand,
that
on
has
the
to
other
do with
hand,
the
on the
officials
other
in
hand,
charge,
it
like say like the president, like
infuriates
Joe
me that
Biden.
no, I know American politics. Actually, I'm
Yeah.
kind of a politics like a weirdo. I love politics. I know.
So you
Right.
know that there's a conflict even within this country between people that think like us versus the people
Yeah.
that want to be like
No,
the
of
fat
course, of course.
trans weirdo.
Well,
So I get
yeah.
like
What
yeah,
I
Why do
don't
you
understand
why do you
is how
think
you get
when
to that
Trump
point.
the first day Trump was in office, he reversed a lot of
Yes,
yeah,
things and made a lot of changes,
yes.
like going
Actually,
after
I'm
DEI.
really happy that
You can only
he won again.
you can only recognize male and female. There's no other genders. He's
yeah.
going against censorship and
Yes,
all
yes.
that. So he is
That
trying to correct a lot of the wrongs from the
look,
last president and his administration. So that a lot of that has to do with like whoever is in charge. Just like where after Obama it was Trump, and Trump changed a lot from Obama. In fact, especially like the economy, where it was the best it's been at
it's been
that
a
time,
while,
like
yeah,
for
in
a number
long
of
time,
years,
yeah,
in a
Yeah.
while. So, and a lot of those things also take time. So,
yeah.
a lot it's just like any other country, you have someone in charge, like say like the president of Mexico, doing a bunch of dumb shit, or
Corrupt shit. Yeah.
even like people like in Canada, like fucking
It's
Trudeau and all
it's
that.
not only corruption. It's not only corruption, because
Right.
if you have very shitty ideas and you do everything by law, it's still bad.
Exactly. So bingo. I was just about to say that. That's exactly. So when you asked how did it get this far, that's the double-edged sword of freedom. You have the freedom of ideas, the freedom of thoughts, right? So sometimes bad ideas get traction and they have to be snuffed out, because if you don't
Yeah.
snuff them out, you end up in a situation like what happened in California. That's exactly the point. So if you ask how it got there, it's because you have the freedom to make money, the freedom of religion, the freedom of free speech, but sometimes
Yeah.
that means an idea like that. Sometimes that means having a dumb ideology, like a man could be a woman, or the vapid pro third wave feminism. You're from Argentina, so you know that in most countries that that's the feminism is bullshit. It doesn't work that way. You know that. So
Yeah.
it's kind of like that's the double-edged sword, bro. It's like if you're in America, you get the freedom of ideas, and sometimes that means really bad ideas, and that's how things ended up the way they are. And
Yeah.
there are corrupt people that abuse freedom so that they can push their evil shit, and that's what happened with the woke stuff. That's what happened with the trans stuff. That's what happened with all of it. It's like they used the same thing that makes America great. They use that to do bad shit, and that's just how it is, bro. And the good guys have to win. The good guys have to call it out. I know it sounds corny, but that's what it is. The good guys have
Yeah,
to
I know,
fight
but
against it.
we have. I'm not sure we share the definition of what good guys are. That's the thing. Or actually, we do share the definition, but you don't have to give that for granted. That's my point.
Well,
But
we have to respect a good guy. I'm not saying a good guy like hero and bad. I'm just saying that
no, I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
the people that want to do the right thing have to be stronger than the people that want to do destructive things.
Yeah.
And that those people, sometimes you could have bad guys doing good things, and you can have good guy, quote unquote good guys doing bad things. So it's subjective, but the people who have the right intentions, they have to win, and the only way to do that is to be strong enough to overcome that. And that's part of being American, and that's part of freedom. That's part of it, bro. That's just
Yes,
part
but
of comfort.
that's what you feel about. I'm sure there are, like, Antifa is cancer, and they are Americans.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah, exactly. But that's the point.
But
yeah, like sometimes
we are
people have bad
like
ideas.
we're going in cycles. Like ultimately, I agree with you, and I have to go like in 5 minutes, but I have something else to say.
Okay.
Combos are the problem in tech.
Bro, I want you to stop smoking that Argentinian crack, bro. Whatever grade A coke you got over there, you got to stop doing
real
it.
men go back to neutral.
Real men.
Real
Bro,
men go back to
bro,
neutral.
hold on. I play Kazuya, bro. I play nothing but neutral. I know
Right.
how to play the game. I know how to play the game.
Then you should be on my side.
No, bro, because you shouldn't. Because if that game had no combos, it'll be fucking
Listen,
so boring.
If you don't agree with me, the future of Tekken is Victor.
Listen, you could have Tekken 1. Look, Tekken 1 through 5 had combos and there was no victors, bro.
I mean, but you don't get it. I'm not saying no combo at all. I mean, like, you have to earn your combos.
Yeah, I agree with that.
They don't have to be easy.
No, they don't.
Like
I agree, bro. I play Kazuya.
Every moron on earth shouldn't be able to just do like very long combos. That's
All right, so you play Tekken. You know what perfect electric is? Down forward 2 perfect electric.
Of course,
how I could do that shit with 70% accuracy. How many players you think can do that? Probably not a lot. I know how. That I play technical characters. I get your point about them about the.
But
the combo shouldn't.
Didn't you hear what character I named?
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna get to Victor. I'm gonna get to Victor now. Actually, I agree that the combos shouldn't be piss easy. But like, for example, they have armored launchers. You know, armored launchers are BS. All launchers should have to be earned. I agree, and it should be a drawback.
Of course, yes.
If you do a launcher and I block it, you should be super negative. I should be able to punish the crap out of you. I agree with that. But when you said they gotta remove, you didn't say they have to change combos. You said remove combos. They should not remove combos. They should just make this. They should just make the skill gap higher. That's all. The skill gap for the combo should be higher. That's
of course, yes. That's the right way to say it. Combos should be hard to do.
Yeah, I agree with that. That I 100% agree.
Actually, I'm very casual. How do you say that?
Casual. Casual.
Yes, and most of my fights I win because retarded people are mashing. And I let them mash and beat them.
Yeah, that's why they put heat in the game. They put heat in the game for mashers. That's why it exists.
Yes, of course. Actually, I win a lot of rounds with power crash. People don't understand power crash.
They don't stop block. They don't stop attacking, bro. They don't stop attacking.
Yes, they don't stop attacking. Yes.
Look, with Kazuya, you know what I always catch people with? Down forward 2. Because they'll never stop pressing buttons. So when I do down forward 2, counter hit, boom, you launch, and now you fucking die.
Yes. Counter hit launchers are very good. I play Lars, but I play a very weird Lars because I don't use the instances poses.
Yeah,
instances.
They're bad, bro. They're bad. They leave you open to getting counter.
Yes, that's the point. Yes, actually, a friend of mine, he's taking king. And he was showing me a girl that wants to be taking king as well, and she was playing Lars, and she was using the poses and doing very anime weird shit all the time, and she was losing all the time. And I was telling him that he should tell her to stop doing stupid shit because you get exposed all the time. If you play a more control or compose and I don't know calm, you win.
You win with movements. You win with patience. You win with thinking with your brain. I agree with that. That's how Tekken was until they started going ape shit with the anime stuff. So yeah, I agree with you, bro. You're not wrong. The one thing that for sure, now that I'm glad you came on here and clarified, is that we do agree combos got to be way harder. Way harder. It can't be that easy. They definitely you shouldn't be losing half your health to half your entire.
This Victor guy has a launcher, and then you press triangle
5 times. Yeah. He's brain dead. He's brain dead. All right, man. Well, it's good to have you on. Yeah, and I'm glad you came on. You talked or whatever. It's good.
Thank you. It's always amazing. So thank you.
And if you ever want to come back again you're always welcome, bro. It's up to you.
Okay, if you can manage with my shitty English, I'll probably come back.
Bro, you could talk to me in Spanish. I'll translate
your English is pretty good. Yeah.
Okay, thank you guys. Bye, Revenant as well. Well, bye everyone.
Have a good night, Benjamin.
See you, Benjamin. Remember, you could talk Spanish, bro. Talk Spanish next time.
Okay.
I'll translate.
Next time I'll speak on Spanish.
All right, man. See ya.
How do I leave this? Salir del estudio.
Oh, I can do it for you. Just you can leave the leave stream or something like that. Oh yeah, he did it. There you go.
Okay.
All right. Cool. All right. No problem.
So let's get to the next subject because we've been on this for a while. We're talking about the shit. Oh yeah.
Well, Bourbon and Paula didn't talk about it, so
I'm so selfish, right?
They can just
look at me. I'm selfish, mate. I'm such a selfish bastard. Bastard. Anyway, you guys can go on. Go on.
Bloody selfish wanker.
Bloody selfish wanker.
Wank pheasant.
I need to be Spanish. I mean, I need to be punished. I need to be have me bottle spanked. Spank me bottle.
You're doing the GTA thing with the. But Freddy needs a nanny.
Spank me bottle. Yeah.
Absolute rot, Laszlo. Freddy needs a nanny because Freddy's been a very naughty boy. I remember that. We won't have that anymore.
No, we don't.
We won't have it anymore. We won't. Like, nothing will come close to that in the new GTAs. Nothing.
Yeah.
I used to listen to that for hours, even if it's the same jokes over and over again. And it always used to make me laugh.
You know what's a funny word? Wank pheasant.
Wank pheasant.
A wank pheasant. All right, so yeah, you guys could give your thoughts now. I'll shut up. I'm gonna mute myself. I talked a lot. I talked my ass.
Well, I think heat is actually a great mechanic.
Hand over the cocaine. Hand over the cocaine, Burv.
What was? I'm sorry, I'm bad. What was the topic? It kind of went all over the
the Gooner Gate stuff with Melanie Mac and all them.
I thought we talked about this before. Did we not?
Did you?
Yeah.
All right.
I legitimately think we covered it.
We did.
Yeah.
We did. We covered it pretty thoroughly.
Oh, okay. All right. I forgot. Sorry, it's been a while. So we can get into Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, the controversy surrounding it. Let me try to briefly summarize what's been going on. There was rumors and a leaked image of. Well, first, the rumor was that there was a gay sex scene that was unskippable in the game. No, I think people weren't sure if it was with Henry, the main character from the first game and this game, or if it was between two characters, regular characters in the game. And then it was a leaked image of a black Muslim. From I believe Mali, and he was criticizing Henry about how Europeans treat women, and you can even see it within the screenshot. And then also, actually, there was something else to this too. There was reports that the game was being banned in Saudi Arabia, and allegedly it had to do with those particular things, more so with the gay sex stuff. And I forgot the guy's name. I think they call him Sir Toby, some bullshit like that. One of the developers for the game. They do like
your name is Toby, boy.
Yeah, and they said in the stream at the end, trust us, don't believe with everything you see, the whole trust us, bro, type of shit. And then I think the day after, I think maybe 2 days after that, they finally gave some vague statement. And the same what happened with Daniel Vavra, who was the CEO for the game, gave some vague statement. And then this was on X, but then also exclusively on his Facebook, he's like, what did he say? Grifter or not? I think he said Nazis mad at me about they're coming at he's something about the same people, the people from the other side went after us for the first game, and now the same people, the other side is going after us now for this for having gay couples in the game, and basically confirming what he refused to confirm in his original statement on X the day prior to that. And then eventually he wrote some a series of posts on X, going over some spoilers of the game, and they were also somewhat vague as well. So there is the sex scene is there. He's saying that you can choose to be gay if you want with Henry, so it's up to you. Even though this completely contradicts what they had said before with Kingdom Come Deliverance 1, that Henry is in fact a straight character. He is a pre-made character, and you're going through the story as Henry. You are playing as him, and now they're using the whole thing as Henry is you. But I thought we were Henry, but apparently now Henry is us. So, what else was it? Oh yeah, so he's still denying that it was banned in Saudi Arabia, and that they were caught off guard about the news because they don't know why, apparently. And the black Muslim is from Mali, and he came from his country to Bohemia. He's a noble, and there's also controversy with that because the only Musa Mali that you what's his name, Mansa Musa, whatever the fuck. The only one that comes up is only one guy who died in 1337, who never traveled to Bohemia, never had any dealings in Bohemia. He had other dealings in other countries like Germany, Hungary, and shit like that. I believe also Poland as well.
Wait, hold on. Let me just correct a few things. It's actually Portugal. It was Portugal,
Right.
Italy, and Venice specifically. Portugal and I think Spain. They had interactions with, but never with Northern Europe. And with the Mansas, with the Musas, there were several Musas throughout history, but none of them ever interacted with Bohemia. So all of that, all the shit about them being in Bohemia, like like it's just pure fiction to add a black character to the game. Long story short, I just want to add that because if you like actually read up on their history, they've never interacted with any Europeans outside of the Spaniards, the Portuguese, and Venice.
Right. And mind you, the game takes place in 1403. And this guy was like long gone. The only records of this guy, and on top of that, some of the records on him in particular is like kind of sketchy because not everything was like documented.
Well, yeah, it wasn't well documented.
Yeah, and then like if you look online, even that you try to search it, like you try to do different like type in different searches, like there's nothing that comes up about him being or any of them being in Bohemia whatsoever. And this game is supposed to be historically accurate to the best of their ability, apparently. And also on top of that, people were posting shit from Daniel Valver himself, where he replied to someone a couple years ago saying, "Tell me where the lie is. There was no black people in Bohemia." But now apparently there is. And on top of that, his attitude is like really bad. Like this sounds like straight out of BioWare. What the attitude?
This is you, bro. This is Yasuke Ubisoft shit all over again.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah, this is Ubisoft levels of bad.
Grade A Kool-Aid swilling,
people
isn't it?
Nazis, calling them. Yeah, he's calling them grifters, bots, and all that. He fucking went off on what's this guy's name? Rev says Desu or whatever. And in that particular video, he was even I'm not.
No, I'm just laughing at the name Rev says Desu. What the fuck?
He this Rev. Yeah. He's the one with the VTuber thing with the female, plays a guy.
I figured with a name like that, it got to be a weeb. Anyway.
Yeah.
But,
so
Remnant says Desu, you say?
He was actually. Yeah. No, sir. But he was actually defending the game in that particular video, and Daniel Valver just like went after him, and he even admitted like, no, I didn't watch the video. I just saw the title of it or the thumbnail and whatever, and it's like so. But a lot of people are reportedly canceling their pre-orders. It's dropped down in the top 20 in the Steam charts right now. It's at 24. Last I heard. So yeah, a lot of people think this has a lot to do with them being owned by Embracer Group after the first game.
I think that has a lot to do with it.
It's Embracer Group, and
there's
also thingy as well, isn't it? It's what are they called? They were
Deep
responsible
Silver's
for
the
Saints
publisher, right?
Row. Deep Silver.
Yeah,
I think that's
yep. And
I think that's
why
why
on top of that, the community manager was also banning people and banning certain words and whatnot. So yeah, it's pretty bad. So I'll let you guys give your thoughts. So everyone's caught up.
Deep Silver. I think. Just seems like deep. It just seems like so because their game got bought, right? Like they actually got like the bigger company bought their game, didn't they?
I believe so.
Yeah. And I guess you just when your game gets bought, you lose control of it, and then you just have to smile. You have to play damage control. You can't say or do anything to flip the boat, right?
Yeah.
Rock the boat.
Yeah.
It's your
Or
money
face
at this point.
or face legal strife as well. Not just losing money from like losing good faith, but just the legality of you getting like screwed by the people that like the publishers, you know.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, the comment there. They have to scour the history books just to find one guy that they can probably use.
Yeah. To me, it seems like mental gymnastics. It's mental gymnastics. It's kind of like a cope from him where his project got compromised and he's probably convinced himself that he's convinced himself that it's not that bad because he wants his game to sell. Because at the end of the day, it's still his baby. Even if he had to put some poison, you know, as Vince McMahon said, inject poison into my own creation, like
lethal dose of poison.
Yeah, pretty much. You know, when they have to do that, they cope. They cope, but they say like, "Oh, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. It's just one," because they have to rationalize the fact that they had to sacrifice their vision. They want people to play their game. So I wouldn't be surprised if he convinced himself that he believes that. Yeah.
Daniel Vauber even said, "It is not a Christian game." When that is a complete and utter lie.
Melody Mac
and also, people are pointing out that yeah, I know, right? She's like, "What did you say?" And her eyes are bulging out as usual. But and Razor Fist is looking at the back of a dictionary to come up with a good word to say, a good response.
Yeah. I know he wants to use words that he's always used, but he can't use them no more.
Pretty much.
No.
What
the hell was I gonna say? Oh yeah, people pointing out that Daniel Vauber is also Jewish, so maybe that has something to do with it. I don't know.
Every single time.
Deep silver, more like deep shekels. Stop, bro.
Yeah. War horse, more like Jew horse.
Oh damn! So on the nose. No. I mean, look. Like, regardless of anything, regardless of that, it's just like I feel like you made a base Christian game before, and all of a sudden that changed. So I don't know if being Jewish has anything to do with it, because the other game was highly Christian, to be fair. But you know, I would you get what I'm trying to say, right?
Yeah.
Like the first game was really Christian, so I doubt him being a Jew has anything to do with it. All jokes aside, I mean that was funny.
That was just a joke. It was a joke.
Yeah. But the point is that how are you going to compromise your vision like that, and then think that everything was going to be fine? Like I feel like there really is a thing where they have like a gun to their back and they can't say what they really feel. And I feel like he's just trying to like convince himself and other people that the game is not compromised. I really truly believe he kind of gaslit himself into coming up with his perspective on it. Because you don't make a game like the first one and then completely 180 without some really weird shit going on.
It looks a good game. It probably will be a good game.
Yeah.
But, you know, at the same time, a lot of games look good, and then you get deeper in and you realize this is good, but something is really, really cheesing me off.
But, you know, it's like if a game is, let's say a game is a 10 out of 10 game, right? Like, let's say GTA 6 is probably going to be amazing, for example. If that game comes out and it pushes a whole bunch of ideologies that you don't like in it, like, what is the level? And again, I'm not saying this in a more judgmental factor. I'm saying more like how people themselves should feel about it, or how do they feel about it? Where it's like, where is the line drawn where something is like so good and fun that you ignore the things you believe in because you want to play the fun new game? It's like, at what point, how good does the game have to be in order for you to like all of a sudden turn back on the things that you believe in or against? So I feel like that's kind of like the weird, like slippery slope. That's where like the mental gymnastics come in. And I think that at some point, even if Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is an amazing game, if you don't like the shit that they're doing, you know, it being a good game shouldn't be enough to make you want to buy it, you know? And if you do buy it and you do want to play it, then it's okay to admit that you don't care that much. It's okay to admit you don't care that much, but I feel like for everyone, they have to find what that line is. And for me, like, they've already crossed the line of like warping history and then the community manager shit to where I wouldn't buy the game personally.
I personally
that's
don't.
My line has my line's already been crossed with that.
So
I had that with Battlefield 5.
Hakami is here, so he actually wanted to explain about the whole Saudi Arabia ban and whatnot.
Yeah, definitely. Everyone chime in on how they feel. Yeah.
Yeah. Hi there, everyone. I'm Muhammad Hakami. I am from Saudi Arabia. Yeah. Hi. About every band having in Saudi Arabia and everyone getting crazy, like what happened with Final Fantasy 16, what happened with Spider-Man 2, and now we're living with this situation with Kingdom Come Deliverance. What happened is now we are not like banned game just because it's only gay stuff or something. We all know about what hidden agenda, what the woke stuff, but you know some people doesn't like fully on politics and they don't know. They say, oh, that's stink thing. So I think our authority, like they knowledge about it, and they try to like at least minimum stuff. You know, we cannot like ban any work, all the work games, but at least something that big like this game. There is in Saudi, there is in Saudi store like work games, but like very small, not like no one looking at like indie and small games like this. But this is like what I see is like very big, and why happen in Saudi Arabia, because Saudi Arabia, you know, is a kingdom. And we have like a king and crown prince, and we don't have like parties or something like this. So if the king said something, it's happen no matter what.
It's a monarchy. It's a monarchy. What he says goes, basically.
Yes, 100%. So when first the news came to Saudi Arabia, the Saudi gaming outlet, it's saying like, okay, this game is banned because gay scenes stuff happen and escapable. You cannot escape it. So, and they reach out to the director or Deep Silver or what the big company, Embracer Group.
Embracer Group.
Okay, Embracer.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but definitely was negative the response. So it's getting like now we cannot do it. This has happened. Same with Final Fantasy 16.
Gotcha.
I remember. Yeah, I remember when Yushi. Yeah, I remember when Yushi P telling us I cannot take off that scene. Why? Because it's the core of the game.
Yeah.
So the band remain cannot. On other hand, in Spider-Man 2, is like a little bit of story about it. What happened is the game big like Spider-Man. You know, Spider-Man is for everyone, from kids to teen to amateur, all level. So everyone was happy about it until it came like this game is banned, and everyone's shocked here in Saudi Arabia. Why this happened? Why like that? They didn't say specifically, but they like there is like something happening behind the scenes. I remember the game was removed. The game was pre-order, and you can see it and everything good. But after that, removed, and Sony started to refund. About
it's because of the gay flags and stuff, right? Like the gay flags and the trans flags and whatnot.
In the side mission.
Yes.
Oh
but some like this. I'm I didn't actually play the game, but what I see, this happened. Suddenly, everything like the game was disappear. You cannot find it in the store.
Yeah, it got delisted.
Suddenly, yeah. Suddenly, the game is back, and everyone can buy it. When people buy it and saw what happened, they see the only Saudi version that have, Spider-Man and the story about it in New York City is having American flag. Other version, the global is rainbow flag.
It's censored,
Right.
yeah. Because you know what it is. It sounds to me like the king. I don't know how to say it. I guess the Saudi Arabian king, the prince or whatever. He's trying to protect the people of Saudi Arabia from the propaganda because he sees how it's affected the rest of the world. And I know that with Saudi Arabia, there's like strong like religious and moral foundation for the culture, right? As I assume. So because of that, they got rid of it because they don't want to poison people. I'm going to use the word poison. They don't want to taint people's minds with those ideas. They want to prevent them from being exposed to them in general. So I kind of like understand why he wants to do that, because in the end of the day, it's like these people, they pretend like these companies, because in the end of the day, like some people could say, oh, it's bad because he's banning free choice or free will or whatever, like, that what people want to play. But at the end of the day, with these companies, they don't even care about it themselves. They just want to make money. They just want to try to appeal to certain groups of people, so they put that stuff in the game. They don't really care about those movements. They don't care about gay people. They don't care about any of that stuff. They just add it to the game because they feel like they want to like look like good guys, So I kind of get why in your country they banned it, because it's not even genuine, bro. Like, are you a wrestling fan?
Oh, me, yes, but
so
like not now, before, like attitude era, yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna use that for an example. In wrestling, there's a lot of female wrestlers, right? A lot of women. The women they dress sexy with sexy clothes or whatever. In America, you can see more skin. And so every time they go to Saudi Arabia, they're fully covered up. Like,
yes. Hello?
Yeah, we get dropped.
Something happened?
He went off.
Oh.
He went to look at the fully clothed ladies. I mean, let's be honest. When you look at the divas, the divas. Sorry, I shouldn't use that word. That's insulting to divas. When you look at the female wrestlers now, you probably do want them more covered up. To be fair.
What I think about it, when they came here and they wearing full latex gear wrestling, I think we just getting like opening about the world. We try to stay away, not stay away, it's like changing from oil, because oil, it's getting like every country producing oil, and the oil is not always high. I just hear that Trump is fighting about high price and something like that. So
but you understand what I was trying to say before, though, right? Like that they don't care about like they don't care about any culture. These companies don't care about any culture or religion. They remove stuff and put it in, or they'll take it out depending on the region, because they just want to make money. Like, but here in the West, they'll pretend that they're doing it because they want to do the right thing. They want to say, oh, we want to be progressive. We want to give these people voices. But the reality is that the second that it costs them money, for example, in Saudi Arabia with Spider-Man, they'll censor it because they want to be able to sell it to your people. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of like to me, that's like the gist of it, of what's kind of been happening over there. And like also worldwide.
Real quick, Yurik, what's up? We had talked about the what was that shit called? The Real Game Awards. So when this is done, you probably can watch the replay and hear it back. I think it was like one of the first things we talked about.
Yeah, we went on with it for a while too.
Just so you know, yeah. So we talked about it in pretty good detail too. So because he was the one who suggested it. Just
Gotcha.
Anyway.
And also, I want to add one more thing, like. So I don't, because again, I don't know how much of it I don't know how good your English is, but hopefully you understand me. All right, if a company wants to, if you believe something strongly in something, and they say you can't have it here because, like, if they say, like, for example, with the women, you got to cover up the women, in Saudi Arabia. If they're saying that, but WWE, they're telling everybody they want to be pro-feminist, they want to give women a chance to be in the spotlight, they're saying all these things, but then if that means that they can't perform in your country, they immediately bend the knee and they immediately say, all right, we got to cover you up. Doesn't that mean that they don't believe in what they're saying? Isn't that a clear example that they don't have conviction in what they believe in? Because if they did, they would say, well, us wanting to do this is worth more than losing whatever money from Saudi Arabia. I'm not saying I agree with it, because again, like, I'm not saying I like all that stuff. I'm just saying that it shows you that even then they don't even have convictions with the shit that they're pushing on everyone else.
For this one, I don't know really, but really I don't know. Sorry about it. So if you ask me about video games, maybe, but politics thing is a little bit hard to me.
Okay. Let me switch it. Let me switch it then.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna switch to with gaming. It'll make more sense. All right, if they say they want to make gay people in Spider-Man 2 so that they can be represented, you understand? It makes sense, right?
Yeah.
And then Saudi Arabia says, if you do this, you can't put our game in the country, and then the people that make Spider-Man, they don't put they change it so they could get sold in your country. Doesn't that mean that the people who make Spider-Man don't believe in the stuff they're pushing? Because when you believe in something, you're gonna be willing to lose money if it means pushing your message, right? But they're not willing to do that, and that's also, I mean, again, I don't like it. I'm just saying that's why those companies. Yeah, that's why the companies are so bad, because they pretend like they want to be, progressive and don't want, and they want freedom and all this stuff. But then if it costs them money, they immediately go back on it. You get me? Like, I hope I made that clear. It's just funny. Like, and also hearing what you're saying, it's like it's insane.
Yeah. About doing this, I don't know how I put it. Like, we are aware, we cannot, like, is it impossible to say to, for example, gay people, you cannot be a gay, you cannot be the. What is the promoting or the showing off or the having, like, something to do about why doing this, why doing that? It's like, you can be, you can come here for example as a gay in Saudi Arabia and do everything, but respect. Don't be like over voice or over, like, I'm doing that, I'm doing
over flamboyant, like, too, like, yeah, I get what you mean.
Okay.
Well, bro, like, look,
that means I can go there then.
Yeah, I guess. I agree. I don't like and when I say all this stuff, what's his name? Hakami. When I say all this stuff, I'm not saying it because I agree with the gay stuff, because I don't like it in the games either. I'm with you. I don't really like it in gaming. I'm just saying that it makes the people that make the games hypocrites. It just makes them hypocrites. It's like, look, that's all.
What I am saying, they're using gay people, they're using religious, they're using any other else as a tool. Like, for example, Musa thing. They're saying, they're saying in Islam, they treat women as better than your religion, for example. That's what saying. Why you bring this up?
Exactly. Why is it there?
Yeah.
What is the point?
It's not needed. Yeah.
It's not
needed.
needed.
Guy was never even there anyway.
Exactly. And it's kind of funny.
He was really there. He would have been the first game.
And it's kind of that kind of thing. The only important people that should know about sexuality and that kind of thing is you and your partner. I've always found that to be the case.
Yeah. Why do I need to know what you do? Why do I need to know what someone else does?
Yeah, and why are you using that as like a basis for a personality? It's like the guy we were talking about before, from the Real Game Awards. He uses it as a basis for a personality.
Yeah.
He uses his lack of personality, but his absolute degeneracy as a personality. It's bad.
And the second, what made it crazier is that the second that he actually won something off merit, he's so ideologically driven that he kind of like took away his own accolade. He almost like threw away his own praise to bring up the weird like gay stuff,
to be exactly to be a narcissist prick.
Yes. Most people, it's like Hakami said, most people, we don't care about what you do. It's like it's kind of no different than what we think. It's like you could do whatever you want behind closed doors, but why is it in Spider-Man? Why is it in Kingdom Come Deliverance? Why do I have to like, why is it so important that everyone knows what your sexuality is?
Yeah,
and a lot of it really doesn't even like serve the plot anyway, or really add much to the characters.
Yeah,
because once like the scene is the whatever gay scene or whatever is done, it's like, all right, well, did I really add anything to it? And usually that's not the case. It's like they try to add that to make up to a shitty character, or a shitty story.
Yeah, and it makes sense, and like it's kind of crazy. It kind of ties back to what Beltran was saying earlier. It shows how much negative influence this shit has had in other countries, right? Where like people in other countries are saying like, wait, why is this here? Like why is that even a thing, Like, so it's pretty.
Let me quickly address the what's the name? Sim Clipper. Yeah, like not every game needs to have, or well, not every game even has like sexually like looking like characters. I want to say like a lot of those games have like borderline prostitutes. Some games do, but it usually is like for story reasons, purposes, or whatever.
What is the comment? What is the comment you respond to? What did he say or she?
Let me put it on the screen, make it easier. His second comment was, doesn't have to be in every game. Make a puzzle game without sexual shit, etc. And yeah,
there's a lot of
games
game
is going to be. Yeah, not every game is going to be like that. I mean, it's
play Terraria, play Minecraft,
like and
play Terraria, play Minecraft.
Yeah. So, and that's not also to say like just because you have a a character that's very like revealing in her her clothing and whatnot, doesn't mean it's going to be a great game. There's plenty of pretty mediocre shitty games with like
sexy women in it too.
Sexy women in it. But the same thing, even if they're covered up, she's in, females in full armor or whatever, that doesn't mean that's going to be a great game either. It really depends. But at the same time, people like seeing aesthetically pleasing characters. I mean, you look at a lot of the games we have now for several years now. They're pretty busted looking women. They look like Neanderthals. A lot of them, you question if they are even a woman
Neanderthals.
Or not.
Boonga boonga, snoo bad.
Yeah,
you've seen some of the Japanese
like,
character models in the new Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Oof,
oh
Chungus.
My god!
Big
I've
Chungus.
seen that. God damn.
Chungus Lee.
Chungus, and you got the females. Fucking god. I mean, you remove the long hair. It looks like a dude.
Pretty
terrible.
Much. I think
that we got plenty of games with terrible looking women that flat chested and everything, they're covered up and the game is trash anyway. And we have been actually seeing a lot of games with sexy female characters that end up being good, like Stellar Blade. I'm not gonna count Lollipop Chainsaw. That was a remaster from like, what was it, 2012 or so. So if you want to add that in there, go ahead.
And contrary to what people think, Stellar Blade actually has a pretty good story.
It's not the rule, though, is it? Though it's that if you put a sexy character in, it's going to be a good game. It's just not the rule; it's the exception, and it always has been.
Yeah, I mean, well, I think that it's. I would say it's not even the exception. It's just a 50-50. Yeah. It's not the rule, but it's not the exception. It's like a game could be bad or good, and depending on the direction of the person, but it should be based on the direction of where the market goes and the artist. So if the artist makes a game, they want to have a game with a sexy woman in it. If it's bad, it'll fail. And no matter how much you cry about representation, a game with a bald a bald Neanderthal-looking woman might fail just because of that. It might fail just because people don't like it. That's part of the free market. You can't be mad at people for their preferences in gaming. And guess what? There's a lot of crossover. Sex and violence go hand in hand. If you're playing a game like Ninja Gaiden, a lot of times you're going to see the sex appeal.
Well, that's the thing about free market, isn't it? People have the freedom to change their mind.
Exactly, that's too. Look, if my thing is like, oh, not every game needs to be sexy. Yeah, not every game needs to involve you murdering people as well. If you're a gooner for these sexy games, and you're also then you by that argument, then you're also a sociopath because you enjoy killing people. Both arguments are they're both retarded arguments, right? But I mean, it's hypocritical to say one and not the other. So if, for example, I'm not saying this person's mad or anything, but if you're mad because people are criticizing, let's say, Assassin's Creed because they find a woman ugly, or they find this character like unappealing, then and you feel like, oh, they're just a pervert or a gooner. The same thing could say like, why do you want to play this game where you cut people's heads off so badly? Why do you want to cut people's heads off so much? Why don't you want to play a game where
you play as a black guy in Japan slaughtering Japanese people?
Yeah, but even if you take out the racial aspects, you're playing a game where you're beheading people. Why do you want to play that so badly? Where is the line drawn?
Well, I've seen like this little clip of Last of Us 2 that's been going about. Oh my God, the realism, and the brutality, and the violence. And I look at it and I go, dude, that looks so funny. That looks like some seriously funny cartoon shit. Like, do you see that woman's head? Literally, like she looks like someone stuck a knife in a melon. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
Look,
and again,
it's funny they'll show the gameplay for that, but then the message for the story is revenge bad.
Yeah,
but you have all that going on.
That's The Last of Us 2.
All right,
The Last of Us 2 all over again.
That's Druckmann. He's like, look, guys, I know you're gonna hate this game, but revenge is bad. Don't kill me.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's like, look, honestly, none of us are like these Puritans that we like to pretend that we are. We're just not. Like, if you're engaging in entertainment, yes, there are games that you can play like Tetris. There's a ton of games that aren't violent, but if you're playing Assassin's Creed, if you're playing these games, it's like who are you really to talk to anybody and then bash them for their preference of gaming, or because they don't want to see a beefy man or whatever, a beefy man in a wig and then call it a woman. It's like, get your priorities straight.
Just to be clear, Sim Clipper, we're not saying like you're like trying to bash.
Yeah, we're not saying about you. I'm just
kind of like,
yeah.
It's
just a jumping off point.
I don't make it seem like we're getting at him.
It's just it's not. It's just a jumping off point for like the conversation about it, because I feel like it's kind of relative to like what we're talking about. I'm pretty sure if he thinks like that or not, whatever. It's not really like it's not targeted at you.
I know we were talking about wrestling just a bit ago, and a quick aside. Has anybody seen Chris Jericho recently?
Yes.
Holy shit! He looks like
the butcher.
What did he do?
He will not go the fuck away. That's what's like. Basically, people begging him for his fat ass to retire.
He's Flabico. He's Flabico with the Jared thighs.
Yeah.
The last thing I saw was a clip from AEW with God, who's the bald guy, the tag team who used to be in the Revival?
Dawson.
Dax something. Dax something. Dax.
Whatever his
Hardwood or something.
Yeah,
Dax Hardwood. Yeah. What a name.
Yeah. Dax Rock Solid and
Dax Rock Solid.
I watched Jim Cornette
tear it. Terrible.
I listened to Jim Cornette tear it to pieces. Oh God, it's so funny.
I believe it.
I know Cornette is a raging lefty, but man, there's nobody finer when it comes to
really
like.
He's like cannibalistically leftist, where he gets called out all the time for the stuff that he did in the past. It's like, it's fun. It kind of reminds me of Kevin Nash. Kevin Nash says some really like leftist shit, and I'm like, do you know that you're Kevin Nash to be saying this? Do you? Of all people, you are Kevin Nash, bro. Like,
you're Kevin Nash, you're one of the funniest people to ever fucking get on a microphone in the ring.
There is zero politically correct about him ever in his entire wrestling career. Like, come on.
Or even Mick Foley, like he was fucking surrounded by fucking women doing bikini contests and shit like that. Like, we're gonna have the cat come out and she's gonna, dance for us. Whatever, like bikini. these people try to, when they're older and they got nothing else to really offer, like the wrestling industry or whatever industry it may be, then they want to get on their high horse and act like, I was always a feminist and a Democrat.
They,
and I was
they
always
play
against this. I'm like,
they play follow the leader. They play follow the leader.
Yeah.
It's easy to take a stance when it's like everyone's taking a stance now. But in the 2000s and the 90s, when they could have said, "Hey, maybe we shouldn't have Sable wrestle in mud in a thong," he could have said back then, like, "Hey, let's." He could have been a vapid feminist back then too, but he chose not to. Why? Because it wasn't the popular opinion to have. So these people, it's like they go with the wind. They go with whatever the popular opinion is.
Yep.
Like that's Mick Foley. That's a lot of these celebrities. These same celebrities preaching this woke stuff. If you look back at the stuff they said throughout their career, like wrestlers, celebrities, all of them, it's completely contradictory. They have what's the word? They have the corporately approved talking points, and if they stray from the script, then they get ripped apart by their own people.
Yeah, Cornette is anything.
Exactly.
Jim Cornette is anything but politically correct. He doesn't pretend to be. He just has a Trump derangement syndrome. Like
he lacks self-awareness. He lacks self-awareness.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
It does. I thought if you like look for that video, it's so good, it's so funny. Just watching Chris Jericho not be able to wrestle anymore.
Yeah, it's like yeah. Go ahead.
Can I
say?
Can I ask a question about? I'm not catching up the modern wrestling and everything, but when I go back and I see the old matches and the move that wrestlers were they doing is like hitting chair in the head, DDT, moon. That jumping from moon, what do they call it?
It's called a moonsault.
Yeah. All this one is like forbidden, or you're not allowed. If you do it, you get like penalty or violation. Fine about it.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
For a moonsault.
Yeah.
He's kind of like I know what he's saying. He's talking about you're comparing like Western wrestling, like American, like WWF back in the day versus now, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it happened. Moonsaults you can still do, but I get what you're saying. A lot of the chair shots to the head and stuff are banned, and all that stuff is banned now because there were multiple concussions, and WWE is scared of lawsuits, so they're trying to limit it to avoid lawsuits. Also, you know about Chris Benoit, right? Where he killed his family, and he was he was juiced up to the gills. He had multiple concussions. So the argument was that the people trying to make was the brain damage and the steroids caused him to go crazy, which I think that he snapped for different reasons. I don't think that helped, but I think it's a scapegoat to bring that. But that's not the point. The point I'm trying to mention with this is that because of those two things, the WWE started cracking down on head trauma and on steroids. That's why a lot of guys have dog shit physiques now as well.
Oh, that's so true.
Yeah. So.
Did you see the match between The Rock and Mankind about I Quit?
Oh
yeah.
He scrambled that man's brain. Scrambled that man's brain.
Sorry. 1999. Yeah.
It's like someone is
hard to watch.
Yeah, someone is like off a script. I think Mankind, and The Rock is like pissed off about it. I remember the last headshot by chair. Mankind was giving him his back, but The Rock now he turned around and face him and give him that headshot. What I remember is like Mankind was pissed off about why I give him my back to hit me by that chair, but he hit me by how much he get in the head? How much Mankind get a headshot?
Wasn't it like seven headshots or something?
It was
or like
14 shots.
It was 14, yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. The Rock took liberties with him. But honestly, like The Rock is a whole different subject.
Rocky actually hit the back of his head, which is so goddamn dangerous. You need to hit it if you listen to the Undertaker talk about it, you have to hit flush on the on the center of the temple. You have
That's
to.
the top of the
Otherwise-
head is the hardest part of the skull, bro.
Yeah. If you hit
But
like
some
where it goes
but
down.
some-
Do you remember when? Sorry, do you remember when Eddie Guerrero? Was it Eddie Guerrero? Yeah, Eddie Guerrero got busted. No, it was JBL. JBL got busted open by.
Oh yeah.
From Eddie
I think it
Guerrero.
was.
That's what it was.
No, it wasn't Eddie Guerrero.
It was Steven Richards. He got revenge on him
Yes.
because of he basically brutalized Blue Meanie.
It wasn't a receipt shot. What it was is JBL was too tall, so the chair couldn't connect with the right.
And it hit him in the face.
Richards, explained it.
Yeah.
It hit him in the
but
face.
but
he
some
deserved it.
wrestler,
Yeah, he did.
but some wrestler is allowed. Okay, hit me with that chair.
Yeah.
Like I think Chris Benoit. I think even he get like damage in his head and something, but he allow it. Hit me. Yeah, maybe to get credit. Maybe fan will be happy. Yeah.
To make the match more memorable, to give it credibility, to make it feel real. Yeah, it's true. But
Roddy Piper actually
because now like if
really
they do hit them
heated,
with the head chair or any weapon, a lot of the wrestlers they put their hands up usually.
Yeah, they do. Well, Roddy Piper got really heated.
Back then, it's like some of them would, but a lot of them wouldn't.
What was it? I think it was with Mr. T. Yeah, he got really heated with Mr. T because Mr. T kept pulling his punches, and Roddy hated that. He said, "No, just punch me. It looks terrible when you hold back. Just punch me." And he got some real heat with Mr. T because of that.
Well, that's the thing, man. Like WWE as a company, they don't care about that stuff anymore. Maybe at one point they did, but it has the problem where they're the big guys now, so they can get away with anything. When you reach the top, sometimes you get lazy and complacent, and that's what you're seeing in wrestling now. And like I said before, they're highly afraid of concussion lawsuits.
Yeah. We've gone off topic. I'm so sorry. I just wanted to talk about Fat Chris Jericho. I'm so sorry.
You're fine. You're fine. You're fine.
Fatty Co.
All right.
Fatico. Jared dies. No, it's not Fatico. It's Flabico. Sorry.
Flabico. Yes.
Flabico.
Come on, baby.
Drink it in, man.
Oh God.
But
taste the butter of Jericho. Spread it on, man.
You can say what you want about him. He's great on the mic. Can never take that away from him.
I never take that away from him. No.
Yeah, he's a hilarious guy.
Still got that.
Yeah.
But he's definitely become the new Hogan.
Kingdom Come.
Yeah, get back on subject. I was about to say that too. So
yeah.
With
Kingdom
Come. I know, Burb, you said you're not going to get the game, right?
No. It's
me, I cannot.
Hakami has no choice.
I didn't play the first one,
yeah.
So it's not like I'm going to be upset about or anything about it. I just think it's funny that it's just another dev that decides to play holier than thou, and it's just kind of a running theme tonight, isn't it? Really?
Yeah. I think the best thing that could happen is this is going to sound very vulgar. I think devs needs to just, if they can afford to make their games themselves, first off, not be greedy and seek investment money. If they can self-produce, and then they should if they can, and not just say, oh, well, we'll have extra money. Like, fuck the extra money because the strings that come with it. But also, they should start telling people to fuck off. I think if I made like I have my original creation Augur, right? If I made a video game of that and somebody was like, oh, it's too violent, it's too sexist, I'll be like, don't let your kids play it, and I'm gonna put what I want in it. Go fuck yourself. Which would probably make me a bad manager of a community, but I think that that kind of honesty is warranted now. Kind of just have to
from most community managers these days.
Yeah, right.
I was gonna say that. Yeah, they might as well have that attitude since they're doing that in the reverse now, where it's like, hey, why are you pandering? Why are you doing all this dumb shit? Hey, why don't you explain why it's banned in this country? Why are you being so vague? Why are you contradicting yourself? And grifters, bots, and Nazis, all sort of shit. It's like and then they wonder why, people are canceling their pre-orders or people are being negative towards them. It's because of their attitude.
Imagine how
it's like
imagine how based it would be if they said to a developer, oh, we don't like the representation of women. Why is she so why is there so much skin? And he just said, because I like sexy women. Now fuck off. Imagine he just said that. Or this is the direction we wanted to go.
I mean, they do say that kind of thing when it's like weird ideology shit. They're like they're absolutely goddamn adamant about it. You know, they're like, oh, you can just leave and go kill yourself. You know, like sort of thing. It's like, oh,
yeah.
okay.
So let's turn that. What I'm saying is turn the coin around, and say, hey, you don't like this game. If they're telling us to not buy it because there's like fucking like weird shit in it, then we could tell them not to buy our stuff if they don't want to play it. I know that's not always a good strat. That's definitely not a good strategy with consumers. But I think at this point, anybody who wasn't going to buy your game because of the content of the female characters or whatever other content, they weren't going to buy your game anyway. So I don't think you're losing anything. I think it's actually worse when you have an IP like Spider-Man, which costs $200 million and is supposed to appeal to everyone. And then you tell people if you don't like it to screw up. That's a whole different banana. But if it's like something like Ninja Gaiden 2, it's like anyone who had a problem with that stuff isn't playing Ninja Gaiden anyway. So, that's just my philosophy on
Apollo, what do you think about the whole situation?
So
Kingdom Come Deliverance
whole situation with Fat Chris Jericho.
Sorry. They put that bad scene. I think they did it intentionally, but if you go looking back in the old ancient era, the Night and King Day era, some of that stuff went on, but they were quiet about it, and they were. Like back then, you know, everybody was all sinners back then, but I think they did that intentionally, put it in the game for like messaging, putting that bad scene. They intentionally do it. I'm like, hey, why put it in a video game? And then, so like in the history books, that weird stuff went on. Look at the Roman Empire days. They did that back then. The Roman soldiers did it, whatever, and like. If I'm going to play a medieval game, I want to play a medieval game. I'm cool seeing the cool looking churches back then during the
medieval era. The architecture,
the buildings were beautiful back then, the churches, very lovely. But I pay attention very, very, very religiously with history. That's a big part for me. I love history. In the Middle Ages, like I want to play a Middle Age game, play as a knight, kick some butt, you know what I mean? Ride a cool horse and do things what a normal, noble knight would do on a game like that. But I think they intentionally did it because of government. It was like they want to get the government money and crap like that. And
exactly.
So I think the game is gonna flop horribly. If I want to play a night combat game, it'd be like the I forgot what that game was called. It's like you play as Knight and Kings. It's like blue and red. It's not red versus blue.
Chivalry? Chivalry?
Yeah, Chivalry.
That game is really cool. I always wanted to play it, but I couldn't.
I would rather play that than Kingdom Come 2. I'm just saying.
Isn't that game PC only?
It's everywhere now.
No, it's on console. Yeah.
Nice.
I think the second one's also out too.
So I would rather play that than it's like it's weird. I don't know why they would add that, like force it in there. I'm like, it's been in history, but why stick it in a video game? Like I don't understand that. It's pretty weird.
Especially since it was frowned upon back then. It's like you said, it was frowned upon. They had to hide it.
Yeah, that was back then. That was hide it, and then. Yeah, it's even the same thing. If I want to go and play a Roman Empire game, fight as a Roman soldier, I don't want to see weird stuff out there like that. I just want to play a good game, playing as a cool knight, King Day soldier, or a Roman Empire soldier. Either way, so simple.
Yeah, you're right. You're right on the money with that.
Your point, Apollo, is like they kept it secretive for so long. It's not like you got to like just randomly like come across it or whatever. So it's like. You got to add into a game when it was like frowned upon and it was even rare to even like come by. Then what's the point of even putting it in there? If that's the case, you might as well put everything in history that was ever rare or frowned upon.
In history, if they got caught, they would get their heads cut off. Like with the the King days, they had that.
Yeah, I think
you're talking about the guillotine. The guillotine.
They would get the guillotine.
Guillotine. Yep.
That was back then. If they get if somebody found
Well,
out, oh yeah, these guys are doing that. So
that's how you know it's
like,
a virtue. That's how you know it's a virtue signal.
yeah.
Because if it was frowned upon back then, it opens the door for them to say we're gay. They frown upon this within the story. Like we we can't let our love be like that adds excuse for them to add woke politics to the game because they can't just be gay. Now they have to justify how they have to hide their love or whatever. Which is it makes me. I honestly don't even like saying it because it's so fucking fruity. But like the point is. That's what they could end up adding into the game because that's how you know it's I guess I'm going in circles. That's how you know it's a virtual signal. That's how you know it is. That's how you know.
Yeah.
So no, you're right on the money with that, Apollo. I couldn't agree
I mean,
more. It's like you just want to be the cool knight.
Made it even worse. It's like
No, I was gonna say you just want to be the cool knight that fights the bad guys, fights the invading force, and saves the kingdom. That's all people want in those medieval games.
Yeah, and literally. Wife. There you go.
If you want that kind of thing, there's one game out there just for you. It's called Sonic and the Black Knight.
I want to play a game where I play as Burb's ancestor and I cut off the head of invaders.
Yes, we must stop the blood sacrifices.
Yeah, one of Burb's ancestors. They're gonna have like the friar haircut. You know what I'm talking about? Like,
yeah, I totally know what you're talking about. Yeah. Roundheads. Yeah.
Roundheads. Yeah.
Sonic movie not getting Oscar because it's not diversity enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? Hakami, I want to say something good though. There's something good about Saudi Arabia's bans though that I gotta mention because if Saudi Arabia bans a game, that kind of tells me there's woke shit in it. So if I see a game's banned in Saudi Arabia, it's a pretty good sign that it's probably gonna have some weird stuff in there, and maybe I'll.
I think you know what, Saudi Arabia was the first DEI detected.
It was.
Yeah, basically.
You are
you know what
our canary down the coal mine.
Yeah, you're the literal auger. The bird. You're literally like you. I can look at the list of banned games in Saudi Arabia and know they're DEI safe.
Yeah. But to add on to what Apollo was saying with all that shit with the game where you want to play as a cool knight and whatnot, and he had a love Henry, the main character. He had a love interest in the first game where apparently you could marry her if you want. I'm not sure if she's in the second one because they showed other women, but I don't remember because So
maybe she got her head.
I didn't finish the first game because
he falls in love with the. I'm saying maybe she gets her head cut off and then like the character falls in love with the guy that did it.
Oh damn, that's some crazy stuff. That's some crazy stuff. He actually enjoys doing it because he's in love with the main character. He enjoyed killing the love interest because he loves the main character. And you know what's funny? I'm joking, but the woke people will unironically make a plot like that. That's the sad part. I'm joking, and they'll actually do that.
They would.
Yeah. I think Gamer have a review of it, and they said it was a medieval Brokeback Mountain.
Oh my god!
Why can't I quit you? You know, like
Brokeback Squire.
Yeah, pretty much. But but yeah, the reason why I didn't finish the first game because on PS4 it's pretty like buggy, not really well optimized. So yeah, but I was hoping that the second one would probably like be better off on consoles. I'm not gonna know that now personally because I'm not getting the game. But
I'm gonna keep it real. I got bored with the first one. I'm gonna keep it real.
I don't blame you. There's a lot of boring.
I got bored. I got bored and I just stopped caring. And that game's really long. So
a lot of the realism to me kind of like bothered me a bit, like the survival mechanics, like having to keep your food stored and whatnot. Then you have these potions that you drink to save the game, or you just gotta. I think they updated it where you can save and exit to the main menu, but then you have to load your game again and shit like that. It's like really annoying. But anyway, with what was I gonna say? With Henry, he's canonically he was a straight guy, and then now they want to make it like, all right, well now he can be gay, and it's like, why would you feel the need to do that? And then, I mean, we already know why it has to do with like government funding and whatnot, and probably want to chase the modern audience a bit because it's what they usually do. The first game does well, it builds a good base of fans, and the second one comes along, and then they want to then that's when they want to add all this DEI bullshit in it that no one asked for, and then you're gonna have all the simps to enjoy the first game because I'm pretty sure some of you probably seen in comment sections and whatnot, or even videos where it's like, are these people really that insecure that they can't handle a gay scene and shit like that? It's like is your head so far up this company's ass that you can't see that this makes no sense, that it's clear pandering,
I think it's
goes
more
against everything that they originally stood for?
I think the problem is that more so that it's illogical because like the time period that it's in, and then because in the first game they went out of their way to tell you no, Henry's an existing character with an existing backstory. It kind of like makes it that why are you doing this in this game? It kind of goes against all the things you said in the first game, and he was obviously like very Christian. You know, he was a Christian. So I just find it like that if this was a new IP if this was like, again, even though I don't like it personally, like it's not my cup of tea. If it was like an RPG like Fallout or even Starfield to a degree, and you had the chance to make you can personally make your character gay, I think people would have less argument because it comes down more to choice. But if you have a character like Henry who has a female love interest in the first game, is explicitly straight, the director of the game goes out of his way to say that he's straight, and then you go 180. I think that's where the flack is really coming from. Because even if Henry was a different character, I think it would be harder for people to make the arguments we're making. But it's really not that. I don't think it belongs in there either way. I still think it would be an ass pull because back then people had to hide that kind of stuff. But at least it would have made more sense than Henry, right? And again, I'm not vouching for it or saying that like I want that in the games. I don't. I prefer it not be there. But at least you have more room to like do that if it's an original character or if it's not a game that takes place in like 1400s Bohemia, whatever. Like it's like the everything around it is what makes it egregious. It's not inherently that you can be gay in the game. Because again, people, if this was Fallout or something, I don't think people would care.
Like, for changing something, like you making establish game, the original. After that, you changing. That change is like what the fan wanted, right? Sometimes if you change something that not a bit to fan, they get sad. They get, why you putting this one? Why you putting that one? It's same what happened. I remember when Final Fantasy 16.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. The real fan of Final Fantasy, they asking. We didn't have in all series of Final Fantasy like a gay stuff or a gay character. Why are you putting this one? And usually was back clashing with this fan.
Yeah.
Same.
No, you're right.
Same what happened with the Kingdom Come. The fan of this game, the die-hard of this game, who play this game like every day. When they hear the first something about there's a gay scene, the original one doesn't have, they start question. They start other people who didn't play this game. They said, "Who cares? Saudi Arabia is banning the game. Like, no need." But the real hardcore is like get cheated or stabbed from back. Like this.
Yep.
Yeah. They lose the opportunity to play the game that they loved the first one of because of some dumbass decision by a developer. You're right, bro. You're right.
Yeah.
And
they feel cheated.
Also,
they feel betrayed.
Yeah, and they also feel left out because they liked the first game, and because they wanted to virtue signal. Now a whole section of fans can't enjoy the game. It's true. So. You know, Hakami's right there, and like
look at because of ideological differences, they're segregating players, which is just like that's just a perfect. I mean, that's honestly that's just a perfect capping stone for the whole fucking thing, isn't it? Really,
pretty
segregation.
Much, yeah, pretty much. I mean, he's right, you know, and also he made another good point. Hakami said he said that people need to like that people. They expect something from the first game. If he's a straight Christian or if he's a straight Muslim in the first game, you can't go to the second game and then make him gay and then think people are not going to be like, what the hell? Like, of course they're going to be affected. They're going to be bothered by that. So, you know, both things are true. It's like, you got to be consistent.
Yep. It should actually be the theme song for the game.
The
This is
segregation
my
Olympics.
kingdom come. This is my kingdom come. Oh, the main character takes it up the ass. He likes the penis shaft. He likes the penis hard.
Is it that could play song,
Oh no!
but changing?
You know, Sabotage. They
Yeah,
did
that's
a
what
song
it
of
should be.
that.
If I could turn
Oh yeah, you're
back
right. I
time,
remember that.
Sabaton.
I
They
would
did a
make Henry
contract
gay.
with that company.
Yeah, I actually remember.
My only regret
Sabaton
is
made
I
a
couldn't
song
make
for him.
Henry gay.
If I could turn back time, I'll make Henry gay. Oh my god. It's so stupid.
Like if you were to make a game in
Alrighty
Rome,
then. So
you'd be like, yeah.
What's the other one?
pretty much.
What's that song I was singing the other day? Do you believe in life after Trump?
Oh my, yeah.
That's
what you should be singing.
Oh my god. Oh my god. But bro, like yeah, they basically the point is they lost their plot, they lost the plot, they lost their mind. They're playing games, they're playing word games. The director is definitely hiding like backstage dealings that he had to do. There's a lot going on. And again, like he just sabotaged a game that would have been the kind of game, especially in current climate, if they didn't put that stuff in, that would have sold like hotcakes because people are really desperate for more like I guess I don't want to say traditional values, but for more, I guess normalcy in games where not everything is about like your orientation or like your political alignment. It was just about being a hero. I think the more devs they go back to making games where you just are a hero, or whatever, like that's gonna be the games that are successful within the next like 10 years that are gonna really do well.
Yep. Yeah, I agree. And it's crazy. He self-sabotaged. I mean, it wasn't even just him; it was other people involved as well. They sabotaged their own game merely weeks before it launches. So if they would have just shut up about it, or at least been more transparent and not act like an ass about it, they probably would have been able to save themselves somewhat because that shit would have already been in the game anyway. But that would have
Reminds me of
basically ruined
another
it
Deep Silver
on its
product.
own. But oh yeah, that other one that didn't fare too well.
Yeah.
Wonder what happened to that company.
Oh, I'm sure they're dead now.
Yeah, they're long gone. After 30 years. But yeah, so let's get into the next topic, but I'm gonna switch the panel.
Yeah, I'm leaving.
So I'll bring you guys back if you want. Oh, you're gonna leave
Yes.
All right, man. Thanks for coming on. Appreciate it. And you're welcome to come on anytime if you want.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. See ya.
Take it easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Thanks for coming on, Hakam. You're always welcome on, bro. It's always good to have people from like different parts of the world come in and chime in. So it's really nice, man. I really like the different perspectives from different places, and you made some good points. So definitely come on again in the future if you can.
Yeah, good people.
Yeah. So yep. So let me switch a few people. Let me switch Bird and Apollo, and I'll bring you guys back on.
Sure. It's
Oops. He was in the middle of saying something. I mean, you can say it in the chat. I guess that'll be a little bit easier. So, yeah.
Hey, Rev.
Yo,
in here. He hasn't.
How's it going, guys?
What's up, man? How's it going?
What's up, Marty?
Not too much. What is wrong with you guys? I can't believe it. Huh? what? Yeah, that's
Hi.
this picture. This
Christian
picture right here is
phrase.
a pornography. Man, I mean,
bro.
yeah. The more
What's up,
the more
Christian?
the more I know
Too
about
good.
Melanie Mac, more realized that, dude, she ain't who I think she is.
Yeah. She
And-
came out with that Big Mac attack.
Yeah, definitely.
give me 1 second.
Yeah.
Revenant. Let me just interrupt you for a second. Revenant. How many more subjects are left? What are the other topics?
We got to talk about Lords of the Fallen, the developers rejecting DEI, and Ninja Gaiden 4.
All right, so let's try to like be a little bit more concise because we've been on for like almost 4 hours. So let's try to
that also includes Ninja Gaiden 2 Black, right?
Yeah, Ninja Gaiden 2 Black. We'll talk about both of those things.
Yeah, we'll get into that bit too.
Has anyone heard of Janice Kawaii?
What is that?
She voiced Ayane in the Ninja Gaiden games. She also voiced Jenny from Teenage Robot and Ami from Hi Hi Puffy Amiyumi.
Oh, okay. That's pretty good. I didn't know.
She can even speak some Japanese.
But that's nice. That's good. That's actually very useful.
Yeah. She's an underrated voice
so
actress.
I'm sure 'cause I haven't really heard of her much. I mean, it's unfortunate because you hear a lot about like the same people, the same voice actors. It seems like they always like rotating between the same 4 people. So, but
well, to
since,
be fair, Janice Kawaii did collaborate with Grey Delisle a lot. You know, like in Hi Hi Puffy Amiyumi, Ninja Gaiden 2.
Oh, okay. So that's good.
Yeah.
Well, since we're already talking about Ninja Gaiden,
that was a fact from the freight train. That was a fact from the freight train himself.
Yes.
All right, so let's talk about Ninja Gaiden, and you guys can go first. I'll go last, or I'll wait.
All right.
So Marty, since you just joined, you go ahead.
Yeah, Ninja Gaiden 2 Black. Yeah, it's definitely a remake, not a remaster. I mean, if it's a remaster, they would go back to the original. They would go back to the original graphics, the original files, and re-render them in 4K and 120 frames per second. So yeah, therefore it's a remake because obviously the female faces are altered and of course Tecmo, man, why can't you use your engine or create your own engine instead of just go stick with the cheaper Unreal Engine 5? And no wonder why Sonya looks different and she doesn't even look I don't know. She looks okay, but I just prefer her older model. Then again, the original Ninja Gaiden 2 aged well, and I hate to say it, so is Ninja Gaiden Sigma 2, despite the downgrades.
Yeah, they still hold up.
I was playing Ninja Gaiden 2, the original, not that long ago, and it looks great still. It actually runs really well. So
yeah.
Here's an interesting coincidence between Ninja Gaiden and Hi Hi Puffy Amiyumi. In an episode of Hi Hi Puffy Amiyumi called Ninja Poop, Yumi becomes a ninja at the cost of her not being a rock star, and Ami quickly became a ninja, and she told Yumi to quit being a ninja, and Janice Kawaii also voiced Ayane in the Ninja Gaiden games.
That's an interesting connection.
Not to mention that Ami's ninja outfit is all in purple.
That's true.
And
Maybe that
Yumi's
was
intentional. Black.
Wow.
Maybe that was intentional.
Well,
probably yeah.
I mean,
to be fair,
playing a homage.
Voice recording for Hi Hi Puffy Amiyumi started in January 2004.
Interesting. So, with Ninja Gaiden, I want to say something because you brought up a good point, Marty, and it's been pissing me off lately because it's so disingenuous. Not you making the argument. I mean that when people make the counter argument, they've been blaming Unreal Engine 5 for this, and the reality is there is no reason why things had to be reduced in Unreal Engine 5 because despite what engine you use, the artists and the modelers of the game have full access to control the proportions of the characters. So just because it's on Unreal Engine 5 doesn't mean anything had to be reduced. It was definitely an intentional choice for the devs to reduce the females. And actually, you know Rachel. I'm pretty sure everyone here knows who Rachel is. If you look at her her alternate outfit, they actually it's still and again, I say this way in the sense that it's still revealing. It still shows a lot, but it actually closed some of the gaps in the chest covering. So that you can't
wait, don't tell me it's that Fiend outfit, is it?
Yeah, it's the purple Fiend outfit.
Yeah,
So
the purple one.
yeah,
Is it? Is it back to normal? Like back to normal? Like,
well, it
unlike...
is. It is both. It's so I know in Ninja. All right, so you're talking about Dead or Alive Ultimate, where they gave her the black skin tight suit under it. It's you see all her skin in black too, but the thing is that they actually closed up some of the gaps on the chest to make it look like you can see less actual like skin underneath. And then with the lower part of the costume, they actually attached the side pieces on the legs to the crotch area, so it looks more like a bikini instead of just kind of like like you see less skin. It just looks less it looks still, and again, I'm not going to be an idiot, it still looks very like sexual, it still looks very provocative, but it's clear that they were nerfing it. It's just clear that that's what they're doing. They might not have wanted to, I don't think they wanted to go woke. I think they were just trying to like try to be like reduce, just tone it down a little bit. That's just what it seems like, that they purposely wanted to tone it down.
I mean, I wasn't referring to her default outfit. I was referring to her, her outfit when showcased her, full Fiend form. I mean, like when she came back with Dead or Alive 6, along with her full Fiend appearance, they fucked it up. They
covered her in a black bodysuit.
Yeah, which is so fucking dumb and stupid.
So Marty, I challenge you to look, or I implore you to go look at the comparison between the original Fiend suit and the new one, and you'll see that they did reduce some of the skin showing on the chest and crotch area. It's a minor change, but it's definitely a change. It wasn't an accident, right? So they did it for a reason.
I mean,
it's the reality.
Default outfit, is it?
It's not the default outfit. It's the purple one. It's the Fiend outfit. It's the purple Fiend outfit. They actually you have to look at them side by side because it's still very revealing, but it's clear that they added some fabric.
Let me see. I'm going to YouTube or Google or YouTube in this case, because these damn YouTube these days, I can't even find any fucking Japanese dub. But hold on.
Apollo Patriot says a quarter pounder tells his wife to cosplay as Melanie Mac. Yeah, quarter pounders love their Big Macs. They do.
Let me see. Full Fiend. I haven't seen you. Parents, if not, I'm just gonna go actual Google to see how she looks like. Yeah. Meanwhile, so I like how it's like maybe closer to the original Ninja Gaiden 2, because when Ninja Gaiden Sigma 2 was arrived, the cutscenes were reduced to 30 frames per second, which I do not like. Like it's PS3, you should have just kept it at 60 frames per second.
I agree.
And keep the blood and gore as well, because just showcase how powerful the PS3 is. But no,
they did that on purpose. I have a conspiracy theory that Ninja Gaiden was purposely watered down to like make the Sony version purposely worse. I really think that was done on purpose. I remember I had a friend that told me back then that I don't know how true it is, but the creator of Ninja Gaiden does not like PlayStation like that. So it might have been a decision from the parent company, and then
maybe I'm sorry.
Okay, I can see it right here. Or vocation now. We shouldn't be called vocation.
I was gonna say
full Fiend.
I was gonna say to add to your point, Jinpachi, that probably makes sense why, because Xbox and Ninja Gaiden having like when it comes down to Koei Tecmo, they have a good relationship. I think I believe the first one was the first 3D one was exclusive to original Xbox, and the same thing was Ninja Gaiden 2.
Yeah, it was, and that game looks really good. So the first one.
Yeah, I think one of the people had left. I think he was the original creator.
Okay,
maybe I'm getting confused.
At least it looks better. At least it looks better than Dead or Alive 6.
Yeah, it's better. That's what I'm saying. That's what I was trying to say. You still see a lot of skin, but you can still see that they did add some stuff there. I'm sure you noticed. So.
I mean, it's essentially a brand new version 2.0 of her original Fiend appearance.
Well, like look at the crotch area. I know it sounds crazy to say it. Look at the crotch area. Like the bikini line in the original, there was no like fabric there. Now it has like a string that comes across. It gives it more the appearance of like a bikini. Kind of. that connects it, and then the chest area. If you look at the breast, the opening where you can see some skin under the fiend armor is actually smaller, and it covers more of like the thing. And they're also obviously her breasts are also smaller. So
Yep.
Yeah.
you know, it's not like
It's
not
like
like
it's a mixed bag where things look good about
Yeah.
it, but then there's also obvious censorship.
Yeah, exactly.
And
yes.
I was
And
curious
her
about it.
face.
I know people were
I
saying like
don't
yeah,
like
like
what.
it was like a NPC character with a white dress that looked pretty like manly and like reduced like breast size or whatever, or just overall
Exactly.
reduced assets that
Exactly.
that I've seen. But yeah, so it's definitely not
That's what I'm
the
saying. Like, I'm,
definitive version of the game. If you like, you know, if you count everything like 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 the
together.
original,
If you look at the full picture, if you look at the full picture, that's why I don't think that it's woke per se. Like, I would still play the game, but they basically ensured to me that I won't buy the game day one, and they're not gonna get my money.
So not to mention her spikes are much sharper, longer and more sharper than their original full fiend appearance as well. I'm just and much more shinier, obviously, because Unreal Engine 5 and the pink portion is glowing too, obviously, but it's just me right there. I just prefer her. I prefer her original full fiend version on Dead or Alive 5. That's how she should look like.
Dead or Alive 5 is the last good Dead or Alive game.
I agree with that. I was
Oh
not
yeah, man.
with that.
Oh yeah, it is. It is the last good game, and not to mention, it's basically a leftover of the 2000s.
Yeah.
Like when you
That
say,
game
"Oh,
was really fun."
That's right.
That game was really fun. It's kind of a shame with 6 because 6 at its core has some things that like are good, but it's just they betrayed too much of Dead or Alive for it to be like on the same level.
I like
so
the stages in
basically,
6.
unless you have
I
unless
like
you have
stages in 6 more, and also the graphics, but that's about it.
unless you have a powerful computer, and if you're the kind of guy who wants to like insert mods to it, and if you're willing to pay Patreon, stay the hell away from Dead or Alive 6. Do not play on consoles.
I think that more
just
so.
saying.
I think more so than the costumes being like nerfed. The default costumes are all nerfed, so all the sex appeal you have to like basically unlock. That part of it made me like turned off to it, but I think the gameplay changes what like really are what set me off because they made it like they added BS comeback mechanics. They made the game more brain dead. Like it's the same problem I have with like modern tech and a lot of fighters now. They just become so brain dead. Like goddamn, like can't you just make a game where if I make a comeback, it's because I'm good, not because I pressed one button 4 times and took half your health bar. What is wrong? Why can't they make games where like they used to, where a comeback felt like an actual comeback?
Not to mention the breast physics in Dead or Alive 6 are taken away to the point that these girls
it's barely noticeable
inside their heads are complaining, "What the hell, man? I look like I have a fucking breast like fake tits rather than having actual tits."
Oh, because they don't move, right? They're bolted on.
The implants.
And when I found out,
bolted on
I found out they got rid of it. They got rid of breast physics. I said, you know what? I'm gonna go back and play Dead or Alive 5 Ultimate.
But they didn't get rid of it. They just reduced it, right? They reduced it a lot. Isn't that what it was? I don't think they took it out entirely.
Hey,
they definitely reduced it. Yeah.
I have an idea.
Basically, I went back. So basically, I went back to Dead or Alive 5 Ultimate. And change the settings to OMG as retaliation. And I kept it like that ever since then because
as you should.
Divine punishment.
Because fuck you, Tecmo, for going all American. You're supposed to stay true to your roots.
Yeah. I think that's weird. I noticed that it was reduced, but I didn't know they took it out completely. They must have reduced it by a lot then. I don't remember it being taken out completely.
They reduced it, but
and not to mention,
I agree with Paula Patriot though. Soul Calibur is better.
Yeah. Her default is covered up. Her default is covered. Like all the default outfits are covered up, and then all the sex appeal outfits you have to unlock, or you have to buy DLC, which is a bad. To me, it's like it's not even just that. It's mainly the gameplay, but that was the icing on the cake. Like that was like the two things together really turned me off. But back to Ninja Gaiden Black 2, because I wanted to say this. With Ninja Gaiden Black 2, like again, is a game. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like, oh, there's nothing good about it. It's totally woke or whatever, because it's not. It's just there's just a clear sign that they went bad. They're like trying to like. I don't even know if playing ball is the word, but they're trying to like reduce, like it's clear that they intentionally reduced and changed a lot for whatever reason, whether it be like ESG, whether it be backlash, whether it's trying to appeal to the fake Western audience, whatever the case may be. They definitely reduced some things, and they did it for a reason. It's not an accident. It's not because of the engine, because if you're making a character model, you can make them look like Bigfoot, let alone like whatever whatever size chest you want to give them. Like that's not an
They already
excuse.
do.
And people making that excuse are they're very. I'm not gonna say they're dumb, but they're disingenuous. It's on Unreal Engine 5. Okay, so
and
somebody
not to,
crafted that model.
That aside, the background scenery, man, there's no detail into what the hell happened. Like in the original
They ruined
Ninja
the
Gaiden
lighting.
2. Yeah, in the original
ruined the
Ninja
lighting.
Gaiden 2 and Ninja Gaiden Sigma, there's background. There's actual background. There's actual background, so you can actually see the cities behind the main characters.
Yes, I
And
remember.
then
Bro. I
was
love that game. Yep, you're right.
yeah.
You're right. I
Good
remember.
thing
It's
it.
like
gonna
it's a
save
beautiful
up-
scenery right there, and then fucking Ninja Gaiden 2 Black. What the hell happened, man?
That's like
It
one of my
looks like it's
favorite
all
parts of the
blurry.
game. When you're in the city, that's one of my favorite parts of the game.
Good thing I'm gonna save up for the original Ninja Gaiden 2.
You should. I have it on Xbox.
That's
You
a
guys
good
are making
idea,
me want.
yeah.
You guys are making
Yeah,
me
it's
want to play it
backwards
again.
compatible.
Exactly. You guys are
Yeah,
making
I'm
me want
probably
to play
gonna
it.
save
yeah,
it and
I
buy
like
Ninja
playing
Gaiden
it
2,
too.
man.
Speaking of
And
which,
as
I've been helping, promote backwards compatibility, on Twitter to people about their favorite Xbox game or PS2 game getting emulated. They'd be like, "No way, let's go!"
It's good
So
because you know why that's especially
Yeah.
good, Christian? Because people might not know that those games are backwards compatible. They might not even be aware. So
and also
it's
as a
great.
Yeah, it's
bonus,
good.
It's
They're
good
aware.
you're telling them.
you get to play Ninja Gaiden 2, the original Ninja Gaiden 2, in 4K, like 3D emulation rendering. Is the beauty of it. It'll make it
yes, in
seamlessly
fact,
look.
I even post gameplay videos of Xbox backwards compatible games anyway, like
That's
Conquer
good, man.
Live and Reloaded.
That's a great one. I was playing that the other day as well.
Because a fan asked me, "How did you get this?" And I told him it's backwards compatible.
I am the great and mighty Pooh.
Voiced by
And
Chris
yeah,
Marlowe.
man, maybe something that fucking Nintendo should have done instead of
Yeah.
just follow what PlayStation doing with that AI upscale. But
AI upscale is really bad. It's terrible.
yeah,
It's really bad. Like AI upscale doesn't. I mean, like it just. I'm not even talking about because AI is bad.
Yeah.
It doesn't look. It doesn't look good. It just doesn't look good. Like
yeah,
it's
because
bad.
it only
I mean,
upscales the picture, man. It doesn't like bump up the resolution of the actual 3D models. It only upscales the picture output itself.
Sometimes the AI, it will misinterpret certain images and it will add detail that doesn't belong in certain like areas. Like that's why if you play if you watch like movies that are enhanced by AI, when the characters are really far away, they get like AI fingers, for example.
Yeah,
Like they'll get like the weird AI hands from a distance because the AI can't interpret the fingers.
Right, we better not give James Cameron ideas about it. But as for the Switch 2, yeah, I'll get to that later on. And
hold on.
yeah,
Let me quickly answer Y2 Viral real quick. But before I do
Yes.
that, Mirror D80s, thanks for checking out the podcast.
Yeah, thanks for
Appreciate it.
tuning in. Always good to
Sounds like
have
we
you,
got
man.
a lot of people from all over the place coming, so that's good.
Yeah, for sure.
And yeah, speaking of
thoughts
backwards
on TNA and
compatibility.
WWE.
Never mind.
Hold on, Marty, real quick. Yeah, I'll just will be real quick. Thoughts on TNA and WWE partnership? I think it's a good thing that they're doing it, helping each other out. So I was kind of surprised how quick they like utilized that, where they had like some NXT people come to Genesis, and then vice versa with NXT, and they're gonna keep doing that. So that's pretty cool. So I'm kind of interested. Hopefully, it leads to something like eventful, like what's that event they had a few years ago? Worlds Collide, where they had did the NXT UK and NXT guys unified titles. I don't think they got the unified titles, but at least they'll have like champions face each other from
It has promise.
NXT and TNA.
It has
That'd be kinda
promise.
cool. Yeah, it does.
I'm
Yeah, if
actually a
done right.
fan of what's his name? Joe Hendry. I actually like Joe Hendry. I think he's pretty good. So
Yeah,
it'll be good to see
glad
more of
he
him.
won the title. Yeah, he finally won the title, so that's good.
Yeah, it's good that he won the world.
But,
He's like a real starter compared to the other guys, at least.
Yeah, he is. Yep.
But back to Ninja Gaiden Black too, right? So,
Yeah. So what you were saying, Marty? Is he there?
He might be.
I'm aware that they censored Rachel's purple costume.
Yes.
As a result, I'm only buying the original Ninja Gaiden 2.
Rightfully so, based exactly how it should be.
Yes. Exactly. Yeah.
How it should
Exactly.
be.
So
No Sigma
I guess
2.
I believe you can only
But,
play as Rachel in Sigma 2, right? Isn't she only in Sigma 2? Or am I thinking of Ayane? Until Black 2 came out. In the original, I don't think you could play as Ayane. Unless you play, you know, in Sigma 2 you can play as her. So Black probably added her in. I don't think you could. I'm trying to remember. I don't think in
You
the
don't
original...
play as Ayane in Ninja Gaiden Black.
No, I'm talking about Ninja Gaiden 2, the original. You don't get to play as Ayane. She's only in Sigma, right?
And Black.
And Black, yeah, exactly. And also, isn't Rachel only playable in Black and Sigma?
Yes.
As well. So that means that the older Rachel costume is actually from Sigma, which makes sense if you look at how she looks. But yeah, I would be in protest too, because they could have had the best of both worlds. They could have had the better gameplay, gore, blood, and difficulty of Ninja Gaiden original, and then have all the things that they added with the women and extra characters that Sigma 2 had. But they've tried to like compromise, and you end up with this weird situation now where like the females like.
Mira D actually had a good point. I forgot about this. They had the Master Collection of 1, 2, and 3. 3 specifically being Razor's Edge, the improved one. That's on PS4 and Xbox One S and all that crap. So that's actually good. So if you can't get the original
Sigma 1 and Sigma 2
on Xbox.
Sigma, I had
Sigma
it has that
1 as well.
Yep.
I had Sigma 1 on the Vita.
So wow,
believe it or not.
I thought it was just all.
Yeah, I think that people, if they were like, I feel like the at least for me, the optimal way to do this would be to buy the collection and ignore the remaster, because even the collection is gonna be somewhat upscaled to work on modern consoles and like to be like fit the screen properly. So they're gonna be enhanced and regardless. Maybe not like Black 2, but even then, I would argue that the look of Black 2 is kind of like it kind of doesn't. It has things that I don't like about it visually. Like I saw. The lighting, it has like this weird blue hint to it now, like this blue.
Yeah,
hue.
it's like everything's all blue and shit, and everything's all blue. That's not how it looks like.
Yeah, and then the shadows are too intense on certain things. Like Ayane when she's flipping through the air or whatever, it's like it makes it like again, it makes me feel like it's censorship. Like it just even makes me feel like the shadows are censorship. I know that might be a crazy assumption, but it feels that way.
I mean, for goodness sake, at least Sigma 2 has better lighting. And better clarity than the original Ninja Gaiden 2, though. But whereas Ninja Gaiden 2, it has the cutscenes are 60 frames per second, and blood and gore is amazing. And and by the way, about wrestling, I don't know, man. I gotta see it to believe it, but I'm no longer a wrestling fan. But so far, the only person doing well in WWE is Roman Reigns. And thankfully, they managed to have him when he turned face. But thankfully, they kept his character, man.
Yeah. Well, I remember
that's actually good too. Yeah, they didn't reduce
it. Speaking of backwards compatibility, the Switch 2 they better play existing Fire Emblem and Xenoblade Switch 1 games because they're both franchises are exclusive to Nintendo.
I have a feeling it will. I have a feeling they'll at least be compatible with Switch, at least the first Switch. I'm pretty sure that might be the case. I doubt they're gonna have like it'll be completely unplayable on there. But
I mean, they better because.
But listen, because I want to say this about Ninja Gaiden 2. Yeah, I was playing the game recently. Not that recently, like maybe like a year ago, maybe. maybe 2. I don't know, maybe a year ago. But when I was playing it, it was performing well. Like even I was playing the original Ninja Gaiden 2 base game on backwards compatibly, and it was performing very well on the Xbox. I don't remember like a bunch of frame drops and stuff like that. And
in fact, I think
it was enhanced.
it performs. Yeah,
enhanced.
It performs better on the Xbox since the Xbox One X than it was on the 360.
Yeah, it does. It does. So I would argue if you have a One X and you're able to play it, or a Series X, it might be better off just getting the original. You probably save more money getting it online, to be frank. And you can play it.
I actually got my copy of the original at a mom and pop store for like $20.
It won't have Ayane.
Yeah, but that was like a few years ago.
Yeah.
It won't have Ayane. It won't have Rachel, but you'll get the game as intended, and it's fun. I mean, and then there's also the I think, or the Master Collection, or whatever you want to call it. That really might be the best way to play it, probably. So,
I mean, if I'm only gonna buy the Master Collection just to play Ninja Gaiden Sigma 1. That's it. But
that game is. I had that game. It was good.
So as for Ninja Gaiden Sigma 2 on his Xbox Series X, yeah, I'm good. I'm good, dude. You know they're against.
That's the kind of thing that if I did. That's the kind of thing that if I ever did get it, it would be like bargain bin price. Like it'll be like, oh, it's like $7 at GameStop or something, or like at a mom and, but not even GameStop. Like at a mom and pop, they have it. They're just trying to get rid of a copy of it. They're not of Ninja Gaiden 2 Black. It would have to be like borderline free for me to pay money, like for me to actually buy it. It would have to be borderline free.
Only if I have a very big fat discount, I would get the Master Collection. And
the Master Collection I'll pay for. I'm talking about Black. Like Black is like the one that I like. Black 2 specifically is like for me to play that version, I would have to get it for like damn near free, or like cheap.
Yeah, me too.
I and just like you said before, and like what we were talking about, the blue lighting doesn't look good. It just looks weird.
Yeah, dude. Well, hey, at least it doesn't have teal and green. James Cameron's teal and green. Oh! I better keep my mouth shut, or otherwise, Tecmo might think it's it's a good idea. Let's fix the Ninja Gaiden 2 Black and make it everything all teal and green, looking like James Cameron, and AI algorithm. Use AI algorithm to strip away the grain, make all too clear and crystal clear. Ooh.
Interesting. Check this out. Hip 911 says OG Black is backwards compatible. So if you have the OG Black, you could probably play it. That's pretty cool.
There are no technomites.
Yeah. So I mean, it's crazy.
So what does everyone think about the trailer for Ninja Gaiden 4?
I don't like several things about it. I don't care if people like that. It looks like kind of cool, but the other character looked way too like. It had this like weird cartooniness about it, almost like cell shaded. I don't know how to explain it.
Too.
And it
like,
looked kind of funky.
That's what I was thinking too. Like, yeah, like with like the blood and the effects, like with the blade and everything. And then when I saw Hayabusa, I'm like, he looks almost like
Spider-Man.
realistic in a way. What was that, Christian?
It's not supposed to be Ultimate Spider-Man.
No, it's definitely.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Definitely not.
But you know what it kind of. Yeah, but you know what it reminds me of in a weird way? Devil May Cry 4, where and it's kind of funny, ironic. Both games are the fourth game. You have Dante and Nero, so you have this new guy, and who seems like more like, I guess, like a hothead or something like that, or like, you know, the more.
Is that not the guy from? That's not the guy from Yaiba, right?
No, definitely not. They're not stupid to bring him back. But and so you know, you got Hayabusa, obviously going to be switching between them. Hopefully it won't be like Devil May Cry 4 where you're repeating levels and boss fights. But,
the only reason why I didn't mind that is because I got to play as Dante. I was like, I'll suck it up.
That was the only good thing about it.
Man,
I was like, this is ass, but Dante.
Good thing I have it on the PS4, so you can play all kinds of characters, especially Trish and Lady.
Yeah. We're not going to talk about what they did to Trish and Lady in 5.
I actually have that one too.
That's another one that their faces got a little bit weird in 5. They don't look ugly.
I love. Yeah, my favorite model has to be Trish from Devil May Cry 4. Man, that's peak right there. Should have kept that.
My personal favorite Devil May Cry game is 3 Special Edition.
I like that game quite a bit. It's really good. I think now that I think about
Yeah.
it, I think I might like. I do really like 5 a lot though. I do like the gameplay of 5. It's pretty fun. I'm not gonna shit on that
Yeah,
game.
Hey, you know
Except V.
something? Maybe
Except V.
Devil May Cry 1, 2, and
Oh yeah,
3.
V.
They don't
V.
need they don't need a remake. They just need remaster. Go back to the original graphics and re-render it in 4K, and then voila. Because that's for the aesthetics. Just keep it because I like the aesthetics of Devil May Cry 1, 2, and 3. Because especially Devil May Cry 1 because it feels so spooky.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Devil May Cry 1 is damn near has a survival horror
has a bit of a
feel.
horror aspect.
Royce.
Yeah.
Just keep it that way, man.
What did you say, Christian?
Roll Royce. Don't forget me. I was saying to Roll Royce that Jinpachi and Revenant are true video gamers and better than Molly Mac, and I said, don't forget me.
That's true. Christian
You know what?
I'll play his games.
Yep. You know what? I'll do even better. Everyone who has came on the podcast, who was not an asshole, and the people watching are more real gamers than Melanie Mac and most of the other people who are, trying to act like fake Puritans.
As Gilbert Gottfried would say,
I mean,
what an asshole!
Pretty much.
And funny, Melanie Mac was talking shit about the Tomb Raider Legend trilogy, but dude, isn't Lara from Tomb Raider Legend trilogy is the same Lara from the original Tomb Raider, but it's just that it's much more of a personal level where she became a archaeologist to find
listen.
Find her mom's world.
I'm gonna keep it concise for you. Lara Croft was always a woman who was embraced her sexuality, liked to collect these rare things and liked adventure, and she did it for selfish reasons. All the modern shit about her being this like good person, that's all from the reboot Lara Croft that Melanie Mac first said that she liked, and then all of a sudden it switched up on. By the way, like she doesn't. She says that, but she has like this nostalgia tint about how she feels about the character, and I don't think that she actually paid attention to what that game really was. Lara Croft in those games was very sexualized. She appeared in actual Playboy, which is technically porn. Actual porn. Like she's a misguided person
especially the first reboot, like Tomb Raider Legend Anniversary Underworld. I like the first reboot because they kept the same aspects of and bring into the first reboot, and then ever since the second reboot happened, it's over. It's fucking over.
I even own the Blu-rays of the Angelina Jolie movies.
Yeah, they're actually not bad. I actually enjoyed them myself.
I only saw the first one, and I barely remember anything.
Physical media is important.
It is.
Maybe I should watch it.
Just save up on the Blu-ray 2-pack, and it comes with bonus features like audio commentaries, deleted scenes, Angelina Jolie interviews. She was well cast.
Shifting back to keep things a little consistent with the whole Melanie Mac thing. Melanie Mac talks a lot about things, but she's lukewarm when it comes to gaming. She's not really like a hardcore gamer like that. Like she shouldn't be taken seriously with any of that stuff. Like her favorite character is Tomb Raider, and based on what she says, you could tell she's barely a fan of her. Because if she was, she wouldn't say half the shit she says about the character.
That's another thing. How the hell did she manage to get that classic Lara Croft's life-size statue?
That Lara Croft shorts in that statue are shorter.
She got it as a gift from Jeff Keighley.
Those shorts are shorter than my boxers, and she wants to act like she's not sexualized.
I can see Lara Croft getting along with Rick O'Connell.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And they would discover mummies in Peru.
Pretty much. It's just there's a lot of like, revisionist history going on, and it's kind of exhausting talking about her because at the end of the day, it's like the fake gamers doing fake gamer stuff. The fake Puritans doing fake Puritan stuff. Yeah. It's like
back to Ninja Gaiden 2.
Ninja Gaiden, yeah. But with 4, the trailer, it had like this weird like cell shaded art style going on somewhat. The Platinum Games are involved. I'm guessing they're involved with the combat, I would assume. But Ninja, I'm sorry, Team Ninja. I was gonna say Ninja Theory. Team Ninja. I'm guessing they're doing everything else. I suppose so. Who knows how that will go? I mean, I usually like Platinum Games for the
Same
most
here.
part.
I usually
so,
do
Me too.
But
you know,
also
besides the combat, I would assume it's gonna be pretty good. Yeah.
But nobody forget that if they did
But
this
then
with
again,
Black,
what's his name? Hideki Kamiya is not there anymore. So
if
who
they
knows
did
what's
this with
happening there.
Black with reducing the females, don't expect them to not do it again with Ninja Gaiden 4.
Well,
Oh yeah,
Wanna
you're
put that
right.
out
Yeah.
there.
I would let people know that
And
instead
they'll
of buying,
justify it as like, well, at least it's not a remaster.
I would tell
Yeah.
people that instead of buying Ninja Gaiden 2 Black or Ninja Gaiden 4, just get Ninja Gaiden Black, the original Ninja Gaiden 2, and Razor's Edge if you're an Xbox player, and if you're not an Xbox player, the Master Collection.
And if you like Rachel
Exactly. Yep.
and the younger females and the other females, wait, if what the hell am I saying? If you like Rachel, Ayane, Momoji, yeah, go stick with the Ninja Gaiden Sigma on the PS3, Xbox One, PS4, Series X, PS5, and of course Ninja Gaiden Sigma 2 on the PS3 and same consoles and PS Vita.
Yeah.
Just stay away from Ninja Gaiden 2 Black unless someone pays you $500 to pay it, and you don't have to buy it for $50. Just as someone will pay you $500.
$500? Good lord, that's money.
Yeah, like
because in other words, I'm not wasting my money on Ninja Gaiden 2, man.
Ninja Gaiden, but Ninja Gaiden 4 though. Honestly, I kind of don't like how the combat looked, especially with the other character. To be frank, and like I gotta see more. Some of it looked good later in the trailer when it showed the Hayabusa gameplay, but there's a lot going on there that I'm not a fan of. I'm gonna wait until I see more before casting a more like definitive judgment on it. I think that's the only way I could be fair when it comes to that game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Because like what I saw, I didn't necessarily like, and that's just me being honest. I didn't like the way the other character looked. I didn't like the way the blood looked. It looked kind of funky to me. At least in the trailer, I don't like the weird bluish lighting. I don't like it in the Black, and I don't like it in this game.
Yeah, not to mention that Sonya no longer looks like Rachel, so
yeah, exactly.
that sucks. I mean, there's a reason why, dude. There's a reason why Sonya was intentionally to burn striking resemblance to Rachel in the first place, because okay, originally it was supposed to be Rachel on Ninja Gaiden 2, but it's like, you know what, we're gonna create an original character, but not only she's gotta look.
Yeah, I definitely have to see more. I really have to see more. I definitely do. I mean, like like I said, some of the Hayabusa gameplay looked more like the typical thing you should expect, but it also just looked less kinetic. It just looked kind of like weird to me. It looked weird, and the weird dark blue lighting did not help my. It just did not help the presentation of the game for me. So we'll see how that turns out.
Yeah. Yep. So before we switch to panel again, well, one may not take too long. Who knows? But the developers for Lords of the Fallen, CI Games, they have rejected DEI. The CEO has openly been making posts and putting out several polls, asking people what they want in games, what matters to them the most, and whatnot. And that they have a new initiative in the company to, reject DEI and only go based off of like talent and merit and whatnot, which is of course the right thing to do. And
I'm so glad
they
that
have
they
released a
removed.
patch recently for the game where they had. Oh yeah, I was actually gonna get into that. But I'm actually glad about that too. They have finally removed body type A and B and replaced it with normalcy, which is male and female. And in case anyone's interested, the game usually does go down in price. Right now, I saw on Amazon, it's going for $20 new,
Lord
which
of
is
the
actually a good
Fallen.
price. And
That's
anyone,
what's called.
Lords of the Fallen, yeah. Yeah.
Lords of the
There was one that came out, I think, 2014. This is actually a reboot of the series. And the original game that came out in 2014 was made by a different studio. It was actually made by Deck 13 that went on to do the Surge 1 and 2, and also the last game. I forgot the fuck what it was called. It looks kind of boring, to be honest. Wasn't that good? Doesn't matter anyway. But yeah. So this one's a different one, and apparently it's actually it's a better game than the one that came out 2014. But on top of that, if anyone doesn't know, CI Games, they made the Ghost Warrior games, the Sniper Ghost Warrior games. So the last one came out was Contracts 2. So I actually heard those games were pretty good. But it's good that these developers are doing that. On top of that, in case anyone is interested, Very Dark will be doing an interview with the CEO for CI Games this Tuesday. I don't remember the time, but if anyone's interested, so I would assume he'll give more insight as to like why they are going in the direction they are and why. But on top of that, even before all this like rejecting DEI, they had been putting out, I think, overall like 30 patches or so in response to a lot of people's feedback and critique of the game when it came out, because they did have a lot of technical issues and whatnot. And,
technical issues,
and things like that. Excuse me. Yeah, so that's a good thing. I'll let you guys talk, 'cause I have to get some water. My mouth is dry.
Let's see.
I'm male, and I'm so glad that the Lords of the Fallen reboot got rid of body type A and body type B. So relieved.
I agree.
They better have breast sliders, by the way, for female.
Like in Saints Row.
Yes, Saints Row 3 and 4. They really had those, yeah. I mean, I don't know how to create characters, and I've never actually played Lords of the Fallen 2 myself, so. But who knows, if that's there, that's great as well. I mean, ultimately, like, creator freedom is what's important, right? So it comes down to like the creators, how they want to like, not the creators, I mean like the players. If they want to create a character with giant tits, wide hips, all that, they should be able to. So,
and height as well. Height and body portions.
Yeah, everything. Yeah, they should be able to control it. I mean, that's an actual like that's an actual like RPG. So, but I know I played the first game. I played and finished the. I played and finished the first game, and the first game you had to play as You basically played as Harkin, and Harkin was like already an established character. I did like the first game, but you know, I was interested in getting 2 up until that controversy with the body type A and B stuff happened. That actually is the reason why I didn't buy the game. So maybe now I'll actually give it a chance.
Yeah, I don't blame
you.
Yeah, same here. Real quick, Jinpachi, the Master of Gaming has a question for you.
Sure. Let me check it out.
It's on the screen. You should be able to see it.
So when I saw the trailer for Doom: The Dark Ages, it looked interesting to me, but I kind of feel like I gotta wait and see how the game is a bit, because it's Microsoft behind it, it's Bethesda behind it, and
didn't they have a new trailer that came out?
They did.
A few days ago.
They did. I'm just uncertain.
Oh, so that's what he's referring to, right?
Oh. Yeah, that's what he's referring to.
Inside of every demon is ammo, not rainbows.
Yeah, it looks cool. But I don't trust Microsoft. I don't trust them. And because Microsoft, with Bethesda and everything that they did, I'm just kind of like, it looks good, but I don't want to get my hopes up too much. But so far, it looks cool to me. To me, it looks pretty cool. I liked Eternal a lot. I enjoyed Eternal quite a bit. In fact, if I ever, I might stream that game like again from like beginning to end one day. So if you guys ever want to like watch, I'll probably like stream the game at some point, because I do like Doom. I like the entire series. I was actually thinking about playing from the beginning to Eternal, 1 through Eternal. But we'll see. But yeah, like I love Doom. It looks interesting, but it looks great, but I don't want to get too excited. That's my take on
Yeah.
it, as of now.
Damn, I forgot what
That's
I
fair.
was gonna say.
So
Mirror
yeah, we were
deities.
talking about Lords of the Fallen.
Hold on.
So
What were you
I
saying?
still haven't finished Doom Eternal, and I want to play the Doom 2 on 2016 then Eternal. You should play it, and Doom Eternal is very fun. I really recommend both of those games. I think you probably really enjoyed them. If you can, I like the last. I think I played it on Nightmare, but I drew the line at Ultra Nightmare. I didn't finish Ultra Nightmare. Nightmare was the last difficulty I played on. What's the hardest one? Isn't it Ultra Nightmare? It's night. I'm pretty sure it's Ultra Nightmare. But those games are excellent. Definitely, if you can finish 2016, then play Eternal. I think you'll have a good time with it.
Doom 3 is better.
okay, so as I'm saying, like, yeah, a lot of people complain about Soul Calibur 6 because it has some pre-face set and rather than customized. Well, I mean, the faces, especially female faces, are very perfect. Just select it, whatever face you want to get on Soul Calibur 6. So, I mean, I'm not complaining. So,
Well, like with Lords of the Fallen, I don't know how deep the character creator is. I have to see it for myself. But if there's breast slides and stuff, that's really cool. If there's I mean, even if you don't go crazy with it, you should always have the option at least.
yeah.
Same thing with the male character. If you want to make some
exactly.
crazy looking male character, you should be able to do it. You should. I guess my whole stake with, because I'm not gonna lie, when I make females in RPGs, I don't always go. Damn, I just killed somebody in the game. All right, I don't always I was playing something else. I just lobbed somebody off a building. I don't always make characters that look fully crazy, sexualized or sexy, but I like having the option, because then I'll go back and play the game and make them look wacky, or I'll just go crazy with the proportions on another playthrough. For example, with Saints Row 3, my first playthrough I used a regular male character, but then my second playthrough I made it some hot chick or whatever, because it's good that the options there, if you want it. The options should always be there. But yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say on it. Did everyone give their thoughts on Lords of the Fallen?
And one more thing, they better not put in no, you can give a female character a big black cock and hairy chest. They better not. They better get rid of that shit. Better get rid of that shit.
Yeah, Burv, Ultra Nightmare was the hardcore one where you die, you have to start back. You have to start back again. Yeah, I never finished it on that difficulty, but I should. That'll be an interesting stream.
Mirror D, I'm with you on that. They took away Saints Row and they took a huge pile of diarrhea and told us it was a reboot, and look what happened.
It's not Saints Row anymore. It's Taint Blows. Taint Blows.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
But
I remember telling a GameStop employee that she was talking about the Saints Row reboot, and I told her, stick with the originals.
Yeah. Yeah. That's
exactly
good advice.
But even Saints Row 4, you can have fun with it, and as a bonus, you can play as Keith David and Roddy Piper as your party member.
Exactly. Yep. That game was I actually really enjoyed that game. I know I accept that it wasn't really true to Saints Row, but I did think that game was fun, to be honest with you.
Not to mention that for one of the boss's voices is none other than Nolan North.
That's true.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
The best voice.
But back to because we're getting really distracted with Lords of the Fallen. I think it's good that the developers trying to do the right thing now. For whatever reason, if he made a turnaround and he's actually putting his money where his mouth is and actually fixing the game and doing what he says, I think he deserves the benefit of the doubt. And we're gonna see, because it could. I have the sneaking suspicion that a lot of the stuff that was in that game was forced onto them by a publisher or something like that.
Yeah, I think so. That's what it seems like, and I think they put a lot of effort into improving the game, fixing the game, listening to fans, and when you do that, then I think you get the benefit of the doubt, because you're proving to the consumer whether they bought the game, waiting for all the other patches, or if people didn't buy it and are waiting until the game is at a state where they feel it's justifiable to purchase it. You're giving them more reason to trust them, because you're doing all that. You're basically telling them that we're doing this for you guys, because we care. And yeah, we screwed up, but we're trying to work on it and improve on it. It's not like a fucking like Cyberpunk where they outright lied during promotion. You had reviews where people were only able to use B-roll footage provided by CD Projekt Red. They lied about the console versions working, and what the fuck? They several patches later, they removed the male and female and replaced it with bi-type A and B, and they still didn't even include the original features that they had promised before the game originally came out. So I wouldn't say it's like the same thing as that. In case anyone's thinking of that, but I definitely think that when developers really listen to what people want, then I don't think there's anything wrong with people complimenting them and also kind of rewarding the team for doing what really needed to be done, and that is listen to your fans and make
you should reward them. You should reward them for listening to you guys and listening to people who what they want, and you should reward them for basically making amends for what they did. If they're trying to make amends and they're showing that they're doing it, not just saying it, then they deserve some respect, and maybe they deserve some good faith.
Yeah, but if someone's like, no, they released the game in that state. No, I'm not gonna, just because they want to fix it now. Like I can understand
That's also
that.
valid too. That's also valid
Yeah.
too. I'm just saying that, like, in some cases, if you use your discernment, you should be able to tell the difference between the two. And I think in this case, obviously, he's been very publicly outspoken, and he's been doing things that a lot of devs
very transparent.
they just don't do. Like, how many devs have done that? Where he basically all but said he basically all but said he doesn't like DEI, but he just like has
and he said it. He's been saying it in a respectful manner too.
Yeah, he just hasn't like directly he hasn't like directly said DEI bad, but I mean he's still kind of like showing you that he thinks that way. So
yeah,
I think it's worth giving him the benefit of the doubt, at least as of now.
Yeah,
but this is the last subject, right? So let's switch out the crew here, and then we'll close it out.
Christian, do you have anything to say about it before I switch the panel?
Lords of the Fallen.
Yes.
Yeah, about the developers, rejecting DEI and listening to fans and all that.
I'm absolutely happy.
Good. I like that.
Yes. As we all are.
Maladets.
All right, so I'm gonna.
Alishna.
So since I'm gonna switch the panel, and it'll be like the last group of people. Marty and Christian, you want to give your outros? Whichever one wants to go first.
Well, goodbye.
See you, Christian. Always good to have you, man.
This is Marty Kusanagi, and I hope the video game is going on the right direction, going back to normal. And like I said, this Switch 2, Nintendo, you better allow existing Fire Emblem and Xenoblade Chronicles to be played on the Switch, like Switch 1 games to play on the Switch 2, because I don't have to buy a Switch 1 to play it, because I just want to play some JRPG games, man. And I really don't give a shit about the AI upscale, this and that. So yeah, you better not let me down, Nintendo.
Yeah, I'm hoping that it's good too. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see. I am hoping that. I agree. I hope that it's good. I like Nintendo. They have their moments.
Yeah, and like I said, anyone wants to play Ninja Gaiden Sigma, or anyone wants to play Ninja Gaiden 1 and 2, just stick with the original Ninja Gaiden Black, and Ninja Gaiden 2, or Ninja Gaiden Sigma 1 and 2 on multiple ass fucking consoles.
Yeah.
And also stay away from Dead or Alive 6 unless you have a powerful PC, and if you're the kind of person who wants to install mods to it, to give female characters a sexy look.
Yeah, I feel that.
Mm-hmm.
So all right,
I
let's
agree.
switch these guys out, and then we'll keep it going because we've been on here for a while, and I'm like,
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm ready to
Yeah,
check
yeah.
out.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
see you
don't blame
guys
you.
Starting to
later.
get some,
Thanks.
I'm starting to
Thanks
get
for
some
coming
brain
on,
rot.
Marty.
Thanks for coming on, Marty. Always good having you, man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Peace.
appreciate it. Peace out,
My
man.
brain is doing rots. It's doing the rots.
Hail.
Hello. Hello there, mate.
What's up, Apollo?
So,
Harasho. Cocktaila.
yeah, comrade.
Yes, comrade. Jane Panimayu. Stoti Gatovish.
Snorkeling's a good job, mate. It's changing work. How to do?
Oh, I'm sorry. I messed that up. It's Jane Panimayu. Stoti Gavovish. That's what it is. I fucked it up. I fixed it though. I fixed it for you. So, all right, guys. So, you guys want to give your opinions on Lords of the Fallen 2 and the developer and
Lords of
whatnot?
Fallen?
Was it Ninja Gaiden 4?
Oh, and both. Well, you guys can give both because it is both subjects.
I mean,
Yeah,
I
we'll
want to talk
go for
about
it.
the games themselves because I've only played Ninja Gaiden 1 and I hate birds. I hate birds now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a pain in the ass. Oh man. Yeah, you can talk about both.
Okay. I guess I'll go first then. So it's more an engine thing. I've been doing a lot of not investigations or anything, but I've been looking a lot into Unreal Engine 5 because for one, I'm sick and tired of seeing it. And seeing it so badly, it's not even that it's badly implemented, it's that the engine itself is designed in a way that it really only favors a certain type of game. Especially when it comes to its stupid lighting engine, Lumen, which really only benefits games like Fortnite, where the lighting engine is incredibly dynamic to where you'll have destructible environment going off all the time, things like that. The lighting will have to change quite rapidly, that kind of thing. Kind of has to adapt on the fly. And that's why you see that horrible flickering shit all the time in the reflections.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's and it started like a Silent Hill remake, Silent Hill 2 remake. That game is actually kind of the perfect example of why that Unreal Engine 5 doesn't work for a game that has very still visuals, very serene, no massive geometry changes occur in the game whatsoever, except outside of otherworld kind of thing. But that's all scripted. That's all
Yeah, it doesn't require dynamic physics and dynamic lighting for dynamic physics, so it's kind of pointless because it's all hand animated anyway.
Yeah, exactly. And then I say when I was playing it, I was like, for as much as I could stand, I couldn't finish it. Why is it so dark? Why is it so dark? And it's because of the temporal anti-aliasing. And what it does is it has this, I don't know if anyone's noticed it yet, but you will notice it after I talked about it. On Unreal Engine 5, a lot of the edges of things have this black, shadowy, ghosty kind of shit around it, kind of like black mold, almost like a black mold effect.
Yeah.
And I cannot not unsee it anymore because it's on every single object. The Unreal Engine 5 is so heavily based in temporal AA that you cannot turn the fucking thing off. Damn. So basically, it's making things run worse. It's making things look worse because if you look at, say, a game from 5 years ago compared to a game today, have you noticed it's all blurry and murky shit, and there's barely any sharp visuals to really speak of?
Yes.
Yeah, right. I saw that they were using it for a RTS that's coming out called Tempest Rising. They're using the Unreal Engine 5, and would you believe it? It even looks bad on an RTS when you're looking down. I could barely tell. All the visuals just meld together. So you've got a tank. It's white on a snow, right? The only way you can tell it's yours is you've got a big ring around it on the UI. That is the only way you can tell it's yours. I honestly, I'm going to say that when you're supposed to be like motoring like really fast with the old micro and macro and that kind of thing, I honestly put my hand up and say I'd probably miss those poor bastards. You know what I mean?
You want me to tell you something scary? You
Yeah,
think it's
sure.
bad? You think it's bad now? Wait till AI further integrates into gaming. That shit is gonna
Yeah.
be dialed up into 10, bro.
It will. And the fact is that every single developer is now dropping Unity for, reasons they kind of dug their own fucking grave, to be fair, but still.
Yeah.
And
Self-destruction.
Self-destruction, but all these games.
Godot is a good engine. Unfortunately, the creators of Godot are massive bitches.
Yeah, massive.
Because I actually started using that engine because I wanted to make my own game, and it's really good. But it's really good considering it's free and open source. But the problem is that they're massive bitches. And I even if I made a game that was successful using that engine, I wouldn't even want to give them the props for it. Even though I know I used the engine, I still want to I wouldn't even want to give them the rub. Like, hey, I made this great game using their engine because I'm like, I don't want these people to I know it's kind of fucked up, but it's like how I feel about it.
And now, like Halo is going to be using it, right? Like Halo
Godot, right? The Godot engine.
No, Unreal Engine 5. It's going to be using Unreal Engine 5, and say goodbye to all that. Everything that made Halo was the sorry to say it, when you're talking about the feel of it and everything like that, how it ran and how it looked. I mean, that was all the engine, baby.
It was with the masterwork they did with that engine.
Yeah,
I agree.
That engine was able to take them all the way into Destiny 2.
Yeah, I would argue. There's like this I don't know how to put it. There's like this misinterpretation or misconception. That's the word. There's a misconception that those older engines are outdated and they're no longer good. Like if you take those older engines, most indie developers can use those older engines to make amazing games now. You don't need Unreal Engine 5 or even 4. You can take Unreal Engine 3 and do incredible shit with it if you really wanted to. But unfortunately, there's this culture that it's not Unreal Engine 5, so it's going to look bad. It's most indie games with Unreal Engine 5 are not going to look that good regardless, just because of lack of manpower and unfortunately, if it's your first game, lack of experience. So you might as well use a cheaper engine that's more reliable, more trustworthy, and you'll save money and you can still produce awesome stuff on it. You don't need to have you could take the engine that they use for Doom 3, put it in the hands of a talented indie dev, and he could make something that makes billions of dollars if he really wanted to. So I hate the over reliance on the engines these days, where there's this culture of this engine's old and outdated, so it must in theory it must be bad, therefore be bad.
So I mean the Source engine. I mean the Source engine made Titanfall and Titanfall 2, so Yeah.
I mean, it might be a little easier to use Unreal Engine 5, but at the same time, it's gonna be you don't necessarily need it, and I think most indie games don't. And again, I'm not trying to shit on anybody, but they don't look good enough to justify using Unreal Engine 5. It's not they're really pushing.
I don't think Unreal Engine 5 looks very good, to be frank with you. I think there's plenty of problems that if you go and you actually look at a game, like I say, 5 years, 10 years, you will see a instant clarity difference. One looks sharper and cleaner and better than the other one that looks like bitty, smeared.
Smeared.
Shit.
That's a good word for it. Smeared. Because if you look at Arkham Knight has some of the best visuals I've seen. Yes, it's stylized. It's not hyper. It's realistic, but it's also stylized. But I've seen the rain effects in this game are unrivaled to this day.
Yeah.
For example, the rain on the body, when they do, you can see raindrops dripping down the bodies. And this game was made with Unreal Engine 4, by the way. So it was made on Unreal Engine 4, I believe, or it might have been Unreal Engine 3, I think actually. What was it, 3 or 4?
Might have been Unreal Engine 4.
Maybe. I feel like it might have been Unreal Engine 3 or 4. I think it might have been even 3. But regardless, that engine's old as shit, and this game looks better than most of the games coming out now.
Well, the Unreal Engine 4 was designed with multiple different games in mind, while the Unreal Engine 5 basically is Fortnite. We just want it for Fortnite. We don't really give a shit about the other stuff.
Yeah, I get that, and it makes sense. But I think this game was made on Unreal Engine 3. I don't even think it was Unreal Engine 4. So I guess my whole point with what I'm trying to say with this is that a lot of it comes down to the talent and artistic ability of the developers themselves, and there's like an over reliance on the game engines nowadays, where like something like Arkham Knight could be made. Granted, it had a shit ton of people. I'm just obviously there are other factors. It had a big budget, a lot of people, but it's just the fact that you don't necessarily need modern game like really like peak brand new game engines to make incredible games, because like I said, this game looks like better than half the games that come out now, and I'm not even exaggerating. It really just looks better visually.
Arkham Knight engine. It says Unreal Engine 3 here. That's incredible.
Unreal Engine 3, and this game has the best rain. And I'm not saying that like lightly. It literally has the best rain. Raindrop physics, I guess you would say, raindrop, whatever you want to say.
It doesn't look anything like Unreal Engine 3. That is amazing.
It's incredible. So that's why when people say, devs are like, we need to use Unreal Engine 5. It's like, why not try to find an engine that suits your project and use that, and also be cost effective instead of just grabbing the new thing because it's new. Because it's clear, like you said before, that not all games really look good on they don't really look good on Unreal Engine 5. Some games on there look really weird.
Benjamin, it was made on Eduke, which was a kind of like an updated version of the build engine, but still, no, you're absolutely 100% correct. Iron Fury literally was built on the build engine.
Iron Fury, right?
Yes. It uses a modified version of the thingy engine.
Yeah, Creepy Magnet says it was Unreal Engine 3, so I'm with you, man. I'm with you with the Unreal Engine stuff. Like, they could use 3 right now. 3 is a lot cheaper, a lot more. First off, they have more experience because it's been around for longer, and they can make incredible games. But they want to use Unreal Engine 5 because it's brand new. Great, not brand new, but you know what I mean. It's new and it's cutting edge. But then again, it's like, how are you going to use it as a developer? I'd rather take reliable over something that like is more experimental, or people are still like learning.
It seems like I mean, as time goes on, I'm sure people will develop lots of different shortcuts and things like that for optimization for that engine.
Of course.
But that lighting engine is completely out of their hands. It's Lumen. They have to go through them, and they're very stubborn when it comes to changing anything about that fucking thing.
Yeah, I have to like really go back and like look and analyze. I vaguely know what you're talking about, but I have to like really look at it myself. But I believe it.
But yeah, graphics are kind of like being, like the actual art of graphics kind of been butchered by some of these engines that are coming out now.
Like Ninja Gaiden.
Exactly.
Ninja Gaiden. Everything has this weird blue lighting now in that game.
Yeah, exactly. When it didn't before. Well, it's more realistic lighting. It's like Lumen engine realistic lighting. That doesn't belong in the same goddamn sentence.
It just looks blue to me. That's all. It just looks blue. But
I think it just has a very washed out look. Like I feel like it kind of tries to replicate the sun at the highest point all day. Every day.
Yeah. We never get past 12 a.m.
Yeah. So I really, this is my advice to devs. Just seriously get back into making your own engines. I know it's expensive, but gaming will prosper and it will be so much better for it. It just will.
Yeah, well said.
Especially going forward, because again, you're gonna have these games coming out, these big profile games, and you're gonna look and you're gonna go, that looks exactly like that fucking thing over there. But like I said, as time goes on, enough time, maybe they'll be able to do what they did with Unreal Engine 3. So fingers crossed.
Yeah, because I remember early Unreal Engine 3 games, they really did look alike. Like, if you look at Arkham Asylum compared to Gears of War, there's a lot of similarities in how the models look. They look very similar. So, I mean, and a lot of the early 360 games, since so many of them used Unreal Engine, they had that, like, same, like, bulky, like, every game character looked like a Gears of War cog.
Yes, yeah, they were all jack necks. They had, like, massive steroid necks.
Yeah, block like a Giga Chad jaws and shit like that.
Yeah.
So, you know, I would argue even the animation from when the Titans would chase you in Arkham Asylum, it looks exactly like the Berserkers from Gears of War 1.
It does, but like I think it was like 1 year into Unreal, like Unreal being the main engine that people were going to. We got things like BioShock, didn't we? Which just like, are you sure that's Unreal Engine 3? Oh yeah, now I can sort of see it. But you still have to kind of squint a bit, don't you?
Yeah, it got better. It got better as they got more experience with the engine.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I know everyone's supposed to be talking about Ninja Gaiden. Do you have anything else to say about it, or?
I'm sorry, Ninja Gaiden. Hey, birds! They kept killing me. They kept knocking me off. Knocking me off the platforms. Oh, is everyone okay?
Well, when I
Chinpachi
saw the
fell off.
preview, I'm not sure why they have this new character
Oh, he's back.
in the new Ninja Gaiden game, not the remaster, the new one they're doing with Platinum Games. I'm not sure why they have to have this new character. I mean, Ninja Gaiden and Ryu Hayabusa are nothing without each other. I don't get it. And it's like, okay, so Platinum is unable to make another Metal Gear Rising game. And okay, so I get that. So they want to put their talent, even though they said there's supposed to be new people involved in it, in the process of making the game. But it just it's like I didn't really look at the trailer too much. But when it comes down to it, like I said, I just feel like, okay, yeah, it's definitely not boring, but at the same time, it's just like this character kind of scares me. You know how modern politics is, and it's just like and
well,
then of course
you
you
play
have
as
Real
both of them.
Hayabusa.
You play as both of them in the game.
Yeah, but it's just like,
just to be fair, you do play.
Yeah,
as
it could have been. It could have been one of the other. It could have been one of the Kunoichis. But
I would have preferred that too. I would have preferred that too.
Yeah,
I mean, turn out to be trans.
Oh no! Oh no! Don't.
You know what?
Putting dark pictures in my head, man.
I finally figured out how I can word it now. The new character and Ryu Hayabusa look like they're from two different games.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's what the issue is. Now I know what the disconnect is. It looks like two different games are taking place at the same time.
Right. You got one like Ryu Hayabusa is fighting his usual, and then of course you have this new character fighting all these wouldn't say just like very robotic type of futuristic looking enemies. And like I said, it feels like the people over at Platinum was just like, we need to put the ideas we had from Metal Gear Rising 2 into this. And yeah, I'm also kind of surprised they haven't done anything with Metal Gear Rising 2, because it's like they're not doing anything with Kojima with Metal Gear Solid Delta. And it's just like it's just
money on the table.
But I really cannot say too much.
Leaving money on the table, yeah. Leaving money on the table.
Also just a quick thing about the Kingdom Come game is just like the idea like, okay, we had this character this way, and then all of a sudden he's that way, and it's like, don't they know that he would die? Like, just even thinking about it is just like, back then was just like a no. And it's like, like, okay, let's say for example you were to think about the idea of punk rock in that time period, that would be alien to you. It's like like what it comes off as is just like they feel like, okay, we got our hands on this game. We're hearing the chatter. We don't like these people that are saying, "Oh my gosh, a Christian game." Yes, a game about Christianity. And then all of a sudden it's like, no, we're going to take that away. And it's just like, it doesn't improve the story. And they have this fantastical idea of, oh, they're saving lives because they see somebody that looks like them. It's like that firefighter that talked about, oh, you want to see somebody that looks like you to save in a fire. Like, everything with these people has to be some kind of excuse to say, okay, I want to self-insert. You see me in you. And it's just it's just
painfully
that's
obnoxious.
why we still have to stick to this whole anti-woke stuff, because these people won't sleep. These people, they say wicked don't sleep, no rest for the wicked. These people just don't feel comfortable knowing the idea that somebody out there has a different opinion from them. It's like a never ending battle with these people. And but if anybody's like want to be getting involved in fiction writing, just pay attention to these people. They can make some good villains, like I have a villain that has this idea of endless conflict, and wanting to be this kind of revolutionary that takes a side on anything that where an underdog is, right? Because it's like with these woke people, anything that they see as an underdog, oh, they take it as, oh, I need to join that fight. And it's just like, some of these people say, oh, we DEI is dead and stuff. I mean, it's injured, it's wounded, but it will lick its wounds and come right back. And but aside from that, and about one more thing, just the gaming award thing. Well, I should say two more things. Gaming award thing, like I said, I didn't see it. I don't care. It's kind of scummy that they had people pay to vote. But
pretty bad.
But I guess they couldn't find a way how to get advertiser money, so that's their way of generating funds. And
they could have did it for free. That did not have high production value at all. That entire thing could have been done 100% free.
Well, it's more of just like paying people to get the word out and stuff like that, and all that kind of stuff behind the scene kind of thing. So
well, they had all those. They had all those. Yeah, exactly, because they had all those big YouTubers that were promoting it, and all those big YouTubers have massive fan bases. So all they have to do is tell their fan bases that they're doing that.
Most of the people they had on there giving the awards were already on the podcast several times. So I highly doubt they're paying them every week or every day to come on the podcast. And then it's like, all right, well, yeah, I came on your podcast to talk for an hour or two, several times a week. But this one time where I'm only going to be talking for less than 5 minutes, I want some compensation.
And if they really cared that much about it, if they cared that much about being against this stuff and doing an alternative, they would have took like the financial loss in the beginning and made the so that way like they could like focus on they would do it just because they wanted to be part of something that's an alternative. Like all these people claim to be anti-woke, but you need to get paid a shit ton, because I guarantee you a lot of that money went to paying people. Because ain't no way that production value costed a lot of money to have people paying $30 to vote. Like, I can't defend that practice. It's like it's not good.
Same.
If it was a big show, like if it was an actual big show, now I could say, oh, I could see where the production value went, but all of it was digital graphics and people talking from home and a couple images on screen of like the thing. All of that could be done absolutely free.
Yeah, and another thing is the other thing I was just kind of thinking about was just the idea that about the Nintendo Switch 2 presentation. We're gonna have to wait for the other one that's coming out later in this year to make a real impression, because the first one was kind of like, all right, yeah, I can see some things are kind of better. I mean, there was I can't remember his name, but there was this one guy that actually is involved in video game development, and he has a way of explaining the videos where it's not like a bunch of memes and stuff like that, and really loud. He's like he's talking to you like almost like a teacher, right?
Okay.
He looks almost Filipino or something like that. One of those Southeast Asian countries. He's like most of the time he's like wearing a suit. I'm not sure if you remember him, but he's one of those kind of people that actually got involved in video games. I can't remember his name, but he was saying that when they presented the Mario Kart game, at first, to the untrained eye, we were just looking at it as like, okay, it's Mario Kart. They're in the desert. But one of the things he was mentioning about was how the very small details, but some of the things that he mentioned was there were some things that they were doing in this presentation that the other game wasn't able to do. They were able to make better visual resolutions and stuff like that. But I had to watch the video again. But yeah, he did notice it, and also there was some other features about the design of the system itself that had some improvements, and he was saying that there probably might be some augmented reality features where you could actually go into the physical world and interact with things that are similar to how QR codes work and stuff like that,
like VR and AR.
AR, yeah, augmented reality. But in terms of VR, that will be kind of a bit of a challenge because they were trying to do something with that, but I think it was just more like something they didn't really take seriously. Yeah, they definitely did not take that seriously. But in terms of AR features, we probably might be seeing that with the Nintendo Switch 2.
I wonder how they'll implement it though. If they did AR on there, because with VR, I know you have the headset, you can like basically interact with the world with like whatever devices. But with AR, it would like I would like to see how that would work, because wouldn't it just be like a glorified touchscreen, which is what they already have anyway? So
with
I would be curious to how they implement it.
Well, AR is like this. So I used to stream with VR, but VR is almost like setting up a movie production, the kind of things you have to do with the sensors. So I haven't been able to stream with the VR, but I used to. And the thing about VR is like whatever you see is whatever you see, right? So the sensors would tell you your limits and where you move and stuff like that. And, like, for example, there was this game called Hot Dogs, Horseshoes, and Hand Grenades. As funny as that sounds, that is one of the best shooter sims, because it's like it's so good. One thing I'm going to say is it's so good that I was able to experiment ideas before I bought it for my airsoft, right? So there was something I wanted to work with, like certain kind of sights and certain kinds of foregrips and stuff. I just said, let me try it in VR and let me see if this would actually work in real life. It almost, it's almost like a 1-to-1, because your
I know how VR works. I'm just saying how it would work with, like, how would AR work with Mario Kart? That's what I'm saying. Like, how would that like affect it? Like, it's interesting that he said that. I'm just thinking about like how it would be implemented with a game like. Because VR, I mean, I know the difference between the two. It's just more so like, how would you implement it in Mario Kart? Like, how would it work? Because I'm thinking about most VR interfaces, like they usually have some. I mean, not VR. Sorry, most AR interfaces they have like some kind of. They usually have some connectivity. Like you have like a lens where you can see the AR in the real world. But if you're playing on like a game like Mario Kart, how would you do that? Would you be playing Mario Kart where like the game is being projected in a way like that you can like see it through like maybe like glasses or something that comes with it? Like it seems weird. It just seems like kind of weird to me that he said that. Not that it's bad, but it's just weird. I just want to know how.
Yeah. Now, in terms of Mario Kart, I don't think they would do that with Mario Kart.
That's what I figured.
It probably might be a particular game that's designed for mixed reality experience, like something like what's that game with the camera, the girls walking around like in the horror?
Yeah. Fatal Frame.
Fatal Frame, right?
Yeah, like
Right.
something like Fatal Frame that makes sense exactly. But
Yeah, yeah. You walking around, and
and even then, that would require some kind of like visual asset. It might not be true VR, but you would probably still need like some kind of glasses or goggles to like implement that. Because it's not like you're playing on your phone. I mean, well, not really. That's not true. Because you could use the Switch itself, and the Switch itself would have the camera real time. Exactly. So forget it. I take that back.
That's right. Yes, that's right. I think they did say that there was a feature that had something like a camera. And so what I can imagine it will be almost like how they did with Pokemon Go.
Yeah, pretty much.
They're definitely going to put that on that.
Yeah, like instead of it being your phone, you're going to be using the entire Switch to like basically see everything. That would be great for a game like Fatal Frame. But like I would have to see how that's implemented. It'll be cool. It would be cool, but
yeah,
that would make the Switch stand out because I don't think any major game console is doing anything with like AR or like mixed reality right now.
Yeah, and I can imagine that they would probably use the same kind of systems that they use for the Pokemon Go, but this time for other games. Like let's say you had to hunt down, I don't know, assassins or something, and they're running around in the real world, and you're walking around with this thing, and you have like some radar or some kind of mini map, and then you see it, and then you point at a particular direction based on GPS coordinates, and you're able to interact in a certain way. Or like I said, Pokemon Go, I predict Pokemon Go is going to be on the Switch too. And somebody said, which a name I really like, they should have called it Super Switch. That would have been so cool instead of Switch 2. I mean, yeah, it is Switch 2, but at the same time, they could have go back to the days of Nintendo and Super Nintendo, because that's how Switch 2 looks like too. Because it's like, okay, we have the Switch, but now the Switch is on, steroids, energy drink, and sprinkle a little bit of Colombian sugar, and boom, we got this bad boy, right?
Well,
call it Super Switch.
No, wouldn't it be Super Nintendo Switch?
The Super Nintendo Switch would be good. Yeah, but
sounds pretty cool.
Oh, the Switch, Nintendo Switch. Yeah, Super Nintendo Switch. Yeah, that kind of works. But yeah,
I think it would work very well. I think it would hit people in the nostalgia.
And you abbreviated to SMS.
Yep.
Yeah. But when it comes down to it, the Switch 2 has better step up the innovation game, because when it comes to video games now, we are entering a crossroads where things are going to be so super realistic and stuff, and it's kind of crazy how personal.
If you've got cataracts, I suppose, yeah, it'll look super realistic.
Well, what I mean is, like, let's say what we have here. So it's kind of funny how big companies are trying to implement these artificial intelligence image augmentation, but the people that are doing the independent ones, where they're putting out their codes on I forgot what website, but they have codes where you can put in, work with, image augmentation. And it's funny how the indie guys are actually doing a better job. You see some of these videos where these people would overlay the like previously existing gameplay video, and their stuff looks better than what the big companies are doing. And but when it comes down to it, it's like I said, we're going to a crossroads where, of course, AI is all this rage and stuff like that, but it's going to reach to a point where it's just like, okay, it looks cool, whatever. Even though there's still going to have to be people to make the games, because AI just doesn't have that unique human touch. And the other thing is like, okay, so games look prettier and all this kind of stuff. Like, where do we go from here? And it's all the same. And we have walking simulators and all this crap. And it's just going to have to reach to a point where Nintendo Switch 2 is going to have to, like I said, they're going to have to take the video games to a different direction, So
Well, AI has the supreme. It has like a critical issue where it misinterprets information, and it usually like you'll end up seeing like weird, like out of place things, like with especially the more detailed images. Like you'll still
Yeah.
need a human to like to like oversee everything and to make sure that it looks good. But but again, it's gonna. I think a lot of companies are gonna be lazy, and you're gonna see a lot of weird stuff going forward with like AI integration in games. It's
It
gonna be
seems to
like
have trouble parsing like different between different objects, so the objects will start to blend in together.
Exactly.
So say you've got like a thumb near a face, and then you want that, and then someone's put their thumb to their face like that, and then you say, okay, now I want you to do that person moving. That thumb will then become part of their face as they move.
Exactly. Bingo.
Yeah.
And you have a lot of that. And you see that with AI upscaled movies. If you watch them,
Yeah.
you just pay attention to them and you'll notice a lot of stuff like that. It looks really weird and obnoxious.
I
they
watched a
hallucinate.
video called Steamed Hams, but with AI,
Yeah.
and it's like a thing of nightmares. Everything just blends into it. Like 1 minute they're this, then the next minute they're part of the furniture. It's crazy stuff.
It looks weird.
Yeah.
It does look really
Ye-
weird. And
Yeah.
again, game companies being lazy, they're gonna abuse that and not properly curate it. And you're gonna see like you're gonna be playing like
Yeah.
Mario, and then Mario's gonna just fuse with the tree he's standing in front of and shit like that. It's gonna
Well, I
be
remember
really
Yeah.
there was a Coca-Cola. They did, their holidays are coming advert. They did one using AI, and one of the dogs, like they were showing like pretty Christmas pictures with it, right? And one of the dogs had 3 nostrils.
Yeah. Yeah. It's really weird. It really is.
Yeah, and AI tends to hallucinate, and also, let's see what we have here. Apollo Patriot said, BO6 use AI. Yeah. I did.
Black
play-
Ops 6 uses AI? I didn't know that.
Yeah, I used the I played the multiplayer on the PS5, and like for example, the calling cards. Some of those pictures are actually AI pictures. I can definitely tell because AI has this weird kind of hyper glossy look, and you know how AI looks.
Yeah, of course.
So yeah, so it's like and of course they also using other forms of AI like listening to your speech and stuff like that. Like they're telling you, oh, you're not supposed to say these certain words or whatever, but it's kind of stupid because think about it. You're playing Call of Duty, one of the most frustrating rage-inducing games out there on the planet, and usually these people that play the games are coming from work or school, and you're going to tell them behave yourself. GG's everybody, come on now.
Well,
Yeah,
also just the fact that you're talking about killing the other team. If you ban the
Yeah.
language, you're gonna end up getting banned for just saying, "Hey, you got to kill that guy. He's behind you." And the AI might
Right.
interpret it as, "Oh, he's talking about killing. Got ban him."
Like the sweatiest of players play Call of Duty, don't they? Like the sweatiest, like there's the most try-hard motherfuckers.
Second to Tekken
Yes.
players. Second only to Tekken players.
Second, of course, only to Guilty Gear players.
No. Listen,
Oh yes.
listen. Tekken players, it's cancer, bro. It's cancer.
I know. I haven't not suffered a Tekken player. I've suffered a Guilty Gear player though.
You are privileged.
Yes.
Appreciate the privilege.
So
I love my privilege.
Getting a bit back on track. Sorry, you gave your thoughts on the Switch 2, and did you give your thoughts on Lords of the Fallen 2?
Oh, what? Which game again?
Lords of the Fallen 2.
It's not 2, it's a
right
reboot.
now. Crickets.
Oh yeah, well yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, it is actually a reboot. I'm wrong there. It's Lords of the Fallen 2. It's fucked up. It's Lords of the Fallen 2. The hell.
Okay.
Lords of the Fallen
Okay.
2.
I'm gonna be honest. All right. I have never heard that before. What is this? Lord of the Fallen?
It's a RPG game that's like Dark Souls, where you create a character and you basically do Dark Souls.
You
stuff.
die and you lose your souls or whatever it's called.
Yeah, Dark Souls by its 100th skin.
Who's the developer?
Even though I like those games.
Oh,
I don't remember who the developer is.
All right, I'm not.
CI Games. They made the
All right.
Sniper Ghost Warrior games.
Oh,
right.
okay, yeah. That's it's like Europe. It's like Euro jank kind of thing, but with a high quality, high production qualities sometimes. Yeah, they're kind of
Euro fodder.
Euro fodder. Yeah, exactly. Basically, yeah.
So all right, so it's fine if you don't know about it. It's cool. Berg, have you spoken
Apollo
about the
Patriot,
topics yet?
I-
Berg, you talked first,
the
right?
Lord of the
Yeah, he
Fallen.
did.
For the most part, I've done the Lord of Fallen thing. Bravo to that man. Bravo.
Okay.
Hopefully he
Yeah.
starts a new trend. What lots of people can follow, because it can only
Mhm.
help at this point. Like, we need all the help we can get, and I hope he
Yep,
leads.
I agree.
Yeah, I hope he sets a trail. I really do. Trailblazer, that man.
Gotcha. All right, and Apollo Pager, you want to give your thoughts? I just want to like keep things concise because we it's almost 6 hours in. So
Hey, think about me. I'm in England.
yeah, you
Oh,
get an
yeah.
extra hour or the English hour.
No, he's 5 hours ahead.
I
Yeah,
know.
5
I'm
hours ahead.
kidding. I'm joking.
Also, I'm
I
in
just
England.
I made the joke that he gets an extra English hour. It's just it's
Oh,
random.
right. Okay,
It's
got it.
silly. It's silly
But
talk.
anyway,
It's poppycock.
yeah. Yes, that's what it is. Apollo,
Poppycock.
your take.
I'll keep
Absolute
it
rot.
fast and short and sweet. Ninja Gaiden 4, isn't that how you say it?
Ninja
Yes,
Gaiden.
yeah, Ninja Gaiden.
Gaiden.
Nah, bro. No,
That's only if Warhorse made it.
don't correct him. It's Gaiden.
Okay, got it.
Yes.
The game looks
Suffer.
decent, but I'm like, I don't see myself playing it. Looks
Mhm.
all right. I'm like, I don't like some of that censorship. I think Soul Calibur is better than that. And then on the other hand, Lords of the Fallen 2, I think I like the gameplay style. I watch a lot of videos. I was debating like, man, I don't know, I should buy it or buy it. Like, it's pretty cool. The company is pretty base.
Yeah.
I'm hoping they'll do a Lords of the Fallen 3 open world. Like, they can like make all kinds of difficulty levels. Like, for me, I don't really play Dark Soul games. Like I want to play a game and have fun. You know what I mean? And kind of like with
Right.
Skyrim, that type of deal. Like, it'd be pretty cool if they make levels for people like they want to get back from work and then play something that's very low key. They could just change down the levels and crap like that. Like, why not? Who cares? Make it more diverse for people. You know what I mean? For the
Yeah,
gameplay
no, I hear
style.
you.
For like the levels and stuff like that. Like, hey, I don't mind that. You look at Skyrim, you can put it on extreme hard difficulty and download some Dark Soul mods. That's cool though. But
Mhm.
with the Lord of the Fallen devs, they're pretty awesome. They're pretty base. I do like these Sniper Ghost Warrior games. I'm hoping in the next game series will be third person. You can like, it's like a full on third
See
person,
your character.
play as a sniper, dude. Like, I know like Sniper Elite 5 and then the new Resistance game. I mean, in the Sniper Elite game series is getting super boring. Um, it they need to go back. They need to go make a new series like during the new war, like kind of like
Yeah,
the
modern
recent
day.
ones, like Afghan war, Iraq war. That'd be pretty cool. But
You know what
with
would be cool? The Gulf War.
yeah,
The
heavily.
Gulf War would be cool.
Yep.
Fighting Saddam.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
but with
Enough with going at the Hitler and Nazis. They've done that
we've
for like
done
so many
too
games
many of
now.
that. We did it so many times, yes,
Yeah.
with that game. But with Lords of Fallen and the Sniper Ghost Warrior, I'm kind of a fan of Sniper Ghost Warrior. It's really fun and challenging. It's kind of like real life. When you're shooting a sniper, you have to edge the bullets out. You got to know the wind distance and crap like that, like real life scenarios and
That's cool.
sniper training. That's what I love about that game and the company. The company's pretty base. My only gripe about the game series is they have a lack of guns. Like, there's not a good FOV slider. There's not that many snipers or all types of guns. I think they need to do better, putting more and more weapons in the game series. But Lords of Fallen, hopefully they'll do a number 3. That would be pretty balls to the wall, like a number 3, kind of like full on
Well,
open world balls to the wall, like Kind
Well,
of like
actually, I don't mean to cut you off,
other.
Apollo, but they are making the CEO has said they're hoping the next one comes out 2026. So maybe it'll be open world. So
Yeah,
who
like
knows?
open world, that'd be pretty cool. I would definitely go down for that. Like that one other Dark Souls game that's open world. I
Oh,
forget.
Elden Ring.
Elden Ring. So something like Elden Ring, and then have like like a lot of difficulty levels. Like you could choose your play style. You know what I
To
mean?
make it accessible for more people who don't really like
Yeah.
the extreme difficulty kind of style.
I would say, yeah. Like if people want to get home. I mean, let me re-say that. If people get done from work or school, they're like, man, I really want to play a really good, awesome fighter game with swords and crap and magic. Sure, why not? Why not? They might get more sales for people who are low key or laid back. Why not? Why not?
Pretty much, yeah, why not?
That's
I
why
mean,
I can
it
say.
could have one. I would argue that like I mean it really could be a personal choice. You just have like different difficulty options. I know a lot of people have a problem with that with Souls games because they feel like that ruins the integrity of what they're trying to do. But I think that it doesn't really hurt the hardcore players if there's a easier mode for like people that are casual. I think they
Yeah.
just don't. I think that really, as shallow as it sounds, I think a lot of like the Souls games super fans, they don't want players that are not that good to beat the game. They want them to like they don't want them to have the same they don't want them to have the satisfaction of beating the game unless they beat it on the level that they did.
Yeah.
I think that's where a lot of the elitism comes from.
I think they need to do something like the levels, like kind of like if you look at, for example, I know it's going to be different, but Space Marine 2, you can easily play it on very easy, and then challenge yourself, play it on like lethal or like other very hard mode. You can easily like Space Marine 2 it's basically like a good example for Space Marine and for like the new Lord of the Fallen's game number 3. I think that company should look up to Space Marine, because Space Marine 2, you can really learn from playing easy and then go working yourself up.
Well,
Yeah.
all they have to do,
Well,
like I agree with you. All they have to
I
do
can
is
give you a
just make
different
it.
example too for that.
Sure.
What was that? The Star Wars game, Jedi Fallen Order. It had like a similar, like a Dark Souls mechanic
Yeah.
to it, like the gameplay and whatnot. And when you die, you lose your. I don't know what the fuck you lose, but you go back to the last like pretty much place where you meditate at, like a borderline bonfire. But it does the difficulty. You have different difficulty sliders where certain things you can make things harder, a little bit easier, depending like platforming and whatnot. So maybe they can do something like that.
Yeah,
I
that would be
think some
pretty
games are
cool.
doing that.
I
I
think
even
they-
the new Doom is doing that.
They should the easiest
It
thing,
is.
the easy solution to all of it is just make rewards for people who beat the game on like on the difficulty that's intended. So for example, let's say Elden Ring 2, if you beat the game on the way it's supposed to be played, kind of like how how typical Souls difficulty, you get specific trophies or you get specific things that say you did it. And then for the people that play on a lighter difficulty, then they just don't get that reward. That way
Right.
you appeal to both the tryhards and you appeal to the new players who just want to have fun.
It's kind of like Halo 3 back in the old 360 days. You get that achievement and you get a really cool like cool looking armor. I think that's what Space Marine,
Right.
the new latest update for Space Marine 2, they're kind of doing something like that. So like you do and grind something. Yeah, that. So that's what I can say.
Yeah,
Like
that makes sense.
there's
Because it would allow the players, it would allow the tryhard players to still act like elitist pricks. They could still be elitist because they could say, "Oh, you don't even have the whatever armor, you don't even have the whatever sword because they didn't beat it on difficulty." So they can have their little elitism. But then for people who just want to play for fun, they don't have to subject themselves to torture.
Yeah, like it would encourage the decent players are like, man, I really want to get that cool looking armor, like that gold looking armor. I want to
exactly.
I want to do that. Like hell, I don't
Doom
mind.
had that. Doom had that. They had a special outfit you only get from beating it on Ultra Nightmare.
So yeah, that's why I can say that all that stuff. So yeah, that's pretty cool.
That's cool. So everyone got a chance to speak, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Everyone did.
All right. So let's
All
start
right.
closing
So
out.
Yeah.
Yep.
Apollo, you
wants
can
to
give
give
your
their
outro
outro?
first. Or
Um,
well, Apollo first, then OC, then Burv.
Yeah. Okay.
okay, I go right.
Yep.
Yep, for
Okay.
sure.
So I'm on YouTube. I had a retirement with Ghost Recon Breakpoint. I did so much crap for that game. Made a lot of outfit videos, gameplay videos. I'm just waiting for the next Ghost Recon. I got to make some outfit content for the next game. Hopefully, somebody better be in charge of Ghost Recon, the company or something like that. And then I make other random videos, gameplay videos. I'm doing a full-on Space Marine videos. And then Insurgency Sandstorm, I'm hooked on that game. Really love it. So I've been making more videos on that game. Another thing is Insurgency Sandstorm, the voice chat is hilarious. It's like the old school Call of Duty days. You'll hear some crazy as hell, funny, like commentary, like from people talking some funny crap and funny, crazy as hell jokes. Yeah, the game doesn't censor you, the crap what you say or in the text chat. Like
That's good.
it's and even creating your gun classes on Insurgency Sandstorm, you can like name them anything the hell you want. Like say like Hunter Biden did this and that, and then boom. Like
There's not a lot. There's not a lot of limitation.
there's
awesome.
no censorship on Insurgency
Gotcha.
Sandstorm, so you
That's
might
good.
like it. So yeah, that's for my outro and all that stuff. That's
All
what I
right,
do
well,
on YouTube.
everyone check
Well,
out Apollo Patriot.
Appreciate you coming on, Apollo.
Yep.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
appreciate
definitely
you.
check his channel out.
And thanks for staying with us all this time. It's been good having you, man. All
Yep,
right,
as always.
OC. The man with the plan, OC.
Yep.
All right. Let's see here. So I am OC, and I am the CEO and founder of the Artmind independent video game and comic company. I am the creator of the video game and comic series Octavio Camacho. The link to the comic is in the chat. And I have achieved the super like status. And if you want to, you can donate $1 or 100 to it, and hopefully that
What is this, side scrollers?
I'm sorry.
So what is this, side scrollers?
No. The web,
No, it's a
my
joke.
webtoon. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And hopefully that the I could be able to do this at a more time, and hopefully the best outcome is full time, and I can contribute more content. I'm also going to also release a alternative version of the Octavio Camacho story called The Pirate King Camacho, which is going to be it's going to be the same character, but this time it's going to be a very different experience, and hopefully I should be able to get it out sometime this year. And aside from that, thank you everybody, Jim Pachi, Revenant, and everybody else. And so make sure you stay in the fight, and you all take care. And thank you very much, gentlemen. I bid you good night, good morning, good afternoon, whatever it is. Be good. All right, I'm out.
All right. Thanks for coming on again, OC. Appreciate it. And definitely check him out.
Yep, always good to have you, man. Always, yeah, definitely check out his work, and good luck, and hope the most success to you, bro.
Yep.
So, Burv,
I'm Burv.
The Burv is the word.
I'm Burv. I like first-person shooters, RTSs, and strategies. I go forth with stout heart and enthusiasm for the contest.
Yes. Enthusiasm and courage. Indeed.
Take it easy, guys. Good night.
Thanks for coming on again, Burv. Appreciate it.
For sure. Always welcome. Hope to see you next time, bro.
Mm-hmm.
You will.
Yep.
Oh yeah, for sure. The Burv is the word after all.
Yep.
So
yes.
As for me, I'm Jinpachi. I have a lot of Arkham content. I just hit 10K subs, so I'm very thankful. I'd appreciate it if you check out my channel. I'm working on my series Augur. I also do other animations and a lot of Arkham gameplay. So you might enjoy it, and if you feel interested, or if you are interested, check it out. I'd really appreciate it. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean,
Cool.
so yep,
So
give it a watch.
yeah. So thanks for everyone who came on the podcast. Let me I remember Hakami, Benjamin, Frost Baron, Christian Frades, Apollo Patriot, Burv, OC, Rolls Royce. Am I missing anyone? Fuck. Am I missing anyone?
I'm thinking there was Marty, right? You said Marty.
Oh yeah, Marty Kusanagi.
Hakami. Did you say Hakami?
Yeah, I said him as well, and also thanks for him for really going into detail about the whole Saudi Arabia thing.
Yeah, I mean he's there, so he knows.
Yeah, so that's good. So
yep. Well, yeah. Like to everyone, if we're forgetting anyone, thanks for coming on.
Yeah, appreciate everyone coming on, everyone watching and commenting. Thank you. And again, I know it's late for saying this, but Happy New Year. First podcast of the year. So
at the end of the
we'll try to come back next week. Yeah, at the end of the month. Yeah. We'll probably be back next week. But I probably will have a new video up next this week coming up. I'll probably be with Jim Pachi, right? Maybe. I don't know.
We might do another video soon. So
yeah, and then I'll be on my solo thing again, a little bit. But yeah, yeah. So
yeah.
Anyway,
All right.
guys, thank you so much for taking time out of your weekend and your Sunday or Monday, wherever you're at, for listening in and commenting. I appreciate it as always. So you all take it easy and hope you had a good weekend and hope the week treats you well. And we'll see you again next time.
Indeed.
Peace.
Indeed. All right.
And don't forget her. What am I saying? Yeah, it's late. And don't forget, testify.